Everything begins with lines introducing the myth of the creation of Illusia Online. On the first day, the god created a race of elves from light that flooded the earth, and on the second day, flowers bloomed everywhere. The girl sits and watches the familiar intro video, quietly admiring the beauty of the graphics and the nostalgia it evokes, when suddenly she notices something strange, as if it is slowly dozing off right during the viewing. The girl suddenly wakes up sharply with a confused face and sneezes loudly. Looking around is a strange, dazzlingly bright space, and she does not understand where she has ended up. She stands in the middle of an endless field, completely confused, and realizes that she seems to have found herself in the virtual world of Illusia Online. She tries to calm down and assumes that this might be the next quest to change her profession that she needs to complete. She looked down at her familiar white cloak with cat ears and recognized in it the avatar she has been using for 3 years. She recalls how she fought alongside comrades, rising to high levels, and finally fulfilled her dream to become a sage. The system voice congratulates her on the successful class change, but immediately announces that she will have to start again from the first level. She gladly agrees, but a voice asks her to prepare to enter Illusia in the real world, and the very word real arouses her suspicion. Realizing that she is stuck on a new map and nothing is happening, she decides to act on her own and move forward to trigger the quest, confidently summoning her steed Ellie to move faster. But the summon does not work at all, and she is shocked and worried, wondering if she has ended up in a zone where steeds are forbidden. Then she tries to open the map and the guild chat window, but no system function responds, and she screams in despair when she realizes she will have to go on foot. After an exhausting walk, when she was breathing heavily, she suddenly heard the thunder of hooves rapidly approaching. From afar, a gleaming squad of armored horsemen rushes toward her, making her shudder. She is happy to herself seems the quest has finally appeared, and the knights, seeing the child standing alone in a deserted area, are completely embarrassed. The leading knight, so stunningly handsome that she admires him as the perfect NPC, asks where her parents are and insists that she give her name, and the embarrassed girl replies that her name is Kujo Yuri. The captain thoughtfully repeats the name Kujo Yuri, unable to recall where it sounds familiar to him. The girl quickly corrects him, saying her name is not Kujo Yuri, but Kujo Yuri with a different stress. The knight turns to his comrade Argo and asks if he knows a place called Nihon, Japan, but they both say they have never heard of it. Yuri begins to worry NPCs do not understand the concepts of the real world at all. When asked about her parents, she does not know what to answer, so she shows the sage emblem on her neck and proudly says she is here because she became a sage. The captain sternly looks at the emblem, decides to take the girl to their fortress, believing that her parents might look for her there, and orders to go together with Argo. Yuri looks at the horse with fear and curiosity, then Argo gently lifts her onto the saddle. When she settles firmly, she is overwhelmed with wild excitement. She asks Argo where they are heading and hears in response Issel Fortress, a place she does not remember at all from Illusia Online. Writing about Argo, Yuri feels a chill from the world's realism, from its meaning to nighttime, natural conversations, and thinks that if this is a quest, then it is terribly alive. Suddenly Argo exclaims that a fortress has appeared before them, and points to the strong stone structure among the hills. The scene slides into an abstract space, where droplets of water slowly hover in the air. Yuri begins to have philosophical thoughts about what it means to wake up, and how reality differs from illusion. She remembers the maternal figure who woke her in the familiar room, but this feeling gradually fades. Yuri's girl suddenly wakes up and sits on a simple bed in an unfamiliar room with a wooden ceiling she has never seen before. She realizes she fainted and silently wonders how strange this ceiling is to her. She convinces herself that in Illusia Online characters sometimes lose consciousness and their bodies move automatically. But this time the feeling is different, as if she really fell into a deep sleep. To check if it is a dream, Yuri pinches her cheeks so hard that tears well up, and the real pain shocks her this is not a dream or a VR game. She trembles, looking into the mirror, and through tears and others' denials must accept the truth that this world is reality. Yuri wipes her tears and whispers to herself that now is not the time to cry, but to calmly think about what she wants to do if this place is really real. She clenches her fist and firmly says she wants to return to her old world, but immediately a doubt runs through her, is it even possible? A little girl stands before the mirror to check herself, and immediately bursts into a frightened scream when she sees a cute tiny face in the reflection. She touches the glass to make sure, then smiles several times and makes faces to be sure that the reflection is really her. Yuri begins to come to terms with the truth and mumbles that although she likes the cute character images, actually becoming an 8-year-old child in this world is a huge challenge. She hesitates whether she will survive in this body and suddenly remembers. If this world is identical to Illusia Online, maybe she can still use game skills. So with nervous trembling, she decides to enter a command to open the system's status panel. Suddenly, a bright information panel flashes before her eyes, and Yuri freezes with surprise. It really works. It shows the name Kyujo Yuri, age 8 years, and occupation Sage Level 1. Her HP and MP indicators and the entire set of skills magic, healing, alchemy show 100, and she freezes for a moment before daring to believe it. Yuri carefully looks at the status panel and notices. Although the indicators are a bit low, they correspond to the first level, and she is reassured that as a sage she has both offensive and healing skills. But her gaze lingers on the heading, Lost from Another World, and she silently understands. This confirms that she is a stranger, cut off from her former world. She continues to try other system commands, call them up, bring out Ellie, log out of the account, or open the friends chat channel, but all she gets is absolute silence. No response. Realizing that only the status panel works, Yuri falls to the floor in boundless grief and breaks down in sobs, mourning her mother and fearing she will never see her again. Suddenly, a knock on the door frightens her. She turns and sees the captain entering the room, asking if she is fully awake, and two companions behind him, Argo and a woman, Knight, rush up, alarmed, to ask if she. Is it his pain, or did the captain scare her? Yuri quickly waves her hand, showing that she was just lost in thought and is not angry at the captain at all. And because of this, the room feels lighter, and the captain hands her a cup of juice from the fruit Luco and advises her to drink it to calm down. Yuri takes the cup with curiosity. He had never heard of this fruit before, and quietly worries whether its taste will be strange. Having tried it, Yuri was surprised by the light sweetness and the delicious aroma of the drink, which immediately lifts her mood. Seeing her smile, Argo also broke into a smile and teased the captain, saying, "You accidentally scared the child again." When Yuri calmed down, the captain politely introduced himself Leon, commander of the Border Knights and lord of the island fortress, and solemnly asked permission to ask her a few questions to clarify the situation. Leon begins with a question. Is she really from the Kingdom of Japan, and why she ended up alone in that wild area? Yuri pales, because she also desperately wants answers. She explains abruptly that, whether Leon believes it or not, she was in her room and suddenly woke up here in the middle of this wasteland, and Leon listens thoughtfully, and judging by her clothing and manner of speaking, decides that Yuri is of noble origin who accidentally got into some trouble. The girl panics and denies that she is noble, thinking to herself that she is actually 19, not 8, as her body suggests. Leon gently strokes Yuri's head and apologizes for talking about things that are beyond the child's strength. Suddenly, Yuri is struck by an idea. He jumped up and shouted, "Tower of the Sage," scaring Leon and Argo. Yuri clenches her fists with determination, believing that if this is the world of Illusia Online, then there must be a Tower of Sages here, and she hopes that returning to her origins will show the way back to her old world. But as soon as she asked where that tower in the enchanted forest is, Leon and Argo both froze in obvious shock. Yuri begins making gestures in the air, checking her inventory for the key to the tower. Leon and Argo look at her puzzled, not understanding what she is doing in the void. Yuri disappointingly finds nothing important, and Leon insists that such a small child as she could never risk going into the enchanted forest. It is too dangerous there. Argo adds that the monsters in that forest are much stronger than usual, so that even the slime inspires fear. Yuri confidently says that she can defeat the slime, and that as soon as she levels up, she will easily pass through the enchanted forest. But secretly she is gnawed by doubts about whether her magic really works the same way as in the game. Leon approaches closer and seriously asks Yuri what martial arts she knows to be so confident. The girl firmly replies that she knows how to use magic, and although she is weak now, if she becomes stronger, she will be able to defeat anything. Leon stared at Yuri for a long time, then decided to temporarily allow her to stay in the fortress until they find a better way out. Yuri bows her head and sincerely thanks them for finally finding a safe refuge, and Leon tells Argo to bring Amanda so she can take care of the girl. The commander kneels on one knee to be at eye level with Yuri, assures her that Amanda loves children and will take care of her, politely extends his hand, and warmly welcomes Yuri Kyujo to the island fortress. Yuri beams with a smile and places her small hand in Leon's hand in response to the hospitality. At that moment, a knight with fiery red hair, Amanda, runs into the room in panic. She tightly hugs Yuri and repeatedly asks if she has fully recovered or if she still needs to rest. Amanda squeezes her so hard that Yuri can only whisper that everything is fine, and Leon reminds Amanda to conserve her strength. Yuri is still a child. Yuri smiles at everyone and quietly vows to do her best as Sage Yuri Kyujo of the first level, striving for the Sage Tower and seeking a way home. Her journey in this new world officially begins here. The scene shifts to a path leading into the forest, and Argo announces that since they have reached this area, soon they should encounter. Yuri sits in front of Argo on the horse, and curiously asks if slimes really appear in this forest. She thinks to herself that after one hectic day, Argo and Amanda took her out of the fortress so she could gain real experience. When Amanda heard Yuri excitedly say she wanted to go hunt monsters in the enchanted forest, she instantly got angry and shouted that the place is extremely dangerous for a child. Yuri hurriedly puts on a forced smile and explains that she wants to test her magical abilities because her memories of this world are blurred, and a test of strength is needed to find clues about who she really is. Argo thoughtfully strokes his chin and admits that Yuri's concerns about the future are quite reasonable, but still advises her not to go alone to dangerous places. Amanda squeezes Yuri's shoulder and says that if she stays in the fortress, her parents or relatives might come for her, and Yuri anxiously lowers her head and insists that she must protect herself and cannot rely on others forever. Yuri looks up at Amanda, her eyes sparkling, and asks if Amanda will walk beside her to protect her. When the knight answers with a joyful, "Yes," the girl blossoms like a flower and exclaims that with Amanda by her side, her strength will increase 100-fold. Yuri's cuteness melts Argo and Amanda, and they simply cannot refuse her. When the three of them are walking through the forest, Argo suddenly stops, points to a spot, and says, "This is exactly where we first found Yuri." He asks the girl if she remembers anything, but Yuri only looks around awkwardly and quietly shakes her head, saying she still remembers nothing. Argo gently strokes her head to calm her and tells her not to worry too much. Yuri bites her lip with reproach, and her heart has to keep lying to Amanda and Argo about amnesia, but inside she silently screams the truth. She was transported directly into the same online game Illusia that she used to play, and in reality, she is 19 years old. But she knows, as soon as she says this, they will definitely faint from shock, so she remains silent and instead slays monsters to level up. Yuri rushes back and forth and whispers to herself that although she doesn't know why she ended up here, there must be a reason, and she hopes that by finding it, she will return to her old world. She searched a bit and found no monsters, so Amanda muttered that usually green slimes appear here in droves, but Tadinon. When Yuri naively asks what a green slime is, Amanda, stunned that the girl seems to have forgotten basic things, adjusts her glasses and announces that she will give her a brief lesson about types of slimes. Amanda pulls out an illustration board and with a sparkle in her eyes explains that the colors of slimes change depending on what they consume. Green from eating leaves, brown from soil and stones, blue from drinking water, and red from absorbing fire, and adds about rare legends that supposedly silver slimes form from metal, which no one has ever seen. Yuri looks at Amanda with such admiration, as if seeing a real professor. Seeing her interest, Amanda suggests that after returning to the fortress she will take her to meet the person who studies slimes, to which Yuri readily agrees. While the group is enthusiastically talking, a shiny slime suddenly appears right on the road, exactly the kind they were just talking about. Yuri's eyes widen in surprise. She looks at the creature and exclaims excitedly that it is really green, just as Amanda described. Amanda anxiously asks Yuri if she can really handle the monster, and the girl confidently says that everything is fine in Illusia online. She had only seen blue slimes, so now she wants to try her luck. Yuri pulls a simple weapon from her inventory, a cypress wooden staff, with a determined look, while Argo and Amanda cheer her on from behind. She thinks that even without an avatar, she still has to act to level up, calls out to the slime to prepare and rushes forward, striking blow after blow with the wooden staff. A hoko sound is heard each time the staff hits the elastic body of the slime, but it does not react at all and just bounces back like a rubber ball. She is still swinging, and the two knights loudly cheer. The scene turns out very funny. After a barrage of attacks, the slime did not even flinch. Yuri was exhausted and breathing heavily. She realized that her physical blows were completely useless. Argo grabbed his head in frustration, and Amanda only gave a crooked smile, trying to comfort her. Yuri irritably wonders why she did not use magic right away, instead of wasting energy hitting with a stick. In a fit of irritation, she explains that once she dreamed she could arm herself with a wooden staff to enhance her power. But in reality, swinging a stick at a slime is funny and pointless. Argo strokes her head and says he does not quite understand her dream, but obviously, monsters cannot be defeated with such blows. Yuri calms down and begins to think about magic, but she worries that fire spells might burn the forest, and water spells might make the slime stronger, so she decides to act differently. Yuri stands in a tense pose before the slime, gathers all her MP into the wooden staff, and shouts the name of the skill Thunder Arrow, and suddenly a huge electric discharge bursts from the staff, making her utter a short, "Ah." The giant lightning strikes exactly where the slime stood, causing a terrible explosion of blinding light, and the power of the magic is such that nearby Argo and Amanda cover their faces with their hands and are thrown back, stunned. The explosion raised a suffocating column of dust, electric arcs still crackled on the ground. Yuri was thrown backward, her face filled with horror and disbelief at the power she had just unleashed, while two knights only pressed themselves to the ground to protect themselves from the aftershocks of the devastating attack. When the smoke and dust cleared where the slime had stood, there was a deep crater, and everything around was heavily damaged. Yuri fell to the ground, looking into the pit with wide, stunned eyes and only hoarsely whispered, "Hava." She was inwardly amazed. I only released Thunder Arrow, the weakest lightning skill, which in the game barely paralyzed. So why did it look like a nuclear explosion in reality? Yuri stares into the still smoking crater, her face pale as chalk, and quietly she is glad she used it in the forest. Not inside the Isle Fortress behind her. Amanda is still stunned by the destructive power of the tiny sages. Amanda stands over the deep pit, her face drawn with anger, and she presses Yuri, demanding an explanation of how such a horror could happen, while the girl trembles and awkwardly says that she probably got carried away. When Amanda sees Yuri scratching her head and forcing a shy smile to cover the mistake, it only angers Amanda even more, and Yuri lowers her head and apologizes hopelessly. Amanda sighs in despair, hands on her hips, scolding Yuri. Even if the target was just a small, slimy creature, using such an extremely destructive spell was completely unnecessary. Yuri barely protests that it really is the weakest skill in her set, but Amanda immediately waves it off and shouts that it's not about strong or weak, it's about the fact that she made a huge hole in the ground. And Yuri looks at the smoking crater, nervously sweating because she herself doesn't understand how everything got so out of control. Tears well up in Yuri's eyes as she sees the title, Extreme Magic User, in the status window, and reproaches herself for not foreseeing such terrible power, which suddenly causes Amanda to interrupt her leveling up and scold her sternly. Upset, Yuri slowly walks away with her head down, bitterly realizing that she defeated only one slime and is still stuck at level 1. Seeing this, Argo forces a smile and suggests the group return to the fortress to report to Captain Leon. As the three return, Argo suddenly senses something wrong in the dense bushes ahead and instantly stands in front of Yuri to cover her, whispering, "Be very careful." The rustling in the thicket grows louder and Yuri gasps in fear. Suddenly, a giant slime appeared on the path the size of a small hill, blocking the road, and the group froze at the sight of this colossal monster. After Leon warmly welcomed Yuri at Isle Fortress, Amanda took her to her private room so she could spend the night, and the girl's eyes widened in surprise when she entered the fully furnished female bedroom. Amanda cheerfully explains that there are also female knights in the fortress, and there is a separate living area for them. Amanda excitedly pulls out a stack of new things and says that this is a temporary replacement for Yuri. The girl is stunned to see that these are not Amanda's old clothes at all, but exceptionally beautiful dresses, and Amanda smiles, explaining that all these things. The clothes were handmade by a man named Jorg as a gift when he heard about the lost girl, and Yuri simply froze in surprise, who would have thought that a man could so skillfully create such an exquisite outfit with his own hands. When Yuri asks who Jorg is, Amanda blushes and shyly says that he is a strong man with a manly beard. Yuri suddenly remembers the big man who brought her juice earlier. Amanda gets excited and tells that Jorg not only looks wild but is incredibly skilled. He sewed all the pillows and bedding in this room himself, and Yuri quietly admires his craftsmanship. Amanda enthusiastically tells that Jorg is actually an enchanter who can apply magical seals to equipment to enhance protection and durability. She's delighted to claim that Jorg is one of the few who can simultaneously apply 2 different magical patterns to one item. He is not only skilled in his craft, but also a formidable swordsman and an excellent cook, so Amanda secretly dreams that someday he might become the perfect husband. Seeing Amanda's happy expression when she recalls her crush, Yuri realizes that she is hopelessly in love. He naively asks if they should be a sweet couple, but Amanda suddenly bursts into tears and shouts that the truth is quite the opposite. She sobs, although she started conversations every day and wrote him love letters, George pays no attention to her and never reciprocates, leaving Yuri speechless. To dispel the gloomy mood, Amanda decides to immediately make Yuri try on the new dress. After a few hesitant movements, Yuri appears in a snow-white dress with cute pleated ruffles, and Amanda exclaims with delight how incredibly cute she is. Yuri joyfully twirls, feeling the softness of the dress, silently thanks Dorg for the wonderful gift, and Amanda rushes to hug her, saying that she grew up only with brothers and always dreamed of such a beautiful little sister. From the sincere, family-like warm attention of the knight Yuri, she feels incredibly warm at heart, and lying in her warm embrace on the soft bed, She feels a strange calm in this unfamiliar world, and thinks that not only Amanda but everyone in Fortress is kind and gentle. Amanda soothes Yuri and gently promises that from now on they will always stand by each other, so fall asleep peacefully. Under her kind goodnight wishes, Yuri falls into a deep sleep, and the turbulent day ends with sweet dreams about the future. In short, Yuri's group went into the forest to level up, but had to stop. Yuri accidentally cast a super powerful spell, and just as they were about to return, a strange figure emerged from the bushes, causing everyone to immediately become alert. Yuri shudders and exclaims in surprise when he realizes that it is not a monster, but a person. An unfamiliar girl in sparkling glasses keeps looking around and muttering that something strange is here. She clearly senses something nearby. Yuri stared while the girl crawled on the ground, and Argo looked at this strange behavior in surprise. The girl suddenly jumps up, approaches Argo, and begins sniffing him from head to toe, and the knight seems to freeze in shock. After sniffing for several minutes, she shouted in disappointment that the wonderful slime smell had completely disappeared. Grabbing Argo by the collar, and with a frightened expression asked if the previous explosion had turned everything into smoke and ashes, demanding an immediate explanation of what happened, while Yuri just stood silently. And Amanda quickly ran up to assure Yuri that this was not a bad person despite the strange behavior, and introduced her as Karin, a slime researcher from the Isil Fortress, whom she had mentioned earlier. She asked if the slime had completely disappeared, and with a terrifying expression asked if the previous explosion had turned everything into smoke and ashes, and again, if the previous explosion had turned everything into smoke and ashes. Karin, seemingly indifferent to greetings, instead screams in mourning for the fresh grassy smell of slime that was killed, and Yuri is shocked by the researcher's soft perversion. Hearing Argo's explanation, Karin crossed her arms and with a skeptical look thought, could a child really cause such destruction? She looked into the deep crater, and turning to Yuri asked, "Did you really use lightning magic to completely destroy the slime?" Argo adds that Yuri even used a shortened spell, and this astonishes Karin even more, because it is a very complex technique. Karin leans closer, looks carefully at Yuri's face, and asks who she really is and why she appeared in the fortress, and Yuri answers confusedly that she is just a lost sage. But this answer clearly does not satisfy Karin. Argo has to intervene and explain. Yuri came here to kill slimes, and it was also a way to test her abilities. Karin waved her hand and said that killing slimes will not help become stronger. Yuri naively agrees and suddenly realizes an important truth. In this world, things like experience points or level-ups apparently do not exist as they do in games. To become stronger, people must train their bodies diligently every day and hone their skills just like the knights of the fortress. Suddenly, Karin changes her behavior and jumps on Yuri with wide-open, fascinated eyes, bombarding her with questions about the color, shape, and texture of that huge slime they had just fought with. Trying to find out if it was a new species, her excessive enthusiasm scares the whole group. Amanda urgently intervenes and asks everyone to take a pause, rest a bit, and drink some tea. While Amanda was preparing a resting place, Yuri noticed that Argo went to get water and ran after him, offering to help. Argo smiled gratefully at her enthusiasm, and they headed together to a small nearby stream. Yuri quietly felt relieved Karin no longer questioned her, and she thought that although the researcher was a bit strange, at least Yuri was not scolded for damaging the forest. At the stream, Argo hopefully asked Yuri if she could use the skill Cure, and when Yuri confirmed that she knew this cleansing spell, Argo asked her to cast it on the pouch of water they had just filled so that the water would be clean and not cause stomach pain when drinking. Yuri quietly admired this clever survival trick to herself. Yuri focused magical power in her palm, preparing the healing spell, but while she was gathering energy, Karin suddenly jumped up from behind, her eyes burning with excitement over some discovery. The unexpected collisions frightened Yuri, and the magic beam veered off in another direction instead of the water pouch. Argo gasped in alarm. The healing beam shot into the sky and disappeared, leaving Argo confused, and Karin didn't even look instead. She rummaged through Yuri's cat bag. The researcher shouted wildly. A small piece of slime was still stuck to the bag, and she declared that the smell was unmistakable. Yuri could only silently watch Karin's excessive enthusiasm. After a slight shock, Argo hurriedly apologized to Yuri for Karin's harshness. Yuri clicked her tongue, let go of the offense, and they all returned together to where Amanda was preparing the tea party. The Isil fortress seemed calm. A fire crackled in the fireplace, and a kettle boiled on the stove. The four sat together on a mat spread on the clearing to drink tea and juice from the Luco fruit. Karin took a sip and enthusiastically praised how warm it was. Warm tea drove away the fatigue. Yuri took the cup from Argo's hands with a joyful smile and felt warmth spread through her. while Amanda gently asked her to rest a little, and said that they would all return to the fortress together because her 8-year-old body must be tired from the long journey. While resting, Yuri suddenly noticed that something was wrong and felt her waist. Argo asked what was the matter, and she screamed in panic that her bag had disappeared across her chest. Suddenly she remembered that she might have taken it off earlier and left it on a stone near the stream. Yuri jumped up and rushed to the stream, ignoring the cries of Argo and Amanda, who begged her to stop. Yuri wildly ran along the path, scolding herself for such carelessness and fearing that without the bag it would be difficult for her to perform operations to link the system with her virtual inventory. Although she could technically retrieve things from the void, summoning items just like that without a container was risky. It could easily reveal her secret. So after a short search, Yuri found the cat-shaped bag still lying on the stone by the stream and sighed with relief, reaching out to pick it up when suddenly a small creature with yellowish skin and a sinister face jumped out sharply from the bushes behind. And Yuri froze. She saw a goblin live for the first time in her life. The goblin bared sharp teeth and lunged straight at Yuri, growling threateningly, and the girl was so frightened that she barely whispered "eh" and froze in place. At that moment Argo arrived. His face went pale when he saw the dangerous scene unfolding with the girl, and he shouted Yuri's name in terrible anxiety. The goblin wildly swung an attack, forcing Yuri to retreat, dodge, and panic. Argo recognized him as a forest goblin and was already preparing to draw his sword to intervene. In that desperate moment on the edge of life and death, Yuri managed to pull herself together and raised her hand forward, silently ordering herself to immediately use magic to protect herself. The wild goblin swung to deliver a deadly blow to Yuri, and she, terrified at that dangerous moment, squeezed her eyes shut and thought she wouldn't manage to dodge. Little further away, Knight Argo was desperately rushing, but the distance seemed too great to make it in time. Suddenly, a small shadow flashed through the air and crashed into the goblin's face with incredible speed, scaring him and causing him to slip and roll back. The blow was so powerful that the goblin exclaimed in surprise and was completely confused, unable to attack. Yuri slightly opened her eyes and could not believe what she saw. A tiny black cat gently landed on the ground and slowly approached the place where she was sitting, looking at her with big shiny eyes, and Yuri thought in amazement, "What is this?" The cat quietly, friendly meowed, "Meow Tilda," as if wanting to calm the girl after the recent horror. Yuri froze in place and kept repeating, "Why is there a cat here?" The black cat, not scared at all, even bared its fangs at the goblin climbing up, and the goblin jumped back in horror. The tiny cat stood guard in front of Yuri, like a brave protector, leaving the girl with a big question. Who is this unusual savior, really? At the spot near the stream, Yuri was still sitting on the ground, and the black cat stood between her and the goblin. That very night, Argo lunged forward and shouted Yuri's name so she wouldn't falter, instantly drew his sword and began casting a spell, filling the blade with the power of water and summoning it to defeat the enemy. With one powerful slash accompanied by a pressurized stream, Argo threw the goblin far away before it could react, then hurried back to check Yuri for injuries and apologized for being late. Yuri was admiring the knight, but did not forget to point at the goblin limping into the forest. Having made sure the goblin had finally fled, Argo sighed with relief, sheathed his sword, and approached Yuri to check once more if she was okay. At that moment, the black cat uttered a gentle meow, rubbed its head against Yuri's leg, and the girl suddenly remembered her tiny savior. Yuri's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the cat clinging to her. She thought, although he saved her, why did he appear here in this dangerous magical forest? The black cat raised its head, looked at Yuri with its shiny eyes, and gently licked her hand as a friendly greeting. Unable to resist his incredible cuteness, Yuri hugged the black cat tightly and exclaimed with happiness at his softness and warmth, basked as the cat licked her cheek, and quietly admired how cute he was. But Amanda rushed from afar with a frightened face and shouted at Yuri, "Step away from that creature immediately." Amanda rushed to stand between Yuri and the cat, sternly warning that this was not an ordinary cat, but an extremely dangerous magical beast. Yuri could not believe her eyes when Amanda announced that this was the cub of the infamous Dark Panther, while the kitten calmly licked itself with an innocent expression on its face, making Yuri even more confused. Yuri stubbornly defended the cat. He had saved her life, so she wanted to take him with her. Our ghost stood nearby with crossed arms and was thoughtful, because although he knew it was a magical creature, he himself saw how it helped Yuri. He thought that maybe it was just born and had not yet shown aggression, or there was some other reason they did not know about. Karin and Amanda stood behind and looked at the cat suspiciously. Suddenly, Karin blurted out a hypothesis and asked Yuri about the healing skill she had accidentally invoked earlier, suspecting that the magical light had inadvertently hit the cat and cleansed or tamed it. Yuri awkwardly scratched her head. She herself did not know if there was any magic in Illusia online that could tame monsters so strangely. Argo sighed helplessly, too many unsolved mysteries, so he decided to lead Yuri and the black cat back to the fortress to consult with Captain Leon. Hearing this, Yuri was delighted and cheerfully asked if she could take the cat. Argo loudly and categorically shouted, "No." And the chapter ended with the company loudly returning to Isofortress with their new fluffy companion. The little black cat faithfully walked behind Yuri's group as if an inseparable member. Yuri looked at him with eyes shining with joy, then turned and sincerely bowed to thank Knight Argo for saving her life earlier. Argus smiled kindly, said it was his duty, and advised her not to run away like that on her own anymore. Yuri curiously asked about Argo's technique, and Amanda, who had previously covered the blades with elemental energy, enthusiastically explained that it was the skill of a magical swordsman. It is a combat style that perfectly combines swordsmanship and magic. To demonstrate this, Amanda instantly drew her sword and spoke a spell. Dazzling flames exploded around the blade, from which Yuri could not hold back an admiring exclamation. Amanda proudly boasted that she could skillfully control both fire and wind. Seeing her demonstration, Argo did not want to fall behind and focused on reproducing the water-infused technique around his blade, while Yuri gaped in admiration, watching the ribbons of water coil around the young knight's sword. Two knights stood shoulder to shoulder, showing impressive spontaneous power, and Yuri jumped up and kept admiring how cool they were, as if she were in a real fantasy world, while the researcher Karen behind could only sigh at the excessive noise. Argo modestly admitted, compared to Captain Leon, they were still very far behind in strength. Amanda added that it was Captain Leon who popularized this fighting technique, so that women with less physical strength could still fight effectively with magic, and said that Leon is a genius who masters the magic of all elements, which stunned Yuri. When Yuri asked if she could become a magical swordsman, Amanda laughed and said that with the monopole she has now, she is more suited to be a sage who uses spells rather than wielding a sword. Karen interrupted the conversation, leaned towards Yuri, and persistently asked if she knew any magic besides lightning. Yuri hesitated but named fire, water, wind, and earth answer that caught three adults off guard for a few seconds due to the girl's rare multi-elemental ability. Karen began to see Yuri as a truly promising test subject. Although she insists that she only works with slugs, the group gloomily headed towards the island fortress. But as they moved deeper into the dark forest, Yuri suddenly froze, feeling the oppressive atmosphere tightening around. Yuri's feeling did not fail. Karen and Argo suddenly changed their facial expressions and felt the air around change, and Amanda instantly grabbed Yuri and shouted to hold on tight. Something very bad was approaching. Experienced knights with frightened faces made Yuri tremble, and the group suddenly accelerated, racing against time, as the darkness in the forest seemed to tighten and envelop them. Argo decided this was the worst moment for a meeting. Yuri grabbed Amanda's neck and asked what was happening, but heard only the tense, "We must flee immediately," and the little black cat was also running with all its might behind them. Suddenly Argo stopped and with a sullen expression blocked the way ahead. Dozens of glowing red eyes appeared from the dark thickets, accompanied by wild growls. The group Frozite was not a few lost goblins, but an entire regiment surrounding them. Argo shouted to Amanda to protect Yuri at all costs, while he took a position to cover the rear, to hold back the wave rushing from the darkness. In the midst of the circle of fierce goblins, he tightly gripped a sword wrapped in water magic, and resolutely declared that as deputy commander of the island fortress, he would cover the rear. Yuri screamed his name in panic, and Amanda quickly grabbed the girl and ran to escape. Amanda brushed off Yuri's hesitations and firmly explained that if they do not return to the fortress and quickly report, the consequences will be serious, emphasizing that Yuri, staying here, will only become a burden and hinder Argo from fighting. Yuri was still struggling and shouting that she could fight too, but Karen immediately shouted over her, sternly asking if Yuri intended to blow Argo away along with the horde of goblins using magic. The slime researcher said that power without control is simply a disaster, and if Yuri releases it now, Argo will turn to ashes before the monsters. Yuri was so stunned that she fell silent, realizing she could not refute this bitter truth. Amanda, Karen, and the little black cat rushed to the fortress, jumping to call for reinforcements. Amanda ran and shouted to Yuri that if they wanted Argo to survive, they needed to report to Captain Leon as soon as possible. Yuri nestled against Amanda's shoulder, fearful thoughts swirling in her mind about Argo possibly sacrificing himself, and the gentle smile of the knight flashed in her imagination, tightening her chest with pain and regret. Yuri began to feel the harsh difference between the game and reality. If she died in this world, everything would truly end forever, and in her soul she screamed that she refused to accept such a cruel truth. Yuri was struck by fierce determination to protect her comrades, and she decided to act, not just run away. She gathered all her resolve and gave the command to the status open system to find a new power that could turn the tide of battle and save her dear friend. Yuri opened the status panel on the fly in search of a solution, and quickly scanned her indicators and the vast set of sage skills from spell levels to healing and alchemy. She whispered that she had to immediately find some skill to help Argo, because she categorically refused to watch him die. After she filtered out powerful destructive attacks like Thunderbolt and unsuitable single-target spells, Yuri's gaze fell on area spells, and she almost screamed with hope because this was a feature of the Sage class. Although Yuri was worried about the distance between them, she resolutely decided to try this magic to cover Argo from the rear. Closing her eyes and focusing all her mind on channeling the power to Argo, she shouted the spell Area Heal, and a warm light flashed, enveloping Amanda and Karin nearby. Without stopping, Yuri immediately cast chain spells, Protection Zone, and Magical Shield of the area to maximize the defense of her comrades. Amanda and Karin froze in amazement as magical circles and shield symbols began swirling around their bodies, and Amanda felt a powerful surge of physical strength and mana burst within her and gasped, realizing the true power of that tiny girl in her arms. Yuri smiled with relief. The protective icons were active, but a sudden strange sound tensed the group, and they asked who was approaching. Captain Leon and the rescue knights suddenly appeared from behind, and Amanda joyfully shouted his name. Seeing the magical glow around her, Leon immediately asked what had happened and what that strange shine was. But when he looked toward the forest, which radiated that oppressive atmosphere, it seemed he finally understood how serious everything was. Amanda quickly reported that a magical uprising had begun. Hordes of goblins were pouring out from the depths of the forest. She said that Argo himself was holding the line against the swarm, and the surrounding knights cried out in horror. Leon called Argo's action reckless, but immediately ordered the rest of the formation to prepare to enter the forest as reinforcements and commanded Amanda to take Yuri to safety. As Amanda was about to take Yuri away, the girl suddenly broke free and decisively declared that she could join the fight. She had healing abilities. Yuri sincerely begged Leon to allow her to go help Argo, and this greatly worried Amanda. Leon looked sternly at the girl and noticed that she looked more like a mage than a T. Here is a typical medic. Yuri did not hesitate and loudly declared that she was a true sage, albeit only of the first level. Her confidence and determination to protect her friends made Leon fall silent for a moment before he agreed. He ordered Amanda to go ahead and secretly hoped that with Yuri's healing help, Argo would still survive. The knights, led by Leon and guided by Amanda, rushed to the battlefield, and as they approached, Amanda pointed forward and shouted that Argo was right there, and Yuri and the others held their breath, looking at the clearing where the young knight faced imminent danger. Leon's reinforcement squad has just arrived at the scene and saw Argo, who was desperately fighting in the middle of a swarm of goblins. Exhausted and covered in blood, the young knight was relentlessly swinging his sword in defense. And Yuri, seeing him so weakened, was horrified and desperately shouted his name. Captain Leon's face turned pale with rage. He instantly drew his sword and rushed into the thick of the battle to back up his subordinate. A powerful sword swing pushed away the monsters surrounding Argo. But Argo was already on the edge. He only managed to see the captain before the sword slipped from his hands and he fell. Argo lay motionless in a pool of blood, stunning Yuri with shock. She could not believe her eyes. Her friend, who had just smiled at her, was now lying completely still. Fear and sorrow overwhelmed Yuri. She resolutely stretched both hands forward and poured all the remaining mana into a saving spell. Shouting healing and aiming it only at Argo, she continuously spoke the words until warm, restorative light spread over his body. And although she was terribly worried whether the magic would work in time, she forced herself not to stop until he woke up. After a tense moment, Argo's sword twitched on the ground. He began to groan softly, and tears of joy rolled down Yuri's cheeks. He really came out of the most dangerous moment. The young knight slowly got up and clenched his fists, feeling life returning to his body. Argo gently smiled at Yuri and sincerely thanked her for saving his life again. Seeing that familiar smile, Yuri burst into tears uncontrollably from incredible relief after crossing the boundary between life and death. Argo instantly grabbed his sword and stood up, insisting that it was not time to rest while the battle ahead was still raging. Amanda next to them also exhaled with relief. Everything was resolved in time. While Leon and the knights finished off the remaining goblins, Yuri suddenly felt a strong dizziness. The girl felt her body and mind being pulled down. She had used too much mana, significantly more than an 8-year-old could endure. Yuri staggered and fell to the ground next to a small black kitten, causing panic in Amanda. The last image that flashed before the girl was Leon and Argo bravely fighting side by side to protect the peace of the forest. Although her soul was mature, her child's body still could not withstand so much blood loss. Yuri suddenly came to after fainting, and the first thing she saw was the large face of a stranger who leaned in very close to examine her. Yuri screamed in panic, not managing to compose herself to see who it was, and the man calmly remarked that she seemed to have come to her senses and loudly asked if she was hungry. Amanda laughed at Yuri's reaction and explained that the burly man was Frank. Frank is a priest who possesses healing magic and had been taking care of her. He was a bit offended when he was called a muscular guy, and Yuri was very surprised because he did not look like a frail cleric at all. Frank kindly handed Yuri a bowl of hot soup, and noticing that her complexion had significantly improved, felt warmth in his heart. Yuri suddenly remembered what had happened before she fainted and hurriedly asked about Argo and the goblin horde. Amanda smiled and reassured her. Thanks to Yuri's great contribution, the goblins were completely destroyed, and Argo was now healthy and safe. Frank explained that Yuri had simply fainted due to a lack of mana and advised her to eat and rest. Yuri obediently agreed, then curiously asked about the magical uprising everyone was talking about. Amanda said that Captain Leon was waiting to discuss it with her. So Yuri, filled with excitement, stood up and demanded to go see Argo immediately. Frank carried Yuri on his shoulders to Leon's office, and the girl was overjoyed when she saw Argo standing there, ready for duty. Argo returned and greeted Yuri with a radiant smile, from which she sighed with relief seeing that he had fully recovered, jumped down and rushed to him, while Frank stood nearby watching their warm reunion. Argo anxiously inquired about Yuri's condition upon hearing that her mana had been taken, but the girl waved it off saying everything was fine. Frank had taken good care of her. Argo came closer, placed his hand on her head sincerely and thanked her, saying that without her magic he might not have survived, and when the knight gently stroked her, Yuri blushed shyly and felt such happiness in her soul that she blossomed. Leon apologized for calling Yuri when she was still tired, but added that he wanted to personally thank her for defending the fortress during the incident, and Yuri awkwardly replied that it was Leon who had timely brought reinforcements, so she was the one who should thank him. Leon thoughtfully said that he had gone into the forest because he felt a huge anomaly that shook the entire fortress. Leon said that the anomaly was a terribly huge lightning strike on the forest, so gigantic that people took it for a natural disaster. Yuri turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat when she realized that Leon meant her super-powerful thunder arrow, and in her soul she quietly roared at the thought that her secret was exposed. When the captain began to interrogate, the girl only bowed her head and with belated regret admitted her mistake. Seeing Yuri tense up opposite him, Leon did something unexpected that stunned everyone. He quietly approached, picked her up in his arms, and comfortably settled her on his lap in the powerful captain's chair. Leon's sudden act, as if possessed by children, made Yuri embarrassedly utter "ah," and Amanda and Argo behind could only crookedly smile at their boss' strange hobby. Yuri froze in shock and screamed in fright when Captain Leon suddenly lifted her onto his lap right in the middle of the office. Leon indifferently explained that leveling their eye lines would make conversation easier, and Argo and Amanda, standing nearby, just looked at each other, deeply embarrassed. Yuri blushed to her ears and was about to object, but seeing the captain's serious face, she resigned herself and allowed herself to be treated like a tiny child. Leon immediately got to the point, and firmly stated that the sudden appearance of such a number of goblins was an unmistakable sign of an approaching magical uprising. Yuri shuddered at the unusual word, and instantly interrupted him to ask what it really meant. Amanda pulled out a map and explained that this disaster happens about once every 10 years. The number of magical beasts in the forest suddenly increases. They overflow it and spill into the surrounding lands. Argo added that usually only weak creatures like slimes live at the edge of the forest. But when a magical uprising begins, even fierce gray wolves and hunting leopards become very numerous. Amanda warned that the worst is the appearance of the king of beasts. About a month after the herald appears, an extremely powerful mutated creature arises that can command an army of magical beasts and devastate the human world. Leon grimly added that under the leadership of the Beast King, the horde will rush through and devour everything from forests to villages and human lives, and Yuri shuddered with fear imagining that destruction. But Leon assured that Fortress Island exists precisely to prevent this catastrophe. They have already sent messages to neighboring countries, and their ultimate goal is to destroy the Beast King to put an end to the chaos. Leon turned back to Yuri and firmly stated that although she is still a child, she has magical power that they do not have. He admitted that, in principle, a child should not be forced to fight, but for the sake of peace in the land, he still asked her to lend them her power. Yuri froze for a few seconds, her thoughts swirling. Could someone so new and only first level like her really do something great? She remembered Argo and the knights who selflessly fought in the forest to protect her, and thought that if she did nothing and let these good friends sacrifice themselves, she would regret it all her life. Although the fear of magical beasts remained, the desire to help others prevailed, and her small hands involuntarily clenched the hem of her dress with incredible determination. Yuri raised a determined look at Leon, and loudly replied that she understood and would do everything possible to fight side by side with everyone and protect the fortress. Leon smiled gently and thanked the young wise woman, which noticeably eased the atmosphere in the room. Amanda and Argo, who stood behind, were stunned to see. For the first time, the stern Captain Leon looked at Yuri so tenderly that he almost melted. Amanda teasingly said that maybe Yuri was so sweet that even Captain Leon could not maintain his usual coldness, and the girl shyly scratched her head. Then Leon began asking about her magical knowledge, and was stunned to learn that the wide-ranging spells she used never existed in this world. When asked how long she had practiced magic, Yuri awkwardly estimated about 3 years, so that it at least somewhat matched the time she spent in Illusia online. Yuri's answer shocked Leon even more. If she had been training since she was 5, she must have come from an incredibly powerful magical country, and Frank curiously asked where the Kingdom of Japan was located. But Yuri only shook her head. She did not know because memories of that place seemed lost in the mist of the magical forest. While the group continued the discussion, a small black cat suddenly jumped up from the floor, startling everyone. The black kitten darted straight onto Yuri's lap so lively and playful that it almost pushed her back from surprise. Yuri howled in fright and shouted what was happening while the kitten clung to her, licked her hand, and rubbed its head as if demanding affection. This chaotic but joyful scene dispelled the tense conversation about the looming magical rebel disaster outside. Yuri tightly hugged the black kitten and joyfully exclaimed, finally. She had a little friend in this world. Argo smiled and explained that the cat had been following him all along, so he brought it with him, but Captain Leon's face became serious. Although it looked harmless, it was actually a cub of the infamous nightshade leopard. He insisted that they still could not say for sure whether this creature was truly safe, or if it would become a great threat as it grew. Leon continued to watch the kitten with a cold gaze and decided that this was a great opportunity to study the features of this magical creature. He seriously warned Yuri that if it threatened people, he would have to deal with it immediately, and asked if she really wanted to raise it. The girl did not hesitate and loudly declared that she would do everything possible to care for and teach the kitten. Seeing Yuri's determination, Lan agreed and promised to post notices so that no one in the fortress would touch the little creature. Yuri bowed her head and happily thanked them for allowing her to keep the kitten. Amanda and Frank were also pleased to see little Sage happy, and Yuri quietly confessed that she had long dreamed of having a cat but never had the chance. Amanda smiled and said that since she decided to keep him, the most important thing now was to give him a good name. Yuri picked up the kitten to take a closer look, went through names. Kira seemed too ordinary, and after a minute of thought she chose the name Noir because his fur was black as night. Everyone praised it as a very beautiful and fitting name. Yuri hugged Noir and beamed with a smile, officially accepting the new member into her quest to destroy magical monsters. Yuri stood silently, looking towards the forest and anxiously thinking about the once-in-10 years magical rebellion and the disaster approaching, wondering if her appearance in this world at this time was fate. As if sensing her owner's mood, Noir jumped out of her hands and Yuri shuddered. Amanda teased where she was going to put Noir to sleep, and the girl quickly ran after the mischievous kitty. Yuri noticed a large map on the wall and curiously asked if it was a map of this land. And Argo enthusiastically explained that it was a map of the entire continent, and showed her where the Kingdom of Ares lay right where they were standing. Yuri tried to find the name, Japan, on the map, but found no mention and was a little disappointed. She decided she must help others and at the same time look for a way back to her old world, so suddenly she blurted out, "Where is the Tower of the Sage here?" Argo asked in surprise if that Tower of the Sage was the one Yuri passed before coming here, and the girl confirmed the tower had to stand in the very center of the enchanted forest, as she remembered. But suddenly Captain Leon, with an extremely serious face, insisted that it was impossible. In the very center of the enchanted forest stood only the majestic sacred mountain Meteora, and there was no tower there, causing Yuri to exclaim, "Ah!" in surprise and freeze, then whisper in shock that if the tower did not exist, she would never find her way home. Leon quietly approached, placed his hand on her head to calm her, gently promised that the fortress would help find the way back and that she should not despair. The warmth of the captain's hand brought tears to Yuri's eyes, but also returned some peace to her. Amanda rushed to Yuri and hugged her tightly, saying that the girl could stay in the fortress as long as she wanted because her presence was like a healing balm for everyone. Amanda held Yuri in a warm embrace so tightly that she could barely breathe. Frank and Argo smiled and agreed that they really wanted to learn more from Yuri about the strange magic living in her. And little Noir curled up at their feet, as if silently confirming. She would always have the most loyal companions. Seeing the shining faces around, Yuri smiled happily, quietly thanked fate for meeting such kind people, and promised to improve herself to find answers about the missing tower. Yuri's eyes burned with determination as she looked at the map of the continent. She understood that this journey was only beginning, and she was not going to give up easily. The next day, Yuri was already standing on the training ground with a serious expression, ready to give Frank a magic lesson, as he had asked earlier. Frank and Argo were glowing with excitement upon seeing a first-level girl, so wise and with an incredible number of skills. Yuri smiled confidently and announced that the lesson was starting right now, raising the atmosphere, then handed Frank a sheet with a list of spells she knew. And Gudgenet and Argo gasped in amazement at their variety, while Frank was most concerned about how Yuri could cast spells and heal from a young age without touching the target. Yuri naively explained that in the game this was quite normal, but for Frank it was a technique that broke all the usual magical rules of this world. Yuri crossed her arms like a true master and explained that the secret was to imagine a stream of magic flying straight to the target, instead of gathering all the power only in the palm. Frank was embarrassed. He was used to reciting long, complex spells. So Yuri advised Frank to try to squeeze mana and push it out with the tip of his finger using the power of imagination. Frank concentrated deeply and shouted, "Heal," trying to send light to Argo, who was standing at a distance. But Frank's magical beam traveled only a few meters and faded, and he fell down, disappointed. Yuri rushed to him, encouraging him not to give up. This was a completely new technique. Argo stood next to the list of spells and asked about the Heal Wind skill, which restores the whole party. Yuri explained that this was a technique for all party members, and again the two men were left confused by those strange gaming terms. Yuri suddenly realized that in this world people did not know how to form a team through a system window like in the game, and thought, if in the game you could make friends by touching someone's name, here you would have to do it with words or actions. Yuri decided to test this and boldly asked Frank to form a combat group with her. Frank, embarrassed by what she was doing, nevertheless watched her actions closely. Yuri asked Frank to take her hand and say that he agreed to join the team. The God Knight awkwardly complied. As soon as Frank finished speaking, a system sound rang out and a bright message appeared before Yuri's eyes. Frank has joined the party. She jumped for joy because of the successful experiment. While Frank froze for him, nothing had changed. Only a small information panel hung nearby. Yuri understood that only she could see the system windows, and Frank had no idea about their existence. She seized this advantage and asked Frank to try the remote heal once more to check if it would work. Frank gathered his courage and shouted non-stop, "Heal, heal," toward Argo, until his mana was exhausted and he had to constantly drink potions to restore mana. Yuri, exclaiming worried words, watched the sweaty divine knight and feared he would overuse the healing potions. Argo looked at Frank in surprise. The appearance of the divine knight had not changed even after he joined the party, so Yuri explained that it was system magic that only she noticed. Yuri thought that if this was really the game world, there should be a quest window that would hint how to teach Frank the heals spell. She quietly hoped to open a shared control panel for all party members so everyone could more easily access information. So she focused on trying to connect to the Illusia online system to open the quest window. But bright red error messages flashed one after another in the air. A familiar voice of Ellie announced the lost connection and the exceeded attempt limit, which threw the girl into a panic. Argo, standing nearby, anxiously began to ask questions when he saw Yuri muttering fing 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 fing. She was talking to herself, inventing absurd things that did not exist in reality. Despite constant error warnings, suddenly a beam of light exploded. A successful connection chime sounded and the quest window opened. Frank jumped when the group status panel suddenly appeared right in front of his face, and he screamed in horror because he did not understand what was happening. Yuri was no less stunned. She could not even imagine that she could interfere with the system and make others see what was intended only for players. Frank trembled, reaching out to the virtual panel, asked Yuri if this object was safe, and she smiled and reassuringly said that everything was fine. Argo, standing nearby, was puzzled. He still saw nothing, and Yuri realized that only those in the party could see the window. She instantly asked to take Argo's hand to invite him to join, and soon a new message appeared. The young knight was now in the combat group. When all three saw the status panel, Yuri enthusiastically suggested Frank try using heal, again through the party system support. Frank again gained confidence, focused, and shouted, "Argo, heal." Launching a beam of light toward his friend, a powerful magical stream flew exactly on its trajectory. A hint target is healing lit up nearby, and Argo even gaped in surprise. Seeing the spell worked perfectly, Yuri jumped for joy and congratulated Frank for truly performing a miracle. Frank was delighted to have finally mastered the remote healing technique and kept thanking the little sage for helping him unlock a new power. Argo watched as they joked and only gave a crooked smile, thinking to himself that they should not be so fascinated by magic. After training, Frank admired this strange country called Japan, where magic seemed to have its own character and could talk to people, while Yuri only smiled at the cute misunderstanding of the God Knights, because explaining what a game was now would be too complicated. The group decided to continue experimenting with new things, while Frank could not take his eyes off the floating virtual panel in front of him. Night fell and Yuri sprawled on the bed, completely exhausted after a long day of teaching and setting up the system for everyone. She muttered, blaming herself for being too zealous, and because of that the small 8-year-old body could not endure, while Frank seemed full of energy. Yuri silently doubted whether what she had done would really help everyone in the upcoming battle. Suddenly Frank complained that the system panels kept appearing and blocking his view, and it annoyed him a lot. Yuri hurriedly sat closer and explained that if the group disbanded, these windows would immediately disappear. As soon as she gave the order to disperse, Frank sighed with relief. His sight returned, and the group quietly admired her skill in flexibly controlling magic. Lying in a quiet room with the cat Noir nearby, Yuri felt happiness. Frank and Argo were satisfied with the new progress in magical research. But anxiety began to gnaw at her. Besides healing and protection, she needed to learn to precisely control offensive spells to avoid causing a new disaster like last time. So the next day Yuri decided to ask Amandha for advice. She was now the most reliable older sister. The next morning in Captain Lone's office, Yuri stood waiting, her face shining with eager impatience, with a barely noticeable nervousness. Amanda smiled and said that Leon had found exactly the person who was perfect to teach her how to control offensive magic. Yuri asked with interest if that person was already coming, and Leon nodded, confirming that he had called that person to introduce immediately. There was a knock on the door, and a young woman with very polite manners entered the room. She introduced herself as Selena and said she had come at Captain Leon's summons. Yuri looked at Selena with wide, admiring eyes. Her luxurious appearance and confident gait impressed with every step. Selena bowed with a perfect aristocratic bow and proudly stated her full name, Selena Lively. Yuri exclaimed admiringly, thinking that Selena was as beautiful as a princess from a fairy tale. But Leon reminded her that this was not a royal court and such formal bows were unnecessary, told her to raise her head, began introducing Yuri to Selena, and asked her to help the young sage learn to control her immense magical power. And Selena looked closely at Yuri and doubtfully repeated her name, recalling that foreign figure, the God Knight, about whom so much had been said in recent days. Leon added that Yuri was a sage. She could both attack and heal with magic, but in real combat it was difficult for her to restrain her power. Selena smiled and accepted Leon's request, saying that if it was the captain's order she would carry it out with all her might. Turning to Yuri with a stern look, she once again stated her full name and emphasized that although Yuri was still a child, she would not be lenient with her during training. Although she was a little scared by Selena's presence, Yuri bravely bowed and promised to do everything to learn. Amanda, with a sparkle in her voice, said that although Selena was only 16, she was already considered a wonderful magical genius of the land. They all headed to a special training yard with walls that absorbed magic to ensure everything was safe. Selena asked Yuri to show which magical attributes she could use to understand what the newcomer was capable of. Yuri naively listed lightning, wind, fire, water, and earth, and Selena froze in amazement. This girl had the rare potential of all the elements. After a moment of shock, Selena quickly composed herself and asked Yuri to try releasing a wind arrow at a wooden mannequin in the middle of the yard to assess Yuri's level of control. Yuri took a deep breath and focused all her attention to prepare the technique as the new teacher requested. She promised herself to restrain her power as much as possible to avoid another terrible explosion, raised her hand toward the mannequin, and taking a determined pose, shouted the name of the skill, Wind Arrow. From Yuri's palm suddenly burst a fierce whirlwind that rushed toward the target with incredible speed. Although she tried to restrain it, the pressure still made the air around violently tremble. The wooden mannequin took the hit and was shredded by the blades of wind in an instant, creating an impressive spectacle under Selena's stern gaze. After the powerful strike shattered the mannequin into splinters, a look of disappointment appeared on Yuri's face. She again failed to restrain her power, and nearby Selena was also stunned by the destructive force of what was supposed to be a simple basic spell. Yuri thought that she needed to narrow the area of effect of the spells to avoid causing accidental damage. Just as she was about to continue practicing, Selena instantly shouted for her to stop and first practice reducing her power instead of mindlessly casting spells. Yuri understood that if she could not control her power, she would endanger those around her in the next battle. So she decided to try a new method, imagining fewer wind arrows each time she summoned them. Yuri raised her hand and deeply focused on the new wooden mannequin, shouted the skill name Wind Arrow, and jumped to soften the impact. A much smaller gust of wind burst out and hit the target. Yuri exclaimed with excitement, "I finally did it." She felt the familiar sensation of Frank performing remote healing, and used it to guide her attack. The mannequin's head cracked, instead of it shattering completely like in previous failed attempts. Yuri jumped for joy and rushed to show Selena that she had managed to adjust her magical power. But Selena's face darkened with shock. How could a child draw such a huge amount of mana with a single simple spell? The young instructor could hardly believe that Yuri could so easily tear apart a wooden mannequin, protected by incredibly powerful defensive magic. To continue the training, Amanda pulled out a large pile of round logs and suggested Yuri use them to practice the technique of fine magical cutting. Amanda laughed that this would both train her dexterity and gather firewood for the fortress for winter, to which Yuri could only exclaim, "Ha!" stunned that her exercises had turned into such menial work. So Yuri had no choice but to continuously make small wind cuts, splitting the logs into neat pieces until she was exhausted and collapsed to the ground from fatigue. Amanda beamed with satisfaction and sincerely praised the girl's efforts, while Selena remained stern and ordered the training to end. Amanda joked that the next step could be to light and extinguish fire with magic for variety in exercises. And after the training ended, Yuri politely ran up and sincerely thanked Selena for taking the time to teach her. But Selena coldly replied that she was only following Captain Leon's orders, so there was nothing to thank her for. But Yuri's face showed admiration for how clearly Selena revered Leon, and this made the gifted sorceress blush slightly and look away. Then Selena began telling Yuri about the demon uprising and that catastrophe 8 years ago, so the girl could feel the full weight of the coming war. She explained that the leader of that army of villains was the undead king and immortal monarch who could endlessly resurrect and possessed terrible dark power. And Yuri listened with a worried expression, recalling that the final boss in Illusia Online had the same features. While the armies of the 6 nations were powerless against the undead king, a 16-year-old youth boldly charged forward, and with his sword carved with runes killed that immortal ruler. And Selena loudly announced that this heroic youth was their beloved Captain Leongard. Yuri was stunned to learn that Leon was only 24, and silently admired the incredible strength of the captain, to whom she had long clung and begged to sit on his lap. Selena sternly asked whether Yuri was truly mentally prepared for such a catastrophe after learning about the past, and looking straight into the young sage's eyes, said that she did not care where he was from. But if Yuri dared to even slightly touch Leonhard's honor, Selena swore she would never forgive her, even if she were just a sweet little child. When Selena left the training hall after those stern warnings, Yuri was left only to stand with an empty gaze and weakly reply, "Yes." Amanda gently approached, stroked Yuri's head to calm her, and said not to worry. Selena spoke a bit harshly. She was fanatically devoted to Captain Leonhard, so very vulnerable, and Yuri, hearing the word fan, wondered what kind of feeling that really was. Amanda thoughtfully recounted that during the previous demon uprising, the city where Selena lived was brutally attacked by an undead army. The war dragged painfully and tragically, leaving many places deeply devastated. When Yuri curiously asked how long this disaster lasted, Amanda replied that it took a whole year to quell the unrest, and added that Selena was a noble heiress who lived in luxury. But Amanda voluntarily joined the knights to help the captain, and Yuri silently listened, beginning to understand why Selena considered Captain Leon a savior and a true hero. For the first time since arriving in this world, through Amanda's story, she felt the pain and cruelty of war, repeated to herself that she was lucky to be among good people, but secretly worried about her sudden appearance, clenched her fists, and promised not to let anyone else suffer from prolonged battles, silently hoping that people with painful pasts like Selena would become fewer, and the world would become calmer. Suddenly Amanda switched to a playful tone, and admitted that before coming to Isle Fortress, she was thrilled at the thought of meeting the legendary hero. Yuri, blushing with excitement, asked if Amanda secretly loved the captain, but she waved it off, saying the captain never bragged about muscles, so she fell in love with Jorg, and Amanda's pragmatic answer left Yuri speechless. Her sister was truly unpredictable. The cavalry of the island fortress plunged deep into the dark magical forest, where demons would swarm and fiercely attack as soon as disaster began. Yuri sat on the shoulder of the holy knight Frank with an excited face, glad to finally leave the fortress and breathe fresh air, while Frank walked on, warning her to duck under low branches that could hit, while she thought to herself that the pace of a child's walk was too slow for such a journey. Yuri, not hiding her curiosity, asked about the true purpose of the expedition, and Frank explained. They needed to study how these fiends behaved before their king officially appeared. He said that finding out which specific types of monsters had begun to multiply would help the fortress devise the most accurate countermeasures. Yuri happily and proudly told Frank that thanks to Selena's training, she could now accurately release the wind arrow at small targets. Frank laughed loudly and asked Yuri if she was ready to use those techniques in real combat. And Yuri, excited and confused, replied that maybe yes, which made Frank chuckle and advise her to focus on her healing work for now. The girl looked around and suddenly realized that Selena and Captain Leon were accompanying the expedition to guarantee everyone's safety. Frank gently touched Yuri's leg to calm her and assure her that the monsters here were no match for the knights of the fortress, then spoke about Selena, nodding that she was a rare high-level mage who confidently mastered magic of all schools except Earth. Yuri only smiled quietly upon hearing this, because as a boundary sorceress, she actually possessed multi-layered power that far surpassed even the brilliant Selena. After a long march, the group finally stopped in a forest clearing to prepare to set up camp for the night. Frank carefully set Yuri down on the ground and announced that they would make a temporary camp here. Yuri looked around in surprise. The trees here stood much denser than in the places she had been before. While everyone fussed with the tents, Yuri noticed Selena standing alone, deeply focused. Selena closed her eyes, enchantingly beseeching the great power of the wind to gather into sharp arrows to destroy the enemies. Immediately, a chain of extremely powerful wind slashes burst forth, felling large trees ahead in the blink of an eye. Selena calmly folded the magic and returned to the knights, asking if such clearing would suffice. Everyone around simply froze in admiration, enchanted by the convenience of high-level magic. Yuri stood from afar with sparkling eyes, admiring the unbearably cool image of her teacher Selena, as if sensing the gaze, turned and cast back her usual proud look. Seeing how Selena blushed and looked away after completing the task, Yuri decided not to disturb her in this personal moment. At that moment, Amanda cheerfully ran up and loudly called Yuri, asking for help. Amanda, shining with excitement, suggested using Yuri-used technique Wind Slash, which she had learned to split the pile of trunks that Selena had just felled into neat firewood. Yuri instantly snapped her fingers and released a series of compact wind arrows that split the log. Amanda cheered loudly, and Frank watched. Captain Leon stood in the center of the camp with a stern face and gave the final orders. He commanded all squads to begin searching for monsters, and firmly emphasized that any mutated specimens must immediately call for reinforcements to avoid unnecessary losses. When the mounted squads scattered to hunt monsters, Argo was left to guard the rear together with Yuri. The girls smiled in unison and decided that instead of just standing, it would be better for her to do something useful, so she proactively used Cure to purify the water for the team, and Yuri told herself that with her generous MP reserve, such tasks were quite manageable. While Yuri was fussing with the barrel of water, suddenly threatening growls echoed from the depths of the bushes. Two wolf-like creatures with huge bodies and fierce eyes pounced. Argo loudly warned that these were dangerous battle wolves. Yuri froze for a moment at their sudden appearance, but Argo swiftly drew his sword and ordered her to retreat so he could handle them alone. Argo focused and whispered a spell, infusing the blade with water magic for the finishing blow. With one powerful sharp swing and a pressure-driven gust, he threw the first battle wolf into the air. Yuri could only watch in awe. But he did not forget to warn the girl to be very careful. These creatures often travel in packs and can attack from multiple sides. After Argo dealt with the first two wolves, he turned to ask if Yuri was injured and warned her never to lower her guard in the forest. Yuri nodded several times, but at that very moment her face went pale. Another wolf warrior was rushing at Argo from behind at incredible speed. She only managed to utter a frightened, "Ah." Argo still seemed stunned and did not have time to turn, so seeing her comrade in mortal danger, Yuri instantly raised her finger and released a well-practiced wind arrow. The blade-sharp arrow shot and hit the wolf's body, knocking it aside at the last moment before it could reach Argo. And Yuri exhaled with relief. Her strike was perfectly accurate and timely saved her comrade's life. As the wolves were pushed back, a small horned creature jumped out of the bushes resembling a rabbit, but with an unexpectedly aggressive nature. Argo was taken aback by its appearance because such monsters rarely attack people on their own. He immediately swung his sword to stop the creature, while Yuri, standing behind, was still trembling from the shock and chaos of the magical forest. Argo's strike easily felled the horned rabbit, and he immediately turned to praise Yuri for how much her control over offensive magic had improved. Yuri smiled shyly, but kept scolding herself in her thoughts for almost allowing the monster to injure Argo due to loss of concentration. Argo gently stroked her head to calm her and said that it was their coordinated work that kept the camp safe. Making sure there were no more threats nearby, Argo picked up the corpse of the horned rabbit and immediately came up with a practical idea. With enthusiasm, he suggested Yuri use the cure spell so that the meat would be completely clean before putting it into the evening soup. Yuri could only exclaim, "Ah!" She was stunned. She had not expected that her noble priestess magic would come in handy for cooking. By dinner, a steaming pot of soup with a rich aroma was bubbling over the campfire. Amanda and the other knights jumped up excitedly upon learning that today's soup contained wild rabbit meat obtained by Yuri and Argo, while Yuri, as everyone enjoyed the meal, stood with a very conflicted expression and thought that eating the same monster she had fought was quite a experience that is hard to put into words. Yuri timidly raised a spoonful of soup to her mouth, and immediately sparks lit up in her eyes. The tasty, slightly sweet flavor of wild rabbit meat amazed her. She chewed and praised the dish so much that Amanda laughed and explained that if prepared correctly, monster meat can become an invaluable source of nutrition. Yuri cast aside her initial worry and, sitting by the flickering campfire, began eating with appetite, ending a turbulent day of reconnaissance with a warm meal among comrades. Amanda smiled and explained that eating monster meat is perfectly normal even in the fortress. Since the fortress is near the forest, they often use local products to avoid wasting supplies. Yuri still looked surprised. She had heard about this for the first time, and Knight Frank, holding a bowl of soup, assured her that this meat is really tasty and often sold in towns, so Yuri need not worry. Hearing this, Yuri whispered to herself that probably it was just her own fears, and decided to simply enjoy the soup. It really was very delicious. In the corner of the yard, Cat Noir was also greedily eating scraps, and Amanda added that the meat of the horned rabbit, also called bofeng, is famous for its rich flavor, which further calmed Yuri. That evening by the fire, Amanda passionately recounted how Yuri precisely hit the wind arrow, recalling that Argo instantly finished off the horned rabbit with a neat sword strike. Captain Leon listened attentively and nodded approvingly, praising this impressive skill for such a small girl, and Yuri, a little worried, curiously asked Leon if monsters could attack them in the forest while they slept. Leon quietly and confidently assured Yuri that she had nothing to fear. A powerful magical barrier was set up around the camp that repels monsters, and as long as they remain within the expedition camp boundaries, everyone can rest peacefully without fear of goblins or other creatures. Yuri quietly admired the convenience of the protective magic, but reminded everyone that earlier the barrier was not yet ready, and because of that a monster approached. Suddenly Cat Noir came closer and made pleading sounds, so Yuri asked if he still wanted to eat, kindly broke off a piece of meat from her bowl, and smiled as he greedily ate it. At that very moment, the eccentric researcher Karen appeared, leaned in with a thoughtful look, and noted that Noir really prefers meat over milk, like a true monster, and Yuri froze in surprise and mentally shouted that Karen always appears in a way that takes people's breath away. The scene shifts to another expedition. The knights suddenly sensed the presence of monsters and shouted that their goblin target had appeared. A brief skirmish immediately flared up as they released a magical net to catch the fleeing goblin. The small monster got stuck in the strong net and struggled desperately. Two knights with restrained faces firmly held the ropes and felt its fierce resistance, while the goblin, pressed to the ground, made strange moans. This made the expedition atmosphere even tenser. Knight reported to Captain Leon that they had successfully captured the goblin according to plan. Leon turned and asked Yuri to try casting a healing spell on the creature to test the hypothesis. Yuri obeyed and extended both hands forward, focusing mana into a sparkling orb. The warm healing light enveloped the goblin. At first it froze, confused for a moment. Leon ordered the knights to release the creature to see its reaction, and after cleansing, the goblin slipped out of the net and looked at Yuri with milky white eyes, which made her feel nervous and anxious. Suddenly the goblins broke out in a fierce roar and rushed straight at Yuri. She screamed. Yuri's scream of horror rang out, and Leon instantly swung his sword, cutting down the creature with one strike, protecting her. He calmly asked if she noticed any changes in the goblin after the spell, but she only trembled and replied no. Leon pondered that perhaps cure only calms beast-like creatures like Noir, and not demonic races like goblins. Yuri sat down on the ground, stunned by shock, and quietly cried out that this experiment was too dangerous for her fragile heart. She sat on the grass and, playing with a dry blade of grass with Noir, sadly spoke, wondering why everything had become so complicated. The scene rewinds a few hours before the expedition began. Captain Leon and Knight Argo stood seriously discussing matters, Leon asked Argo what was happening now. Argo replied that he wanted to tell more about the Dark Panther. Leon looked him in the eyes and asked him to describe once again under what circumstances Yuri's treatment made the cat so attached to her. Argo agreed and began preparing to tell about that case, and Leon listened attentively, looking for clues. Yuri awkwardly explained to the captain that she hadn't looked closely and accidentally directed the cure spell sideways. She recalled that after it struck Noir, he immediately shielded her from an attack by a furious goblin, and Argo, nodding, confirmed and decided that, apparently, it was Yuri's cure spell that made Noir become her ally. Leon thought and then firmly said that if this turned out to be true, the ability to tame monsters at will would become an incredibly valuable discovery. Yuri was delighted, imagining that then fighting the demon Uprising disaster would be much easier. But Argo smiled gently and pointed out a significant problem. There are very few people who can use cure. And this surprised Yuri so much that he asked if it was really so. Argo crossed his arms and decided that in the entire expedition camp, it seemed only Frank, Karen, and Yuri could use healing spells. As soon as Yuri heard the name Karen, she looked around in surprise. The eccentric female scientist had disappeared earlier, and Argo sighed, assuming that Karen was probably chasing some slippery creature in the forest again, and this annoyed him greatly. Leon silently observed for a moment, then decisively ordered the expedition to split up to act more effectively. He would go in one direction with Yuri, Frank and the rest would break into small teams for reconnaissance. Argo was to command what remained and hold position awaiting orders, and Yuri, surprised to accompany the captain, shuddered when she felt Selena's sharp, envious gaze directed at her from behind. Yuri walked behind Leon and thought to herself that although it was just using cure, she still felt creepy from those hidden dangers. She encouraged herself to be strong for the sake of a piece of Isofortress. When Leon turned and asked if she could go a little further, Yuri tried to look brave and said it was okay, then asked again. She really only needed to use cure on monsters, right? Leon nodded and promised that no monster would harm her. Yuri felt calm and trusted the brave captain, but at that moment a strange chit-chit sounded ahead, and creatures resembling giant rats suddenly burst from the bushes and attacked, forcing them to instantly become alert. Leon instantly recognized them and shouted that these were Warrett's battle rats. The pack rushed forward with unstoppable speed, and Yuri was stunned by their agility. While the other knights were still confused by the enemy's dexterity, the cat Noir suddenly dashed forward, bared his teeth, and let out a loud shia. Releasing the instincts of a true hunting panther, Yuri froze and shouted his name. Seeing how her little cat unexpectedly became extremely brave, Noir burst right into the battle rats with incredible force, leaving the surrounding knights frozen with amazement, performed a spectacular leap and grabbed the rats. Letting out an excited neon, Yuri sighed with relief and cheerfully shouted, seeing Noir win effortlessly. The little cat carried a rat in his mouth and approached Yuri with a proud look as if asking for praise from his mistress. Yuri enthusiastically clapped her hands and praised Noir for protecting everyone. And Leon, crossing his arms and frowning, thoughtfully wondered whether it was the awakened instinct of a monster, a shadow panther, or just the natural hunting instinct of a cat for rodents. Yuri smiled and explained that she considered it an amazing cat instinct, and this immediately greatly lightened the mood. As soon as another group of knights returned to the expedition camp, Leon and others went to meet them and asked if they really returned. Yuri warmly greeted Frank and his companions and praised them for their hard work. One of the knights reported to Leon that the investigation showed no special progress and asked if the captain had already met Argo. Frank excitedly announced that he partially understood the way to turn monsters into allies. Yuri's eyes widened with surprise and she shouted if he really did it. Frank smiled brightly and confirmed his success, which made Yuri blossom with joy. But suddenly he realized that maybe Yuri would not be able to see his result from where she was standing. Frank bent down to Yuri's eye level and told her to look closely. Yuri asked confusedly, "What?" Not yet understanding when suddenly a small pink creature with one horn on its head and long ears jumped out from the upper floor, let out a cute squeak, and Yuri froze in amazement. It was a mutated rabbit with horns and an amazingly bright coloration. Seeing the tall marshal with a tiny rabbit perched on his head, Leon and the surrounding knights burst out laughing. Everyone laughed at this funny and inappropriate spectacle. Argo laughed so hard his stomach hurt, teasing Frank for laughing too much, and Frank, angry, shouted for Argo to be quiet and stop mocking him, explaining that he was trying to cast the spell Cure on a herd of horned rabbits they had caught, among which was an extremely rare pink mutant bunny. Frank said that as soon as the treatment hit the pink bunny, it became incredibly clingy and started making pitiful sounds. As soon as Frank opened the net, the bunny darted and settled right on his head, seeking hugs, so even Frank was taken aback, and the group listened with admiration and smiles at Marshall's strange luck. Yuri nodded approvingly and decided that if Noir is a descendant of the Shadow Panthers, then casting the cure spell on small monsters could really turn them into allies. Leon agreed that the likelihood was high and said this was important information for the fortress. Yuri exclaimed excitedly, "Ooh!" But Leon seriously reminded that young monsters rarely appear in the deep forest, explaining that they usually show up only during chaos, like this demon uprising. Yuri was a bit upset at the thought that finding new allies would be difficult, and Leon patted Pat on the head to comfort her, saying that if they could tame strong monsters from a young age, they would give the future defenders of the villages elite, mighty fighting power, so that they bravely defend the villages. Itargo thought that as soon as the rumor about the ability to tame powerful monsters spread, the higher ranks or elders in the temple would make a fuss and rush to take advantage. Leon nodded and warned that if they were not careful, they could force Yuri to catch young monsters for theme, and Leon really did not want that because it would be terribly troublesome. Decided to keep it secret and reveal it only after the demon uprising ended to avoid unnecessary outside interference during the crisis. Argo and others agreed to stay silent to protect Yuri, and, suddenly, Leon turned to Frank and asked if he had already named that pink rabbit with horns, which made the marshal instantly start sweating nervously. Frank indifferently suggested simply calling him Usagi, rabbit, and Argo burst out laughing at such a lack of imagination. Yuri instantly protested, called Frank terrible for not giving this cute creature a real name, and insisted that without it the rabbit would be pitiful. Frank was still joking that he could be made into a food reserve or dinner, which drove Yuri to panic. She firmly and loudly objected. The girl was unyielding. She would not let anyone eat her little friend. Finally, Frank gave in and told Yuri to name him herself. She blinked in surprise and asked if she really could, while the pink rabbit squeaked "Caillou Caillou" and cutely twisted in Frank's hands. Yuri realized that the rabbit would not obey unless it was named, so she asked Argo to seriously come up with a name. Argo just laughed and threw out frivolous options like Pink or Niku, and Yuri shouted at him in despair to think more seriously. In another corner, Noir and the pink rabbit were peacefully getting acquainted under Amanda's warm gaze. Yuri sat down nearby and watched the two little friends playing, her heart filled with joy, and their cuteness seemed to dissolve all the tension of the expedition. Amanda looked tenderly at Yuri and inwardly admired this happy moment with that gentle, sweet girl. She joked that it was hard to believe that such a muscular giant as Frank could make a pretty bunny cling like that. Yuri asked Amanda with interest if it was true that only clerics know how to use healing. Amanda smiled and explained that the temple keeps this magic a secret, so ordinary people cannot learn it. They did so to protect the status and jobs of the clerics. Hearing Yuri laugh and call it her secret technique, Amanda just smiled and said that Yuri was already a bit special, so nothing surprising. Finally, she asked if Yuri had decided what to name the rabbit, and Yuri excitedly confessed that she had overheard Frank muttering the name Luan Ruan. She exclaimed that it was an incredibly cool name and did not expect such taste from Frank, although in reality it was just the name of a rabbit dish Frank had been talking about in the shop. But Yuri took it positively and shouted, "Thank you, Frank," leaving Marshall standing as if rooted to the spot with shame. The mood became serious when Yuri asked Amanda about the results of the monster investigation, and Amanda, exhausted, confirmed. The trend was clear. The number of goblins, especially dark panthers, had sharply increased compared to before. At the mention of dark panthers, Yuri froze. It was a type of Noir. Amanda said quietly that Captain Leon suspected. The king of monsters of this uprising could very well be an adult dark panther, and Yuri watched with growing concern as Noir naively groomed himself. Amanda sternly warned, if that happened, Noir could be declared dangerous and would have to be dealt with for the protection of people. She insisted that it was absolutely impossible to allow a potentially dangerous monster to be near Yuri. The word "deal with" squeezed Yuri's heart with fear for the future of her little friend. Tears welled up in Yuri's eyes. She found it unbearable to imagine that Noir could attack people or suffer a tragic fate. So she resolutely exclaimed that nothing was decided yet, and no one could be sure what the monster king would be like, because she believed gentle, loving Noir would never hurt anyone. Amanda, seeing Yuri's determination, simply hugged her and calmed her down. At that moment, Noir woke up and pressed against Yuri, as if sensing his mistress's sadness, and Amanda smiled, saying that perhaps Noir had woken up to advise Yuri to rest and regain strength. Yuri gently stroked Noir and quietly spoke his name in her heart. Fearful assumptions began to wander in Amanda's mind. If the monster king really grew from dark panthers and leads all creatures against people, would Noir stay by her side as he does now? Sadness and hope shone in her eyes as she looked at her little friend, silently wishing their friendship would be strong enough to overcome all barriers between species and fate. Yuri smiled with relief, seeing how Noir tenderly showed affection, and in her heart called him a little clingy. She decided that although the future was unknown, there was only one thing now to strengthen their bond, so she tightly hugged Noir and quietly promised they would always be together. And when it was late, Amanda nudged Yuri to go to sleep. The girl instantly obeyed and, together with Amanda, fell into a deep sleep in the tent. Far at the edge of the forest, darkness still hung, and strange sounds rose from there, as if warning that the brief peace was about to end. Suddenly chaos erupted in the camp. A messenger ran in with a frightened face and shouted to Captain Leon that the village of Twilight was under a brutal attack and in mortal danger. And Leon, crossing his arms with a stern expression, realized that the disaster had begun earlier than expected. The night messenger shouted that the demon uprising had officially broken out, and the whole camp froze in shock while Yuri was still sound asleep and unaware that disaster had actually struck, and her path to defend this land had entered a much harsher phase. Yuri woke up in the tent, rubbed her eyes, and felt that something was wrong outside. She opened the tent flap and saw people bustling about, urgently relaying news to each other with frightened faces. Yuri wondered if something serious had happened while she was sleeping. At that moment, Amanda approached with a gloomy face and called Yuri, sharply pulling her out of her reverie. Embarrassed, Yuri apologized to Amandash, was afraid that Amanda had overslept during the crisis. Amanda gently replied that everything was fine, then knelt down, met Yuri's gaze, and with deep anxiety grabbed her by the shoulders, revealing a shocking truth. The demon uprising had started much earlier than expected. Yuri shouted in surprise, remembering that according to the normal cycle, this disaster should not have happened for another month. Amanda whispered quietly that this time everything was different. Disaster was gaining alarming speed. They were supposed to have 2 years to prepare in a 10-year cycle, but the catastrophe came earlier than even the most experienced could predict. Amanda explained that at dawn, a pack of battle wolves attacked the village near the fortress, and the survivors fled here, begging for help. She confirmed that the night squad would set out immediately to assist that village. Amanda asked Yuri to cover the formation with a wide protective spell to increase the knight's chances of survival. Yuri instantly agreed, affirming that she could handle it, but suddenly Frosish understood something. At that moment, Captain Leon stepped forward and firmly ordered, Yuri must immediately return to the island fortress for her safety. He said that from here they would split into 2 groups. One would return to the fortress, the other would move forward to Twilight Village to fight. Yuri exploded in protest at Leon's order, shouting that she would go with everyone to fight in the Twilight. Leon sternly replied that it was too dangerous there and ordered Gia Bay to return to the fortress. Yuri clenched her fists and explained that her wide area protective spell lasts only 30 minutes, so if she did not go with them, it would fade the moment they met the enemy, and boldly declared that her life motto was better to act and regret than to regret not even trying. Yuri's fiery shout made Leon, Amanda, and Argo freeze in surprise. Little girl had such stubborn determination that after a moment of shock, Yuri awkwardly asked if she would really regret going with them, which eased the atmosphere and made everything quite amusing. Argo put his hand to his forehead and sighed, while Amanda smiled, touched by her cuteness and bravery. Leon crossed his arms and studied Yuri for a long time, then sighed and muttered that she was simply impossible. Leon decided that, although he initially wanted Yuri to stay in the fortress for safety, time was short, so it would be best if she went with them and supported them from the rear. Yuri was delighted by the permission to join the rescue mission, and settling on a tree root, carefully reviewed the items in her bag. Yuri told herself that she did not want to fight monsters face to face, but she passionately wanted to help with healing and supportive magic. So she enthusiastically formed a team in the system with Leon, Argo, and Amanda, and felt more confident when she prepared a potion to restore MP. Yuri gathered her willpower and decided not to retreat now the lives of the inhabitants of Twilight Town were in their hands. She walked with a determined look, although her little legs still trembled from the scale of the upcoming battle. She remembered the dress that Jorg had sewn, protective but too conspicuous for fighting in the mountains. She decided to open the equipment menu to see if there was a more suitable protective item, and her eyes widened in surprise when a special item appeared in the menu. Yuri was in complete shock. Before her lay an ultra-rare item called the Moonlight Staff, which could only be obtained during the New Year's lottery in the game Illusia Online. This rare artifact had a super powerful effect. It increased the power of offensive spells by 1.5 times, and only a handful of players in the game owned it. But when she happily pulled it out, she was seized by horror. It turned out to be the Gecko Staff, an item that looked identical but was much weaker because it was only a low-level artifact for level 1. Yuri grabbed her head and screamed in despair at this catastrophic mix-up, silently wishing it was the real staff that would lift her spirits. and eventually had to come to terms with reality, telling herself that a level 1 weapon was still better than going into battle empty-handed. Yuri began to take the item out of the virtual bag, and immediately a large wooden staff started to emerge from the small pouch at her hip. She had to grab it with both hands and pull with effort, and a scream to extract the heavy weapon. The head of the staff wrapped around a magical sphere that looked huge next to Yuri's tiny figure, and it was quite funny. Her eyes widened in surprise at how colossal the weapon turned out to be in reality. But though with difficulty, Yuri held the staff and with a determined face prepared to set off. Knights Argo and Amanda, who stood nearby, were equally stunned and shouted in unison, "What?" When suddenly a giant staff appeared out of nowhere. Amanda gaped in surprise and kept asking where Yuri got that thing, and the girl only smiled awkwardly and to hide the system's secret made up that her shoulder bag, although it looked small, was very spacious inside. That absurd but convincing answer instantly left both knights speechless. They did not know what to say. Finally, Amanda decided to set this matter aside and focus on moving, as the knight squad was preparing to depart immediately. The knight squad of the island fortress marched swiftly into the twilight under the leadership of Leon and veteran knights. Yuri sat in front on Argo to be safe and not fall behind. The mounted group thundered through forests and plains in a mad rush. The riders shining in armor galloped, painting a heroic but tense picture, and Yuri clung to the horse's neck and anxiously looked around as they approached the battle zone. From afar appeared the village of dusk columns of smoke indicated destruction from the monster. Captain Leon raised his hand, ordered the squad to stop at the edge of the village, and announced that they would storm it immediately. He turned and called Yuri to prepare the planned magical support. Yuri tightly gripped the gecko staff and loudly replied. Yes, with a very serious expression, despite her heart pounding, Leon took the lead with a cold gaze, ready to face any danger for the people. Yuri took a deep breath, focused all her mana into the wooden staff, and shouted the skill name area protect shield. Immediately, a dazzling light burst from the magical sphere and enveloped the surrounding knights, creating a blinding effect. The knights were amazed as magical circles and shield symbols swirled around their bodies. Leon recognized this as rare magic that enhances a foreign body, and emphasized to everyone that these protective layers stack on top of each other, so they must use them to the fullest. Yuri's timely support raised the fighting spirit of the entire squad higher than ever. Amanda dropped to one knee and briefly outlined the battle plan to Yuri. Leon would go on the attack, and Yuri would stay behind with her and Argo. Her task was to keep a distance so that her healing spells could reach the captain, but at the same time she herself would be safe. Amanda reassured Yuri that there was no need to worry, because she and Argo would stand nearby to protect her from monsters. Yuri nodded but did not take her eyes off the village under threat. Suddenly, eerie howls of a pack of battle wolves echoed across the rooftops, and she trembled, realizing that the fight for life and death had truly begun. At the peak of tension, Captain Leon dramatically raised his sword upward and addressed all the knights of the Kingdom of Ares. From now on, they would become unshakable shields protecting people from attacks by wild monsters. He proclaimed that their blades would become edges of death to punish anyone threatening the peace of dusk. Leon's cry ignited the courage of the knights, and they all drew their swords and, shouting a single battle cry, swore to go into battle. At Leon's powerful shout, "Forward!" the knight team flew into the village, the ground trembling slightly. Yuri gripped the wooden staff and shouted encouragingly to drive away the fear creeping into her mind. As they entered, a pack of black battle wolves with burning red eyes appeared before them, prowling everywhere in search of prey. The monster wolves bared razor-sharp fangs, drooling and growling threateningly as night approached. The peaceful air of the village turned into a blood-soaked battlefield filled with roars that clenched the heart. Yuri pressed close behind Amanda, who in horror assessed the scale of the horde. Covering her mouth, dozens of battle wolves roamed around the houses and emitted chilling howls to call their pack. The cruelty of reality stunned Yuri. The 19-year-old found herself in the body of an 8-year-old, and it was nothing like what she had experienced in the game. The mad wolves lunged at the knights, and an inevitable bloody clash loomed ahead. Captain Leon towered at the front line with an icy gaze and a two-handed sword ready. With one powerful, lightning-fast swing, he threw back a charging battle wolf so that it flew, stunned. Seeing this, the other knights, their fighting spirit ignited, shouted in unison and advanced behind their captain. The monstrous wolves bared their fangs and fiercely growled at fallen comrades, but could not stop the knights' swift assault. Leon boldly charged into the attack, carving a bloody path straight through the horde surrounding the village. The knights of the island fortress all surged forward, engaging in a dramatic hand-to-hand fight, and their battle cries echoed around. Each was fully focused, swinging swords to repel the relentless attacks of the battle wolves. One wolf leapt to deliver a deadly strike, but it was pierced in the throat by a sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Yuri stood in the rear ranks, stunned by the true brutality of the fight. She saw the bodies of monsters scattered on the ground and felt the suffocating tension of this life-and-death clash. The knights of the island fortress surged forward again, staging another dramatic clash amid cries. One battle wolf jumped for a deadly strike, but was stabbed in the throat and fell, another proof of the cruelty of these creatures. The knights of the island fortress all surged forward, creating yet another dramatic clash with battle cries. After repelling the first wave, Leon ordered to scatter in search of living villagers, and sternly warned everyone to be extremely cautious. Wolves could still be hiding in the shadows, just waiting for an opportunity. Amanda immediately ran closer and squeezed Yuri's hand, asking if she was okay after what she had seen. Yuri awkwardly bowed her head and admitted that she was actually not well. The metallic smell of blood and the sharp sounds as monsters tore through still haunted her thoughts, and she realized this was the harsh truth of war that no game could truly convey. Amanda looked at Yuri tenderly and with understanding because she knew these scenes were too heavy for a child. She comforted and praised her for holding on and not crying or fainting from fear. Yuri raised her moist eyes to Amanda and silently thanked her, and this acknowledgement gave her new courage to continue. She told herself she must do everything possible to help, not stand frozen with fear, when suddenly Argo shouted Amanda's name in panic, signaling a new danger approaching. From the bushes, a huge battle wolf with strange blue fur leapt out and charged at Amanda. The blow was so powerful that she barely held on, gasping from this unusual coat, and she realized this was not an ordinary wolf, but a very dangerous mutant with strength far exceeding that of its relatives. Yuri next to her also froze, eyes wide open in horror before the overwhelming presence of the monster. The appearance of this mutant strained through the entire squad into an extremely dangerous and threatening situation. The mutant battle wolf bared razor-sharp teeth and let out bone-shaking growls that tore through the air. Amanda gripped the sword hilt tighter and clenched her teeth in anxiety, recognizing the danger of the opponent before her. The beast suddenly accelerated and launched lightning-fast attacks, which Amanda barely avoided. The mutant's agility and strength made even the seasonal knight sweat with tension. Yuri stood behind, clutching the gecko staff and trembling, watching Amanda struggle to fend off these attacks. After a tense exchange of words, Amanda realized that the creature was actually hunting her specifically, and shouted to Argo to quickly take Yuri to a safe place. Wolf claws tore her arm, blood flowed, and she stabbed the sword into the ground to steady herself. Argo rushed forward, becoming a shield between Yuri and the monster while not taking his eyes off his comrades. At that moment, a signal horn sounded from the village, meaning Leon and the rest of the knights were in trouble or urgently needed backup. Argo shouted to Amanda to hold on until Captain Leon returned to help, then sharply turned to Yuri and ordered, "Cast the healing spell immediately, save Amanda." Yuri shuddered at the urgency and instantly focused all her mana into a sphere on the wooden staff. The girl shouted the skill name, Heal, toward Amanda, and warm light enveloped the knight wounds. But from the bushes behind them burst an horde of fierce goblins, tightening the ring around them even more tightly and horrifically than ever before. Wild goblins rushed from all directions, and Argo cried out in horror, realizing they were completely surrounded. Yuri gripped the magic staff tightly, full of anxiety. While Amanda was still barely getting up after the mutant wolf attack, Argo looked at her with worried eyes and asked if she could continue the fight. Amanda did not answer with words. Her determination was clear in her gaze, cold as steel. She gripped the sword hilt tighter and prepared for another bloody battle to protect Yuri and their comrades. Amanda boldly declared she would show the monsters the true power of a knight from the island fortress, stepped forward to face the mutant battle wolf and the roaring horde of goblins. The giant blue wolf opened its jaws full of blade-like teeth and let out a terrible roar, a sign of the next attack. Though still feeling pain, Amanda did not retreat or flinch before the huge crowd. The air seemed to thicken before the clash. The mutant battle wolf charged like a blue whirlwind, and Yuri screamed Amanda's name in panic. Amanda instantly focused all mana into the sword and shouted the technique name Jin Rayhaden, Flame Ring Twin Strike. Fierce flames exploded, wrapping the blade and turning it into a burning arc cut that tore through the air, a powerful strike with terrible heat of fire aimed straight at the advancing beast, and tongues of flame illuminated the dark battlefield. Amanda's flaming slash hit the target and threw the mutant battle wolf into the air amid painful groans. But the creature proved amazingly resilient. It instantly flipped in the air and lunged to retaliate with fierce jumps. Amanda had to keep swinging her sword non-stop to tame the rage of the blue wolf, while simultaneously watching out for goblins sneaking up from behind. Yuri stood in the corner of the square, tense and focused, quietly praying for Amanda to withstand this dangerous attack. She trembled, clutching the lizard staff and waiting for a chance to help. Seeing that Amanda was exhausted and cornered by the beast, Yuri poured all her mana and shouted, "Amanda-san, heal yourself." A warm healing beam burst from the magical staff, enveloped Amanda's body, instantly healed her wounds and restored her strength. Amanda exclaimed in surprise, feeling a new surge of power, and immediately delivered the decisive slash. Her blazing sword cut the mutant battle wolf lengthwise, and it completely collapsed. Argo, standing nearby, was stunned by the coordinated work of Yuri and Amanda. The mutant battle wolf fiercely burned, and after Amanda's final strike dissipated into black smoke, Amanda gasped for breath, stabbing her sword into the ground to stay on her feet. The surrounding goblins, seeing their fallen leader, began to panic and flee. Amanda smiled with relief. The tense battle was finally over. Argo shouted, "We did it," and rushed to them. Yuri cried with happiness and, feeling incredible relief, as if crossing the boundary between life and death, called Amanda's name. Yuri rushed to Amanda with a frightened face, constantly asking if anything still hurt, and pressed her small palms to Amanda's body, searching for injuries. The knight seemed to smile over her excessive anxiety, and Amanda gently said that everything was fine and Yuri's magic had completely healed her wounds. Argo stood behind and smiled at the warm reunion, but suddenly they remembered the main mission again and looked toward the village center, where the noise had not yet subsided. Amanda tightly hugged Yuri and calmed her, trying to drive out the fear still trembling in the girl's eyes. Sincerely thanked Yuri. Without timely healing, she would have been in danger, and Yuri, pressing her head to Amanda's shoulder, sobbed with relief because at least for some time it had become calmer. At that moment, Captain Leon appeared with reinforcements. They had just cleared another district of monsters, and although he approached with a stern face, relief shone in his eyes when he saw that everyone was safe. Leon asked Argo about the goblins, and he said they fled immediately after killing the mutant battle wolf. And Leon, looking at the remains of the vanished blue wolf, thought that these monsters seemed to undergo strange, unexpected mutations. Leon felt a chill in his chest. The Monster King had still not appeared, and mutants were already spilling out to the edge of the forest. When Yuri quietly asked about the villagers' condition, Leon fell silent with a sad look, and that chilling silence gripped the girl's heart. She realized that not everyone was so lucky. Leon quietly sighed and admitted that with the appearance of mutant strains, protecting the entire village would be extremely difficult, and Yuri shouted in shock, "It can't be." Realizing the cruelty of this disaster for the innocent, Leon ordered Amanda to immediately take Yuri to Issel Fortress, and he himself with comrades stayed to deal with the aftermath. Amanda obeyed, put Yuri on a horse, and set off back. The girl, glancing back at the village of Twilight, drowning in smoke and flames, silently vowed with a heavy heart to become stronger so as never to see such painful scenes again. That night, Yuri dreamed a terrible nightmare. Horrifying scenes of battle spun in her head. She was surrounded and mercilessly attacked by war wolves. In her dreams, she felt tiny and completely alone amid the darkness descending on the new world. Tears rolled down the cheeks of the 8-year-old child as she faced the truth of leaving the bloody battlefield. And the contrast between her 19-year-old soul and the child's body only sharpened the pain. Yuri suddenly woke up when the morning light seeped into the simple wooden room of the island fortress. She sat pale, her eyes still cloudy from sadness after a sleepless night, and looking around the modest room, realized that apparently everyone had already started working early. She hid her face in her small hands and repeated to herself that no matter how terrible the dream was, she had to be stronger. After a long cry, she felt a little better, but the nightmare about the terrible pack of wolves did not disappear completely. Suddenly, Yuri recalled how Amanda hugged her and soothed her to sleep the previous night. She blushed at the memory of how she sobbed like a real child in the gentle embrace of her sister, and reproached herself that although her soul was grown up, her thinking and feelings became childish in this 8-year-old body. She tousled her hair in front of the mirror, blushing and trying to reject that truth. She put on little shoes and decided to behave like a wise person, not remain a tearful child. To check her status, Yuri instantly entered the system command "Status Open," and a bright panel appeared before her. She froze. Her level jumped to LV10, HP and MP significantly increased, and next to it flashed a mysterious new title made in Hubikin's fortune. Yuri exclaimed with joy when she realized that even without fighting directly, just by being in the group and casting healing spells, she gained a lot of experience. She was delighted and quietly grateful that the game mechanics still worked. Yuri carefully studied the new status panel and with a pleasant feeling pondered her breakthroughs, quietly thinking that although she somewhat shunned herself for gaining experience without risking herself, it was still a well-deserved reward for her efforts. She noticed a new skill line, Tamer level 1, and curiously wondered what it did. Suddenly she remembered Noir and the kind knights who always protected her, smiled, and decided to learn more about this new skill to become more useful to the fortress. Yuri muttered to herself while studying the tamer skill and realized that it allows taming a monster and turning it into a loyal companion. The terrible experiment with the goblin was not in vain. It triggered the awakening of this skill, and seeing Noir play carefree at her feet, Yuri began to puzzle over how to raise the tamer level. Whether caring for the creature or fighting nearby would strengthen their bond, these new questions drew her into deep reflection. Later, during breakfast with Frank in the kitchen of the Isof fortress, she asked with interest if there was magic in this world that could control monsters. The god of logistics froze with a cup of tea, and shaking his head, said he had never heard of such, and that if it existed, it would be an extremely rare skill. Yuri laughed awkwardly and thought to herself that it would be interesting to see Frank's status panel. Frank advised her, if you want to train this skill, try taming a bunch of monsters at once to test its limits. Suddenly, Frank teasingly changed his tone and suggested Yuri try to tame him to see if it would work, which made the girls burst into fierce protest. Yuri shouted for Frank not to joke like that and insisted that she only wanted to use the skill on real monsters. Frank laughed heartily and said that Yuri looked much fresher and more energetic than that morning. The girls smiled with relief and sincerely thanked Frank for always caring about her. And Yuri asked if the demon uprising disaster would really end when the Monster King was defeated. Frank thoughtfully said that the fierce hysteria of the monsters would subside as soon as their leader was killed. Yuri sighed with relief and quietly wished for the King of Monsters to appear sooner and for no more suffering. Frank looked at her seriously and asked with concern how creatures like Noir would be affected if the disaster reached its peak. Yuri suddenly became anxious for her little friend, and she vowed to protect him at any cost. At that moment, Frank reached out and teased her with a gesture that caught Yuri by surprise. Frank suddenly squeezed Yuri's nose tightly, and she screamed in pain, struggling helplessly. He teased that such a grown-up, worried expression did not suit a child. One must live carefree. Yuri sniffled indignantly and sweetly, offended, called Frank, and the god of logistics just laughed and ruffled her hair, trying to calm her down. Frank announced the joyful news. Reinforcements from the capital and from the adventurers' guilds would soon arrive at the fortress, so Yuri could completely relax. Yuri reacted excitedly at the mention of adventurers, but Frank realistically added that when they arrived, the dishes in the fortress would definitely become richer and more sumptuous, and the girls froze in amazement at his gourmet soul. The scene opened with a large map of the Kingdom of Ares, and a voiceover saying that this land was guarded by 3 main knightly orders, and images appeared of heavily armed knights, the Order of the Royal Guard, which protects the monarchy, and the royal knights, responsible for guarding all borders, and each army was filled with pride, and the heavy burden to keep the peace of the people. The introduction spoke of the border knights unit that guarded the remote lands, and the island fortress was part of this force. When the demon uprising broke out, the kingdom's troops sent reinforcements, and the fortress buzzed like never before. Yuri led Noir down the corridor, and quietly noticed that there were suddenly many more knights in the dormitory. It made the space seem cramped. As she walked, Yuri heard a chun and shuddered. The same white bird suddenly flew right over her head, and she shouted Argo, seeing it in the distance with a calm expression. A white bird circled once in the air, then gently landed on the young knight's shoulder. Yuri was surprised at how familiar this creature was with humans. Yuri panicked and rushed to Argo to ask what strange creature was sitting on his shoulder. Argo smiled and explained that it was the magical bird Mashu, told Yuri to watch carefully, and the bird immediately created a sparkling white fluffy ball in his palm. Yuri opened her eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was happening, and Argo explained that in this world this was a mystical mail service. Argo kindly explained that this magical bird is called a flufflet and can transform letters written on magical paper into soft cotton balls for long-distance delivery. But since this method takes time, people usually embed magical stones in the birds to make them fly faster. Yuri looked admiringly at the sparkling magical stone in her hand and asked if she could ask Amanda about it, to which Argo agreed and said she should try to see Amanda. When she calmed down to learn more, Argo's face became serious. After reading the letter, he said there was still no decisive new information about the disaster, sighed, and added that the nightly reports show that the number of monsters is increasing, and their overflow is only a matter of time. Seeing Argo buried in important papers, Yuri thought he was truly working tirelessly as the deputy commander of the fortress, so she quietly took Noir away to avoid disturbing his work. Walking near the fortress, Yuri suddenly came across a young man who was beaming with a smile and calling her by name. She exclaimed with joy it was Simon, who was walking with people of distinctive appearance. Simon introduced them as the famous S-level adventurer party Dawn Seekers, and Yuri was deeply impressed to learn that they were extremely famous in the world of Illusia. Yuri looked closely at each of them and recognized Gazard, a swordsman from the dwarf clan with a blue-gray skin tone, like a former chief blacksmith. Next was the beast-human warrior Vilna, who seemed cold and indifferent. But as soon as she saw Noir, she wildly wagged her tail, and Yuri thought she had a weakness for all things cute. The magical elf Nalaru, a powerful high-ranking mage with an indefinite lifespan, and next to her was Simon, Frank's protege, the one who united everyone into a powerful adventurer team. Simon told Yuri that adventurers mostly camp outside the fortress walls, adding that after many conversations and exchanges of information in their community, they had grown very close. Suddenly he looked around and asked Yuri if she had seen Frank. The girl quickly pointed to the courtyard and said she had just seen him passing by. Simon smiled in gratitude and led the squad to look for the mentor. Meanwhile, the beast-human warrior Vilna froze and looked at Yuri with such a sharp gaze that the girl shuddered, and the cat Noir also looked at that beastly knight with interest. Simon loudly called Vilna and urged her to move on. The group was already waiting. Vilna finally looked away and silently followed her comrades, giving Yuri a slight wave. Yuri watched their backs and wondered if Vilna wanted to touch Noir. There was some strange attraction in her gaze. Yuri mentally noted that although many adventurers had arrived as reinforcements, there were no players from Illusia online, which somewhat depressed and disappointed her. She once hoped to find others who had also been transported here. So Yuri sighed sadly and told herself that this world was probably now truly her only reality. Yuri stood silently in the fortress courtyard and gazed at the fluffy magical birds circling in the endless sky. Streaks of magical light flew by, carrying important news between fortresses. The narrative explained that the number of monsters was rapidly increasing daily, forcing knights and adventurers to closely coordinate to exterminate them, and against the backdrop of growing tension in the kingdom, the same terrible news about a turning point finally arrived. They opened the magical message. It announced that the Monster King had officially appeared at the border. It was a goblin who had mutated and evolved into an extraordinarily powerful creature called the Goblin King. Yuri sat opposite Frank in a cramped room and reported on preparations for the upcoming sortie. Frank looked at him tenderly and asked if Noir had noticed anything strange. She smiled and assured that both Noir and the pink eccentric rabbit were healthy and obedient as always. Frank noted that although the Monster King had appeared, it had not yet affected the monsters Yuri had tamed. Frank sternly warned Yuri, "Even if it seems calm now, you cannot relax. Approaching the domains of the Monster King can change everything." Yuri anxiously asked if Frank was going to take Levin the rabbit to the next battle, and Frank awkwardly scratched his head and admitted that he wanted to leave Levin behind. But the little rabbit stubbornly resisted and insisted on going to protect his master. He sighed and confessed he did not think that such a deep attachment would develop between him and the rabbit in such a short time. Yuri watched as Frank gently stroked Levin's head, laughed sincerely, and teased that Levin loves him because Frank is really very tender. Frank, embarrassed by Yuri's compliment, suddenly pinched her nose, teasing that such a little child dares to speak so boldly. And Yuri, in cute indignation, waved her hands and shouted that she is not a child. The atmosphere instantly brightened. Frank again took on a serious expression and said that if the enemy is the Goblin King, then that is still better luck than meeting the undead king. He explained that although he is a monster king, the Goblin King's power is usually not insurmountable. Yuri smiled with relief and joyfully exclaimed that it's good the enemy is not that infamous dark panther or the horned rabbit king. Frank smiled back at her but felt a bit vulnerable because she saw through him, so he awkwardly covered his mouth and cleared his throat. Frank turned to Yuri with a question about the plan for defensive magical support for the upcoming assault to keep the knight safe, and Yuri confidently replied that she would stand in the rear and cast wide spells to support the comrades on the front line as much as possible, but paused for a moment and admitted that she also wanted to use offensive magic, although Argo had previously warned her not to stand out too much on the battlefield. Frank nodded and explained that a child with enormous magical power would instantly attract the attention of those in power and bring trouble. Yuri pondered, understood the wisdom of his advice, and decided to stick to the plan. Frank stroked her head, smiled encouragingly, and said to entrust matters to the adults and focus on restoring Commander Leon's health. Yuri leaned down to look at Noir, the cat curled up at her feet, then gently picked him up and held him close, feeling his warmth, and quietly whispered that they would both give everything in the upcoming important battle. Noir seemed to understand, trustingly rubbing his head against Yuri, showing unbreakable friendship. The scene shifted to the Isel Knights. They mounted their horses and galloped forward at a furious speed. Commander Leon led the troops with a restrained posture and a determined look ahead, and the sound of hooves on dry earth filled the air with tension and burning fighting spirit. On the military map appeared a spectacle. The march of the Goblin Kings relentlessly swallowed villages near the enchanted forest and advanced toward the village of Kuris. Yuri sat in front of the knight Argo on the horse and silently observed the tense column of the army. Yuri quietly felt the pressure and anxiety from the surrounding knights, although no one spoke along the way. She clutched her white cloak and worried whether they would manage to save the next village from the monster's claws, so she decided to get there as quickly as possible so that no innocent villager would suffer. The shout faster tore through the air and urged the entire unit on. Yuri, lost in thought, suddenly froze and asked Argo if he heard some strange sound. Argo listened and at first felt only a slight tremor in the ground, like a distant shock. Yuri closed her eyes to feel better and with horror realized that the underground noises were becoming louder and stronger than ever. She opened her eyes in fear and asked Argo what kind of strange, pounding knock it could be. Yuri and Argo froze in horror. Before them spread a terrible sight, an endless plain covered with a gray-black sea. For thousands of monsters poured like a stream, Yuri screamed when she recognized the entire hostile mass goblins. There were so many of them that they completely covered the ground, and she thought with horror how the night squad could possibly hold back such a huge army of monsters. This caused a thought. Why are monster kings born, while below chaotic scenes flared up the goblin horde rushed like a tidal wave to storm the fortress Cirrus. Here the knights stood firm and fought desperately against the fierce onslaught of monsters. Argo recognized the defenders as the knights of the strange garrison, and Yuri anxiously watched as their swords flashed in a tight ring of enemies. Commander Leon sat high in the saddle and ordered the entire squad not to retreat, to continue supporting him so he could carve a bloody path. Focusing, he cast a spell and summoned the forces of fire and wind that converged on the blade of his two-handed sword. A blinding light exploded as the sword was wrapped in blazing tongues of fire and mighty whirlwinds, and Yuri opened her eyes wide in delight, watching the double effect of Leon's magic and silently marveling. He is a true hero. Yuri could not stand aside either. She firmly grasped her gecko staff, channeled mana into it to support the army, and shouted the spell name area protect shield. Shimmering protective circles enveloped the knights, adventurers, and her two little friends Noir and Lewin. Thanks to the magical shields of Yuri, the knights were filled with new strength and boldly charged straight into the advancing horde of fierce goblins. After casting the mass spell, Yuri quickly took out a mana recovery potion and gulped it down to restore her combat energy. At that moment, a giant hand of a bearded man suddenly lifted her and warned her to be careful. Leon called the man Jorg and asked him to take care of Yuri. The girl, stunned, recognized in this stern man Jorg the very one who secretly adored Amanda and was impressed by his manly appearance, as people said about him. The battle flared fiercely as Commander Leon led the knights into the very heart of the goblin swarm. His fiery strikes threw monsters into the air, carving a bloody trail across the battlefield. Although there were countless goblins, they began to panic before the stunning power of the brilliant magical swordsman. Leon kept a cool, sharp gaze and did not stop swinging his sword, saving the besieged fortress Yuri. Other knights raised a battle cry and moved forward after the commander. Amanda led another group of knights and swung her sword, cutting down goblins trying to sneak up from the rear. And in the air rang a clear voice of a spell that summoned the power of wind arrows from the void. Selena gathered her spirit, concentrated to release a long-range magical strike and destroy the horde blocking the army's path. Selena released the spear of wind. It broke through the enemy ranks with incredible force, and the knights erupted in cheers because the mage reinforcements arrived just in time. Jorg noticed that the mage squad finally caught up with the marching knights. Yuri became worried when she saw that the number of goblins seemed unchanged. She decided not to heed the warning to avoid standing out, raised her staff, and summoned a fireball to destroy the approaching monsters. Yuri relentlessly threw burning fireballs at the goblin horde, but soon realized that attacking one by one would never end. She squinted and shouted angrily that this was endless. Yuri decided to resort to a more powerful spell and shouted the mid-level incantation Fire Crush. A giant fireball began to gather on her wooden staff, ready to fall down, and the goblins below looked up with wide-open, frightened eyes. A terrible magical explosion erupted in the center of the enemy formation, creating a dazzling pillar of light that scattered the goblins completely. And Yuri froze in horror when she realized she had accidentally unleashed an overly powerful attack. Jorg and the surrounding knights also froze at the scale of the destruction and hurriedly checked if their comrades had been caught in the blast. The girl awkwardly apologized, and Jorg only began to sweat, realizing that the power of this quiet girl was no joke at all. Through the choking smoke and dust, the figure of the Monster King finally emerged, and Jorg shouted in alarm. A giant goblin with a fierce expression, his head wrapped in many layers of cloth like a crown, and a necklace of wild fangs around his neck. It was the Goblin King, huge, looming, and roaring, giving orders to his servants. Yuri shuddered looking at that mutated creature and feeling the terrible dark pressure emanating from his muscular body. Yuri bent down to look at Noir the cat lying in her cloak and felt relief. He was calm and had no hostile intentions, so she sighed, thinking how lucky it was that the Monster King's call did not affect him. At that moment, Commander Leon shouted a warning to the entire squad. Watch the rear, because another horde is coming. Suddenly, a pack of black panthers with burning eyes and razor-sharp fangs appeared, blocking the retreat path at night. The fight became even fiercer when the black panthers charged at the knights, knocking many riders off their horses and inflicting severe wounds, and Leon loudly ordered the wounded to retreat immediately to save the rest of the army. Yuri saw that things were going badly, raised her staff, and summoned Heal Wind. A gentle green light spread across the battlefield, instantly healing the knight wounds and giving them the courage to keep fighting. Frank rode swiftly, shouting that the speed of magical recovery could not keep up with the rapid increase in the number of enemies, and warned Yuri not to be reckless. This horde was abnormally large. Yuri anxiously questioned Frank about his experience in previous monster invasions. She thought that if people needed rest, and the goblins and black panthers did not stop attacking, the Kira's fortress would inevitably fall. While the goblins and black panthers were frantically rushing forward under heart-wrenching screams, Yuri thoughtfully asked Frank why the Goblin King leads his army out of the forest to attack humans, and why this disaster keeps repeating. Frank thoughtfully and sadly replied that the gods want to test the will and strength of humanity, and Yuri froze at that philosophical religious answer, as if the darkness of the forest was swallowing the hope of the village. While Yuri was pondering the judgment of the gods, suddenly a giant black panther lunged at her from behind at that dangerous moment. Little Noir bravely broke free from the cloak, bared his teeth, and growled, rushing at the attacker. The black panther froze for a moment at the courage of the tiny creature, but still released its claws. Yuri screamed Noir's name in horror, seeing how her little cat was thrown back and fell right into the middle. In the midst of a fierce pack of panthers, the panther latched onto Noir, bit him, and lifted him into the air to Yuri's despair. She helplessly stretched out her hands and tearfully called her little friend, watching as he disappeared behind thick bushes. The panthers around roared as if celebrating victory, intensifying the sharp knot in Yuri's heart. She screamed chokingly for Noir, while Leon and the rest of the knights desperately repelled attacks from all sides. Yuri was completely confused and kept whispering what to do to save Noir surrounded by beasts, and hastily raised her staff to use healing from afar, hoping that the healing light would keep Noir alive. Suddenly, a powerful burst of spiritual energy erupted, and from among the panthers emerged a huge creature with shiny pitch-black fur and stern eyes, radiating incredible power. Yuri's eyes widened. She exclaimed in surprise, not believing that her little cat right before her suddenly transformed into a giant, brave black panther. Jorg and Yuri sat astride horses, stunned and petrified. At that moment, a piercing roar burst from the huge black leopard. It bared its jaws and growled fiercely, shocking Knight Argo and another accompanying rider, who only managed to shout what was happening and whether this was a new enemy, while around them a sinister pack of black leopards growled. The giant black leopard suddenly lunged at the wild leopards, bit one with its sharp jaws, and pushed another so hard that it flew through the air. The wild leopards growled in response, but could not cope with the power of this colossal creature. Yuri, eyes wide with surprise, whispered to herself whether that brave creature was really her little cat Noir. Meanwhile, the giant creature again let out a deafening roar that shook everything around. The horde of goblins and the rest of the wild leopards looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening, and wondered if the demonic beasts were attacking each other. At that moment, Yuri recognized her friend and joyfully pointed forward, shouting to Jorg that the creature was definitely Noir. Sensing a once-in-a-lifetime chance, Commander Leon loudly swung his sword and ordered the army not to miss it to charge forward together. While Yuri, still stunned, called out to Noir. On the other side, the sorceress Selena instantly took a battle stance, uttered a spell, and released a wind arrow toward the enemy. From afar, with a distorted face, the Goblin King commanded his tight horde, and Yuri realized. The distance was too great, there were too many goblins to reach them, and if she attacked with magic, the Goblin King would easily dodge. She decided to at least do something to slow him down a bit, so Yuri raised her giant staff high, filled it with mana, and shouted loudly to release the Thunder Spear technique. The Goblin King sharply raised the alarm, sensing that danger was approaching. Immediately, a huge lightning discharge with destructive power struck right where the Demon King stood, creating dazzling arcs that devastated the ground. She looked toward the explosion and quietly hoped her attack hit the target. After casting the spell, Yuri sighed with relief seeing the Goblin King and his steed stagger in thick smoke. and was about to call everyone to make an effort, but with horror realized that the Demon King was unharmed and had turned to look at her with a deadly gaze. Argo, seeing this from afar, turned pale and shouted, "Yuri!" Because he understood things were bad, Yuri and Jorgen mounted were sweating from fear, frightened and confused, unable to comprehend how it happened. Not only the Demon King, the entire army of giant goblins changed target and madly rushed toward Yuri's position. And Jorgen, panicked, desperately shouted why they were all converging here. He sharply jerked the horse's reins, turned around, and fled, loudly shouting to Yuri to hold on tight to him so she wouldn't fall. Yuri suddenly woke up and blamed herself because she understood the principle of the game. By striking the leader first, she inadvertently attracted all the monsters' hatred onto herself. Goblins chased closely, waving weapons and forcing her to constantly swing the stick to summon the thunderous spear and clear the path from small pests. And she shouted at them to get out of the way. In the heat of trouble, a cry, "Jorg," sounded ahead, showing them the way to escape. The knight Amanda appeared with Argo and waved for Jorg to come to them. Yuri joyfully shouted to her two rescuers, and Amanda, smiling confidently, drew her sword, got ready for battle, and urged Argo to rush with her to protect the girl. Argo smiled at Ares and complained that Yuri constantly does reckless acts. Jorg rushed past them and loudly begged the two to hold back the enemy so he could lead Yuri to safety. Knight Amanda boldly swung her sword, performing the double strike technique in a burning ring. Flames roared. And at the same time, Knight Argo shouted the skill, "Water Flow Single Point," creating a powerful stream of water. Two mighty strikes merged into one, swept like a squall, and spectacularly knocked the advancing goblins aside. Seizing the golden chance, Commander Leon raised the flaming sword high, ordered the army to advance, and loudly commanded to press the enemy immediately. Another knight picked up their goal was to kill the Goblin King, and when the knights, the beastman warrior Vilna and other adventurers rushed into the attack, cutting down monsters, the pressure exploded and they surged at the Demon King, riding his steed. The brave knight rushed forward to strike the Goblin King, but even before he could land a blow, the king easily threw him off with his huge hand with sharp claws. The blow tossed the knight into the air. He flew stunned and in disbelief. While the Demon King showed his stunning power, bearing fangs and swinging claws, Commander Leon rode forward with an icy gaze to meet him face to face. Leon swung his massive sword and struck so fiercely at the Goblin King that he barely raised his weapon in defense. The strike sent sparks and shook the Demon King's steed so much that it stumbled and fell. And from afar, Yuri and Jorg, holding their breath on their horses, watched the fight. Yuri shouted with amazed admiration at the terrible power of the commander. Giving the enemy no moment to recover, Leon leapt into the air, raised the sword high, and concentrating, fused wind with fire in the blade. A blazing stream of mana burst out as he aimed down at the fallen Goblin King to deliver the decisive finishing blow. Leon's eyes blazed with determination. He roared the name of the move, "Burning Slash," and sharply lowered the sword. The blade, wrapped in fierce fire and a piercing gust of wind, cut through the air and struck the Goblin King. The attack was so powerful that he did not have time to react and was completely engulfed in the flames of magic. The Goblin King screamed in unbearable pain as the deadly blow cut through his huge body, which began to crack and emit dazzling light. Knight Argo and comrades nearby froze in amazement at this magnificent moment, and young Yuri stared with shining eyes, watching how the evil leader fell so swiftly. The Demon King's body exploded and turned into a tall pillar of light that shot into the sky and gradually dissolved into nothing. The demon landed firmly and calmly sheathed his sword. Everyone around fell silent, and a loud confirmation sounded. The Goblin King is completely destroyed. Yuri repeated the word, frozen in stunned amazement, and Amanda, unable to contain her joy, shouted that they succeeded. Knight Argo smiled with relief and asked if it was really over. Commander Leon turned around and looked at everyone as the battlefield erupted with cries of victory from all the knights. Yuri, delighted, sat on a horse next to Jorg and raised her magic staff in celebration, ending the brutal battle and giving hope that the demon calamity was finally defeated. The body of the Demon King disintegrated and completely vanished in a blinding light, and the surrounding knights exploded with joy, endlessly praising Lord Leonhardt as a true hero. In the whirlwind of that thunderous victory, Commander Leon proudly raised his sword and declared before the army that the Goblin King was killed, and the demonic evil was now ended. Although the enemy leader was dead, Leon loudly reminded the warriors not to relax and to continue sweeping through the remnants of the demonic beasts. Deprived of their commander, the goblins lost their fighting spirit and began to flee in complete disorder. The account noted that the fortress knights took advantage and pressed the attack, finishing off the fleeing monsters. Although many demonic beasts still remained, getting rid of them was now only a matter of time. Yuri raised his gaze, his eyes shining with admiration, and silently marveled that Lord Leon truly defeated the Demon King himself. At that moment, Magistrate Frank with a pink bunny on his head stepped forward, called the girl, and smiled, praising the commander for the glorious deed how he rushed into battle despite the danger. Proudly echoing his words was Knight Argo, and Jorg, all sweaty, fell to the ground and groaned that he thought he had died of fright, and Frank kindly asked if Yuri and Jorg were okay and unharmed. Magistrate Frank joked that Yuri's magic was so noticeable earlier that Argo would definitely scold her strictly, and the image of him with hands on hips in anger made Frank smile and say that it was inevitable. While everyone was chatting, Yuri suddenly fell silent and raised her eyes to the majestic sacred meteor mountain in the distance. An ancient legend came to her mind. On that peak lies the divine kingdom of Illusion, and its divine clan possesses all kinds of magic. Frank laughed and immediately explained that he was joking seeing Yuri's magic of all elements. He remembered that legend, but Yuri shuddered at the very name Illusion because it sounded so familiar, almost like the name of her game, Illusia Online. She hurriedly waved her hands and loudly denied any connection with the divine clan, causing Frank to quietly smile and reassure her. Just then Knight Argo ran up with a very serious expression and called Yuri to talk about that huge black leopard that appeared earlier. Quietly behind Yuri appeared a colossal creature from Sableford, unnoticed by anyone. She raised her eyes to the brave leopard and gently called Noir, anxiously asking who her little friend really was. The beast only growled quietly in response, which puzzled Yuri even more why he suddenly took such a gigantic form. And Argo and Amanda, who stood behind, were also tense and sweaty, not understanding why this dangerous demonic beast stood so calmly in front of the girl. The girl screamed in shock, seeing the amazing shrinking, and Argo froze with wide-open eyes, speechless. Yuri hugged the cat, sobbing and lamenting that this was the essence of the problem. She cried, explaining that she knew Noir would grow up someday, but never expected it to happen so suddenly. She sincerely regretted it because she just wanted to pamper her cute kitten a little longer. Argo froze, not knowing what to say. When Yuri threw a tantrum over the cat's eyes, Argo just smiled helplessly and sighed, regretting that he himself had expected too tense and serious a mood. Yuri continued to cling to Noir and sobbed, because for her the kitten that grew up overnight was a real tragedy. At the same time, the illustration showed the special ability of the black leopard to freely change size. He shrank from a colossal beast to a cute kitten that frolicked in the air. When Yuri realized that her friend could shrink at will, she was filled with joy, tightly hugged Noir, and rubbed her nose against her, exclaiming that although the large form looked cool, the small one was definitely the cutest, and all the time she called Noir out of sincere joy. Knight Argo, who was watching this absurdity, was just sweating nervously and muttered that he couldn't believe his eyes. And when he calmed down, Yuri began to think and suppose that Noir might not be just an ordinary variant, but a very rare abnormal specimen. She analyzed the differences and noted that ordinary night leopards have yellow eyes, but Noir has blue, and also the previously fierce pack behaved obediently when Noir took the gigantic form, and she smiled widely, making a shocking conclusion. Maybe Noir is actually the true king of demons of this uprising. But when Yuri tamed Noir and he became too close, fate turned upside down. Argus stroked his chin, thoughtfully nodded in confirmation of the theory, and suggested that the system might have generated a goblin king in place of the leader. Privately, he considered this idea a bit far-fetched, but since Yuri caused a miracle, anything is possible, and the chapter ended with a mystery that Noir's true identity is beginning to reveal itself. So Argus smiled warmly to calm her, and said that regardless of whether it is an abnormal mutation or a demon king, if it is Noir, he will still be incredibly beloved. Yuri hugged the kitten, gently pressed him to herself, and gladly agreed, recalling that later she noticed a sudden change on the status panel. Level jumped to 26, HP and MP increased significantly, and a new title appeared, Friend of the Leopard King, which Yuri decided definitely referred to Noir, so the Leopard King and the Demon King are essentially the same. And she beamed with joy, hugging Noir to her chest, and thinking that her favorite is not only cute and clever, but also strong, truly the best, as Argus said. The events transitioned to after the battle. The night Amanda cheerfully beckoned Yuri to the place where she, George, and Frank were sitting. Amanda exclaimed excitedly that Jorg fought just like an incomparable champion, and the bearded man blushed and swallowed his beer to hide his embarrassment. After the victory over the monsters, everyone rested that night in the Kairos fortress, a night full of joy. Delicious food, strong drinks, and shining smiles on all faces. The next day, the team packed to return to the island fortress. Although many monsters still remained, the tension was easing, wounded knights were taken for rest and treatment, and those with families impatiently awaited returning home to embrace their loved ones. The narrator added that the knights would be allowed leave when the demon uprising ended, so the tense days seemed to be behind. In her room, Yuri thoughtfully chewed on a quill and exclaimed with joy when she finished drawing something on paper. She poked the paper, pointing at the sketch, mumbling and estimating positions, when suddenly the researcher Karen in spiral glasses stuck her head in and asked if Yuri was done, then bluntly said that it was a catastrophically bad drawing. Yuri flinched, stumbled, and asked what she meant. And at that moment Amanda and Argo entered the room smiling. Amanda greeted them, and Argo remarked in surprise that it was rare to see Karen together with Yuri. Karen confidently adjusted her glasses and said that interesting things always happen around this boy. Amanda pursed her lips and joked that it was probably slimes again. Karen slammed the table in anger and cut in that turning monsters into allies was a big event. And seeing this, Argus asked what Yuri had been doing. Yuri turned around and smiled, told Argo that she was drawing a map. Argo, surprised, recalled that Yuri once said to reach the sage's tower, a key was needed. Yuri confirmed this and added that the key must be hidden in the labyrinth. She explained that she was digging through the game's memories to sketch the place. Hearing this, Amanda slammed the table and shouted if she really intended to go there alone, scolding her for recklessness. Karen immediately confidently offered to guide her, but Amanda waved it off and sharply said that with Karen nearby, she only felt more creepy. Argo covered his mouth with his hand, laughed dryly, and calmly counted that if Yuri used magic, the labyrinth could collapse. Yuri broke out in a sweat, and Turade urgently explained the sage's tower was too important. Seeing this, Amanda smiled, waved it off, and said she would go together to help Yuri, and Argo stood with crossed arms, smiling kindly, and added that he also wanted to go because he was curious to see the sage's tower with his own eyes, which made Yuri's eyes widen in surprise. Yuri asked shyly if both of them could really go with her. Amanda beamed and assured that it was all right, they were on vacation anyway. Yuri's eyes were moist with emotion, and she thought to herself that when they were both nearby, she would have the strength of 100 people. Suddenly, Magistrate Frank appeared in the doorway with a pink rabbit on his head and laughed, saying he had just overheard a very interesting story. Yuri turned to Frank, and the cat Noir meowed friendly. Frank loudly declared that he was also going on an expedition to the labyrinth, and Argo and Amanda froze in shock. Amanda hurriedly protested and fired questions. What about church duties? Give it to Simon. But Frank ignored the reproaches, approached the drawing on the table, and suddenly realized this was not nonsense but a real map. Yuri proudly pointed to the sketch and explained that this side was the kingdom of Ares, and that was the kingdom of the beast folk. Frank, sweating profusely, said that no matter how beautiful the map was, the place next to Arug, so this was definitely the fire labyrinth, and suggested inviting Vilna because she also wanted to go home. As soon as the warrior beast Vilna arrived, she shuddered and exclaimed. Yuri with sparkling eyes grabbed her hands and sincerely asked Frank to invite Vilna to help. Frank smiled and agreed to pass on the request. Yuri blushed, pressed her hand to her chest, and thought how quickly their group was growing. Amanda and Argo gently smiled at Yuri, and Amanda added that after Yuri saved so many people during the demon rebellion, everyone wanted to thank her and help. Hearing these sincere words, Yuri was moved to tears, then smiled brightly, bowed her head, and thanked everyone. Clenching her fist with determination, she loudly declared that the tiny sage would do everything to reach the sage's tower, closing this chapter and promising that a completely new journey would soon begin. Yuri stopped mid-wave with a confused expression when the paper in front of her suddenly lit up and sparkled. She sat silently and sadly, and Amanda, resting her chin on her hand, whispered that it seemed Yuri still could not recall a single memory. Karen, interested, asked what it was about, and Amanda explained that Yuri had just sent a letter to the magic bird. Yuri sadly lowered her head. She believed that by writing it down, she could remember something about her parents and brother. The girl diligently wrote the letter. She wanted to assure her family that she was fine, because she was afraid that after her sudden disappearance they would start to worry. But with tears in her eyes, she realized the paradox. Here she was telling people that she had amnesia, while at the same time the faces of her relatives began to fade in her memory. Before her appeared the image of a letter signed, Yuri, sent to her family. She thought that her mother's name was the only thing she still remembered, so she wrote it on the magic bird and let it go, but Yuri cried out of fear, not knowing what her life would become now. Seeing Yuri in tears, Amanda held her tightly. The knight closed its eyes in sympathy, understanding how painful it was for a child who could not regain her memories. And Amanda, calming Yuri, promised that even if she felt lonely and scared, she would stand by her until she found her way home. Amanda continued to soothe Yuri. The magic bird had already flown away, so the letter would definitely reach her family. Yuri wiped her tears, smiled, and thanked the knight. But the touching moment was suddenly interrupted when Karen slammed a cloth bag on the table with a dull thud, and Yuri flinched from it. Karen pushed her spiral glasses right up to Yuri's face, and stating that she had no other choice, insisted that the girl look inside. A tiny, very cute slime crawled out of the bag, and Yuri's eyes widened in surprise. Amanda jumped up in anger and shouted at Karen, asking why she had brought a monster here. Karen confidently explained that the bag was made of special magical mesh, so that the slime would not mutate, and that it was a special tool Amanda could not worry. Then Karen pointed at Yuri and ordered her to use healing to turn the slime into an ally, leaving Yuri stunned. Yuri awkwardly looked at Amanda for a hint. Amanda, sweating, forced a smile and said that if Karen said it was possible, then it was probably allowed. Hearing this, Yuri's eyes lit up, and she immediately raised her hand to cast a healing spell on the little creature. A familiar system window appeared, notifying about the activation of the monster taming skill and asking if she wanted to make the slime an ally. She gladly chose yes, lifted the slime into the air to triumphant music, and the system asked her to name the new friend. Yuri smiled and named the slime Purin. The little creature trembled with pleasure, and it seemed to her that he was truly happy, and Karen crossed her arms, frowned in surprise because everything went so simply, and looking at Purin and Noir, muttered that she had tried healing before, but every monster ran away. Karen fussed, not understanding the difference between her and Yuri nervously guessed that maybe it was all because of the monster taming skill in the system. Suddenly Karen had an idea. If cure didn't help, maybe they should try giving them holy water, at which Amanda helplessly laughed at this energetic researcher. Yuri accidentally glanced out the window and noticed several figures on the street, including an elegantly dressed elderly man with noble manners. She called the others and asked if anyone knew this stranger, and Amanda looked out, her face instantly darkened. She curled up under the table and whispered that this was the worst of possible options. Karen asked embarrassedly, and Amanda, trembling, confessed that she knew that man but absolutely did not want to meet him. Amanda's exaggerated reaction made Yuri break out in a cold sweat. She did not understand what was so terrible. Amanda grabbed her head from stress and explained that the man was Count Rainier, a VIP client of her guild, and next to him was a dwarf named Kurumu. Amanda grimaced, leaned toward Yuri, and whispered a shocking secret. The old count pressured her to become his concubine. Yuri was stunned, lost her composure, and shouted why, since Amanda already had George. Amanda panicked, quickly pressed her hand to Yuri's mouth, and quietly hissed, "SH." And at that moment a male voice outside shouted hello to Count Rainier. This made Amanda and Yuri, who were hiding by the windowsill, shudder. Count Rainier smiled warmly in response and recognized Lord Agios in the other man. He gently said that his son had received much from Lord Agios, and that when the trouble with the monster passed, he came to see how things were, and Amanda, hiding inside, whispered to Yuri that Agios was Simon's surname. The old count continued to say that he had heard about the great deeds of Lord Agios during the rebellion, although Simon modestly denied it in public. Then the count's expression changed, and in a sly tone he said he had heard a very strange rumor. Supposedly, a very young girl used powerful magic to help Lord Leonhardt, and Amanda, Karen, and Yuri in the room froze. The colossal secret of the tiny sage was revealed. When Amanda heard the rumors spreading outside, she turned pale with anxiety and whispered to Karen that if they stayed in the fortress, they would definitely be summoned. Yuri panicked and asked if she was the one they meant. At that moment there was a knock on the door, and a knight shouted if there was a little girl here because he was looking for her. Amanda and Yuri shuddered and tensely looked at each other. Amanda quickly answered aloud that there was no girl here, and Karen, seeing this, lifted her glasses with a knowing smile and suggested the perfect hiding place, so the three could pretend they were not here in the fortress at all. They moved to an open hot spring hidden in a green forest, where Amanda, Karen, and Yuri relaxed, basking in the warm water, and Yuri exclaimed with delight that she did not expect to find such a wonderful spring so close to the fortress. There also stood the beast warrior Vilna soaked, but with her usual unwavering expression. Amanda cheerfully said she had called Vilna to liven up the company and asked if everything was okay, to which Vilna silently nodded and said that once you get used to it, it's fine. Yuri closed her eyes, enjoying the hot water. Since she arrived in this world, she had only washed with magic, so this was her first real bath. She joyfully exclaimed that the hot spring was the best in the world, and Karen proudly adjusted her glasses and asked Yuri how she liked it here. Karen proudly said that she accidentally stumbled upon this secret place while looking for slimes. Amanda joked, asking if it would be less hot for her if she took off that heavy hat and thick glasses, and Vilna sniffed the air and remarked that there was some strange smell around. When Yuri heard Vilna, she guessed it was probably the sulfur smell of the hot springs, gently lifted the slippery Purin into her arms, and cheerfully said that this might be his home. She smiled at Karen and added, Look how Purin likes getting wet. When Karin turned around, Yuri gaped in shock and shouted, asking who was standing before her. Karin took off her spiral glasses, and on her incredibly beautiful, delicate face, Yuri froze in disbelief with surprise. She realized that Karin was not just pretty, but her pointed ears revealed she was an elf. Yuri opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Why, Karin is an elf." Amanda laughed and said she thought Yuri already knew. Karin felt a bit down from his exaggerated reaction and grumbled angrily what was so shocking about her being an elf. Vilna quietly added that elves who leave their native lands and wander the world are eccentric. She added that the party mage Nalaru became an adventurer just to taste the best wines in the world. And Yuri again opened his mouth in surprise, learning even more truths about the beautiful elf Nalaru. From the edge of the forest came Argo's voice. He called out and asked if everyone was okay because he heard loud screams near the hot springs. Yuri shuddered. He was frightened that the night voice sounded so close. Argo stood with his back to the hot spring, awkwardly explaining that he was accidentally assigned to accompany everyone and that's why he was here. Amanda cheerfully waved her hand and teased him, asking if Argo wanted to join them in the bath. Yuri blushed and firmly refused, while Argo flusteredly waved his hands, declining. After the jokes, the mood became serious. Yuri pondered and anxiously asked Amanda if it was causing her problems that they were deliberately hiding from Count Rainier. Amanda sighed and explained that the Count seemed very interested in the girl who used magic during the recent uprising. But the biggest problem was the dwarf Kurumu who accompanied him, and Karin added that Kurumu was a famous artifact researcher in the dwarf clan. Yuri blinked and asked what an artifact was, so Amanda explained more simply, comparing them to weapons or equipment with special properties found in ruins, and Yuri immediately understood and nodded, equating them to ultra-rare SSR-level weapons in a game. The gaze shifted to Kurumu. On his right eye shone a magical magnifying glass, and Karin continued that his most important research was creating tools that worked like artifacts, and that magnifying glass, supposedly, was a device he invented himself. Yuri anxiously asked what the magnifying glass did, and Argo from outside hinted that it was a magical device with a function similar to the appraisal skill. When Yuri heard the word appraisal, she shuddered and immediately realized how serious everything was. Yuri turned pale and sweaty, stammering said that if the lens could appraise, Kurumu, looking at her, would read her entire status card and all indicators, and she grabbed her head in panic, crying that it was a horror because all secrets about her extraordinary magic, and that Noir was an abnormal species, would be revealed. Amanda thoughtfully rubbed her chin and decisively said that if the Count found out the truth, he would definitely do everything to make Yuri his. Yuri naively asked what make his meant. Amanda sighed and explained that the simplest thing nobles often did was force others to marry into their family, and the Count. The youngest son of the Count was only 13, so probably he did not have a fiancée yet. Yuri's heart tightened. She stepped back in horror, realizing that she could be married off even though her body was only 8 years old. Amanda sighed helplessly and added that such things were not uncommon among the nobility. Yuri grabbed her head, tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried out in despair. "What should I do?" Amanda smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry too much yet, just stay away from the Count." Go outside also encouraged her, saying these people would not dare break into the women's bath, so Yuri could relax and rest. Knight Argo smiled slyly and reassured them. Whatever happens, he and his comrades have backup plans, so Yuri need not be afraid. He added that the magical magnifying glass seemed to work only on Kurumu, so the risk of widespread information leakage was small. Yuri pouted with displeasure, but then firmly stated that she absolutely did not want Kurumu to see her. Amanda mysteriously winked, agreed, and suggested they hide together in the room for safety, and Yuri immediately nodded, feeling relief inside. If Amanda was nearby, any trouble could be overcome. The brilliant sorceress Selena appeared in an elegant floor-length dress and calmly read in the library. Behind her stood a wooden shelf, along which a small cat Noir quietly and gently climbed. In the annotation, this was presented as an exclusive short story in Volume 2, showing the everyday moments of the heroes, and Selena, as if sensing his presence, looked back. Noir meowed and suddenly nimbly jumped to the floor right in front of Selena. She gasped. This scene reminded her of the moment when Captain Leongart seriously entrusted Selena with taking care of Noir, reassuring her that he posed no threat to anyone, and asked her to watch over the little creature so that no one would harm it. Selena closed her eyes, blushed shyly, and respectfully replied that she understood and would carry out all Lord Leongart's orders. Returning to reality, she sighed helplessly, watching as Noir indifferently dug his claws into her precious parchment scroll. Selena frowned and angrily told Noir not to play like that. It was an important document. She quickly grabbed the scroll and pressed it to herself, while Noir meowed and rubbed against her skirt like a spoiled one. Selena turned away with a proud, stubborn expression, telling herself that the monster's charm would not conquer her. But Noir came closer and rubbed his head against her leg, making her blush and become confused, not knowing how to respond to such persistent affection. Unable to resist the insistent kitten, she gave in and took out a small plate with a few round pieces, placed it on the floor, and in a stern tone ordered Noir to go eat somewhere else. Noir happily meowed, ran to the plate, and nibbled contentedly, while Selena involuntarily looked at him with softer eyes. But as soon as she finished eating, Noir rushed back and again began rubbing against the sorceress's legs. Causing Selena to blush with irritation, she shouted at Noir to stop being spoiled, although inside she was screaming from the incredible cuteness of the cat. Noir looked up at Selena with big, sparkling eyes and let out an incredibly sweet meow, which made Selena freeze for a few seconds, speechless, and in a moment the scene shifted to when Yuri and Amanda rushed to look for Noir. Worried, Yuri asked Amanda where Noir could have gone, quietly whispering to herself that the cat was probably still somewhere near the fortress. Amanda propped her cheek with her hand and quietly murmured in her mind that she had no idea where Noir had gone to play. As they walked, Yuri suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the room ahead. Yuri and Amanda peeked through the door crack and froze in surprise. The once proud Selena was now gently smiling, tightly holding Noir and tenderly stroking the cat, while whispering how cute Noir was and asking if he liked being petted like that. Amanda giggled and whispered to Yuri that Selena turned out to be not a bad person at all. Yuri nodded with a smile and thought to herself that anyone would become kinder if they were kept by such a cute kitty. Very warm and sweet ending for this side story. Returning to the main plot, suddenly a young man with short hair, neatly dressed, burst through the door and scared Amanda and Yuri. He was panting and in panic called Amanda to deliver urgent news his father had just arrived at the island fortress. Amanda, having asked in surprise, suddenly recognized it was Lancelot. He, out of breath, said he wanted to tell Amanda everything at once. Amanda smiled brightly and introduced Lancelot to Yuri, noting that he stood out a lot and was easy to recognize. Yuri shyly stepped forward, took Lancelot's hand and greeted him politely. Lancelot responded with a gentle smile, chatted a bit with the girl, and then he turned to Amanda. Amanda teased him by asking if he was the son of Count Rainier, and he, scratching his head in embarrassment, admitted it. Lancelot said he had heard that some girls shared a room with Amanda, so he came to ask, bowed, and apologized, advising Amanda and Yuri to be careful and not to run into his father, because the Count would not just burst into a guest's room. Yuri's face darkened and became sad. She squeezed Amanda's hand tightly and sincerely asked to tell him immediately if his father did anything strange or harmful. Lancelot's sincerity made Amanda nod and thank him, while Yuri stood aside, pouting and wondering that the Count's son could be so kind. As the group walked down the corridor, the story recalled that Lancelot and Amanda were classmates and studied together at the Knights' Academy of the Kingdom of Ares. Yuri asked in surprise if they were a couple. Lancelot laughed and explained that at the Academy of Knighthood and Magic, seniors often paired with juniors to help each other in studies. He added that since there were few female knights, mixed pairs had to be formed. Amanda cheerfully shared an interesting fact. Before she was paired with Lancelot, he was Jorg's training partner. At that moment, Jorg, with his usual beard, appeared at the end of the corridor and quietly called Amanda and Yuri. In the fortress corridor, Amanda happily led Yuri to Jorg and apologized for calling him so suddenly. Coquettishly added that it was nothing, she had always wanted to see him, to which Jorg gently said her name. Amanda blushed and firmly said she knew her feelings and would definitely make him notice her someday. Jorg looked at Amanda and said she had not changed at all, which immediately created a warm, pleasant atmosphere between them. Yuri, who was watching, thought that she had previously considered Amanda's love one-sided. But maybe she was wrong. Amanda was extremely charming. Lancelot seemed to like her, so a devoted admirer like Amanda would surely touch Jorg. Yuri happily told Amanda that it was wonderful, as if they had become a couple, which made Amanda shudder and blush with embarrassment. And Yuri naively guessed whether Jorg kept his distance out of shame before Lancelot, excitedly exclaiming that this was a complicated adult love. Just then Jorg put the belt on the table and announced that the item was ready, which made Yuri ask in surprise. Jorg explained that before leaving, he had engraved a magical combination of runes on the belt she had entrusted to him. Believing that Yuri already had physical and magical protection, he added a dexterity indicator to the belt and asked her to try it on. Yuri happily took it and tightened the cute belt with a paw print design around her waist. Yuri turned around to show everyone how it looked and asked how she looked. Amanda cheerfully exclaimed that Yuri was incredibly cute, and the girl lit up with joy. Just then, Jorg seriously announced that the belt had accidentally received a very rare additional effect called Caprice of the Gods. Amanda gasped with admiration and praised George. His talent was truly incredible. Yuri, puzzled, asked what exactly that side effect was. George looked at her seriously and briefly replied that it was a luck stat. Yuri recalled how George explained that activating, Caprice of the Gods, was extremely rare, and that an item with a luck stat had only appeared once when he made one for Captain Leon. At the thought that an item like the captain's would bring her a lot of benefits, she lit up with joy, smiled, thanked Jorg, and promised to take good care of it, to which Jorg smiled in response and said he was glad to hear that. Yuri held the cat Noir in her arms and beamed, saying that soon many good things would definitely happen to her. But as soon as she said this, the sound of footsteps of an approaching group echoed down the fortress corridor, and it became clear. Something bad was coming. From the corridor suddenly came out the old Count Rainier accompanied by the dwarf Kurumu and another person, which shocked everyone. That companion was the sorceress Selena with an icy, stern expression on her face. And Amanda immediately paled, tensed, and spread her arms to shield Yuri behind her. She angrily demanded to know what that was supposed to mean. And Selena, remaining condescending, replied that Count Rainier himself wanted to see Yuri's magic with his own eyes, so she brought them here and now asked Amanda if it bothered her. Amanda sharply retorted to Selena. Knowing that this was Yuri's magical training, did she ask Captain Leon for permission? Selena confidently cut in that as the chief sorceress of the fortress, it was entirely her business, and she needed no permissions. She added that Count Rainier was a master of earth magic, a gift she could not teach, so his personal lessons were a great honor, and hearing this Amanda clenched her teeth and remained silent in fierce anger. At that moment Count Rainier stepped forward with a lustful smile and told her not to be so wary, because much time had passed and he wanted to look more closely at her beautiful face. Hearing the Count's obscene words, Amanda shuddered disdainfully and turned her face away in indignation, decisively refusing and warning that Captain Leon would arrive any moment. So if he wanted to admire a beautiful face, let him admire the captain. The Count was a little embarrassed, but mockingly said that Amanda was always stubborn. Her stubbornness amused him, and he turned to Kurumu, who stood nearby, for his opinion. Not wanting to argue with them any longer, Amanda grabbed Yuri's hand and sharply pulled her away. They were pulled out before she could take the magical letterbird she had just finished writing. Yuri cried out in alarm, but had to follow Amanda to break free from their circle. When Amanda led Yuri aside, Selena shouted angrily where they were rushing. The training was about to start. Amanda pulled Yuri, turned around, and shouted irritably for Selena to look at the situation, because Selena really could not read the atmosphere. Amanda decisively ordered Yuri to keep going, ignoring the Count and Kurumu who stood on the stairs. As soon as they were in the corridor, she told Argo to leave the quarrel to Captain Leon. Argo nodded, and Yuri, looking back anxiously, shyly asked Amanda if everything would really be all right. When they finally fled back to the room, Amanda flopped onto the sofa, exhausted, and sighed she was truly powerless against Selena's naivety. Yuri sat beside her, sweating, equally exhausted after that moment that made the heart stop. Amanda ruffled her hair with her hand and muttered, not understanding how Selena could so indifferently bring those disgusting people here, even though Captain Leon gave clear instructions. She sighed. They were clearly exposed, and Yuri sat down dejectedly, realizing that now she was officially in the sights of the Count and the dwarf with the evaluation lens. Yuri trembled and asked Argo if Kurumu with that evaluation lens could see all her hidden traits, and Argo ran his hand over his chin, and thinking, said he was not quite sure. But the most important thing now was to quickly find a way to counteract before Count Rainier made his move. Amanda sat down beside her, thought for a long time with her eyes closed, and then suddenly lit up as if struck by a brilliant idea. She jumped up, excitedly hit her chest, and declared that to settle everything smoothly, Yuri must become her adopted daughter. Hearing such an incredible and sudden proposal, Yuri gaped in shock and shouted, not believing her own ears. Amanda tightly hugged Yuri, shining with joy, and called it a plan to kill two birds with one stone, explaining that if Yuri became her daughter, Count Rainier would not dare to force the noble daughter to be a concubine. Yuri shuddered in panic at the very thought of becoming Amanda's daughter, and the knight Argo, who stood nearby, broke out in sweat and waved his hands, trying to stop them, and insisting that it was absurd at her age suddenly having such an adult daughter. Amanda stubbornly insisted that she could convince her parents or arrange for George to adopt Yuri because a child needs a father. But Argo sighed and bluntly noted that convincing the parents would take too much time and was unrealistic, after which he suddenly smiled, looked at Yuri, and gently suggested that she become part of his family, which made both Amanda and Yuri freeze in surprise. Yuri, with tears in her eyes, bowed her head deeply in shame and hesitantly apologized, squeezing out that she originally belonged to the Kujo family, so becoming a daughter of a strange house seemed wrong to her, and sincerely asked forgiveness from everyone. Amanda looked at her with tenderness and understanding and smiled kindly, reassuring her that although it was a bit sad, everything was fine. Amanda guessed to herself that Yuri only remembered her own name and was afraid that changing it would mean that she would never be able to return to Japan. Argo ran his hand over his chin, thought for a moment, and then proposed a solution that suited both. To protect the Kyujo surname, Yuri could become his adopted daughter and take the new name Yuri Kyujo Owen. Yuri blinked in surprise and asked Argo what that meant, and Argo calmly smiled and explained that among the nobility, adopting a child to preserve the family name was a common thing and nothing strange, and cheerfully added that his family had only sons, so the appearance of a daughter would greatly please the parents. Argo looked at Yuri with sincere eyes and assured her that he would gladly accept such a sweet little sister, gently adding that, until she found her real family, his family would become her temporary home, and Yuri blushed with excitement, quietly repeating the name Yuri Kyujo Owen as a new hope ignited in her heart. Yuri admired mentally. The new name gave her a warm, native feeling, and she shyly raised her eyes to Argo, timidly asking if a child of unknown origin like her would really be allowed into his family. Argo smiled kindly, reassured her, and assured that although their family was noble, they had very free and open traditions, so she should not worry. He admitted that he had anticipated the situation and had already sent news to his close ones. Argo extended a large hand with a warm smile and asked if Yuri would agree to take it. She gladly nodded and obediently placed her small palm in the kind hands of the knight. Argo gently slid a shining ring onto Yuri's slender finger, and she, looking surprised, whispered whether it was a magical artifact, since the ring shone with a bright blue mana crystal, and the metal band was delicately engraved with a feather pattern. Meanwhile, Amanda, who saw everything, gaped in amazement and asked Argo when he had taken to preparing such a thing. The knight grabbed his head and lamented that he had no chance to compete with Argo for custody of Yuri. The young knight just laughed and said that since Yuri was now a member of the Owen family, he really needed to be ready, so he nudged Yuri to speak and call him. Amanda took Yuri by the hands and gently advised her to take care of the ring, as it was proof that she belonged to the Owen family. Yuri looked at the ring, then raised her eyes with an innocent face and asked if Argo would now be her brother. Argo cheerfully nodded and explained that although the official adoption ceremony could not yet take place, since they had not reached the capital, simply showing the ring would scare off Count Rainier, no matter how brazen he was, from trying to touch the girl. Amanda laughed happily and agreed. The Owen family was a respected family, so Yuri should gladly use this reputation, and Argo winked and encouraged her to make full use of it. Argo jokingly changed his tone, and declaring that as her brother he would protect and pamper Yuri, slightly embarrassed her but greatly amused her. Yuri smiled and agreed, picked up the cat Noir on whose head dangled a small blob of slime, and asked Argo if these two little companions could stay with them. Argo laughed loudly, waved his hand, and assured her that of course they could stay. Noir and Purin were also part of Yuri's family. The girl bowed deeply with joy, thanked him, and asked Brother Argo to take care of her from now on. Argo bowed slightly in response, and smiled gently at the greeting of his newly adopted younger sister. Argo blushed, covered his mouth with his hand, whispered older brother, and thought that although it was not very heroic, it sounded incredibly pleasant. Seeing his reaction, Yuri awkwardly blushed and asked if she could address him that way. Argo, sweating from panic, hastily waved it off, saying it was all right. And Yuri suddenly realized that perhaps she had accidentally confused the form of address and began to wave her hands in panic, to which Argo, unable to contain his own indescribable cuteness, lost self-control, rushed forward, hugged Yuri tightly, and shouted with joy, scaring and embarrassing her. He placed one hand on his face burning with shame, the other on his thigh, and thought that having a younger sister turned out to be quite charming, while Amanda, standing nearby and seeing how her friend was losing control, cast a deadly glance at him and sharply called him by name. The young knight, all sweaty, forced a smile and rubbed his head, apologizing that it was already too late, promising to take care of his sister carefully from now on and asking everyone to restrain themselves a little. Amanda sighed helplessly and waved her hand. After all, it was the perfect plan to deal with Count Rainier. Argo again gently pressed his cheek to Yuri's and cheerfully declared that an engagement now would be premature, so protecting her as a brother was the right step. Yuri laughed from tickling but accidentally whispered from excitement, "Older brother R." Hearing this strange form of address, Argo froze and asked how exactly Yuri had just called him. But before he could recover, Amanda suddenly pulled out a huge paper fan from nowhere and struck him on the head with it, shouting for him to stop joking immediately. Argo grabbed his swollen head, smiled awkwardly, and still rubbing his painful temple, asked Yuri if she was all right. Yuri blossomed the brightest smile she had ever had, and she sincerely thanked Brother Argo, saying that she felt as if they had truly become a family. Amanda stood behind, smiling gently and looking at the brother and sister, advised Yuri to rely on Brother Argo without hesitation from now on. Yuri gladly agreed, thinking that the previous restlessness and fear had completely disappeared. The story ended with an important message: mutual protection is the true meaning of family. Yuri blossomed the brightest smile and sincerely thanked Brother Argo from. When they began preparing for the long journey, Yuri cheerfully checked her things, took a small bag, and petted the cat Noir, on whose head there was a bit of slime not cleaned and strangely clean, to make sure everything was ready. Just then Amanda came in with a radiant smile and asked if Yuri was ready and hadn't forgotten anything, to which Yuri immediately responded with a radiant smile that she had her handkerchief and was completely ready to set off. The cat Noir was ready to set off. But the cat Noir was not ready for the long journey. The cat Noir was ready to set off. But the cat Noir was not ready for the long journey. When Yuri went outside, Knight Argo cheerfully waved to her in greeting, and she gladly called out, "Our older brother." Argo gently asked if his little sister had slept well last night, and Yuri enthusiastically replied that she felt good and full of energy. Finally, the day of departure from the island castle arrived. Preparations were complete, and Argo, smiling, thanked the beast warrior Wilna for agreeing to accompany them home. Amanda anxiously asked about packing, and he cheerfully said to put everything on the horse's back. Amanda said she had taken a whole year off, and Frank added with admiration that with Wilna nearby, they felt very protected. No matter how powerful the enemy seemed, they easily overcame him. Argo turned and asked Amanda if she was still worried about Count Rainier, and Amanda confidently replied that that was exactly why they were leaving now, and that she did not care about him at all. Argo nodded. Being well prepared would be enough. Just then the explorer Karen appeared in her usual mushroom hat and spiral glasses, arms confidently crossed, and Argo, Amanda, and Yuri simply gaped in surprise. Karen announced excitedly that the trip was also an expedition in search of a new type of slime, so she absolutely had to go, and this suddenly reminded Yuri of that plan. Karen asked hotly if everyone had forgotten, and Amanda, sweating, asked in surprise how they would find the slimes at all, and Karen confidently patted her chest, replying that she would easily sense them by their smell with her nose. While everyone was noisily chatting, Yuri accidentally looked up at the towering fortress wall and quietly sighed with amazed admiration. The girl was drawn to a familiar figure. Captain Leongard stood silently on the battlement, his cloak fluttering in the wind, and his calm gaze was fixed on the group preparing to set off. Yuri, sitting on the horse Argo, hurriedly shouted to everyone and pointed at the wall, informing them that the captain was there. Amanda looked up and smiled brightly, deciding that he had surely come to see them off. Suddenly, a loud call sounded from below, and Leongard looked down at the knights and companions preparing to depart. Little Yuri joyfully raised her tiny hand, waved, and shouted to the captain that everyone was leaving. After the farewell, Argo smiled, took the reins, and led the group through the gates of Issel Castle into the bright sunlight, loudly giving the command to depart and naming the nearest destination as the Earth Labyrinth, which made Yuri on his back happily raise her fist. As the riders walked along the dirt road, Argo said they would continue on this main path for some time. Yuri looked back with curiosity and anxiety and asked if monsters might appear since they were outside the safety zone. And Amanda smiled and calmly explained that along the main roads of the Kingdom of Ares stood stone pillars protected by magical runes that repel monsters, so traveling this road was completely safe. Karen, walking nearby, grumbled angrily that it was precisely because of those magical seals that she still hadn't encountered a single slime. And Amanda warned that sometimes special monsters invulnerable to these protections might stray onto the road. Just as Amanda said, a giant rat with sharp teeth suddenly jumped out of the bushes and blocked their path, and the horse got scared and neighed loudly. Yuri panicked, shouted, "Amanda!" warned her to be careful, danger had appeared. But the knight was completely calm, told everyone to trust her with it, decisively drew her sword, jumped off the horse, and with one flash of steel split the giant rat in two. After easily defeating the enemy, Amanda turned around, hands on her hips, and proudly declared that an opponent of such size was no challenge at all. Yuri applauded enthusiastically. Argo approached the rat's body, bent down with interest, and picked up something shiny that had fallen to the ground. He held out his hand and announced that it was a ring, and Yuri immediately recalled game knowledge that giant rats often drop rare gold rings that are worth a lot. Her eyes lit up with a greedy, coin-like gleam. But when Argo looked closely at the ring, he read the engraving "From Carl to Mary," and Amanda and Argo realized it was a lost personal item, not a rare drop, so Yuri's hopes were shattered, and she gaped in disappointed despair over the lost chance to get rich. At a rest stop by the road, official Frank held a picked-up ring and said that a huge rat had probably swallowed someone's lost item. He rubbed his chin and noted that the next stop was the village of Grem, so he intended to stop there and look for the owner, while researcher Karen, who was listening, blinked in surprise and pressed Frank, asking if he really planned to bother and return it. She teased that Frank was interfering like some kind of respectable official, to which he only smiled and said that actually he was an official. At that moment, Amanda noticed Yuri's detached gaze and gently leaned in to ask what was wrong. Yura lowered her head with belated guilt, scolding herself for greed clouding her when she thought the ring was a real treasure. And while she was lost in sadness, a sudden flash of light hinted that something strange was about to happen. Suddenly, a system window appeared brightly before Yuri. A sound announced the activation of a new quest. She had to return the golden ring to a certain Carl who lived in the village of Grem. The reward was a night's stay at the village inn. But the penalty for failure was terrible. The inn would be closed forever, and she froze in surprise. Panic began to engulf her eyes opened wide, and conflicting thoughts raced wildly in her head. Was this reality or still a game? Yuri asked herself in shock. If all sensations were real, then why did these quest messages keep appearing as if she was stuck in a hopeless virtual world? After struggling with her thoughts, Yuri decided to set aside her worries. Further reflection gave no answers, so it was better to finish the quest, and she decisively pressed the yes button on the virtual screen. Immediately her mood changed. She cheerfully turned to Frank and asked if they were now going to the village of Grem to return the ring. Frank smiled, nodded, and apologized to the group that the detour would take a little more time. Nearby, Karen pouted and muttered about the long road ahead, but Frank quickly calmed her, promising that in the village of Grem there would definitely be delicious food and good wine. The village of Grem lay peacefully under the sun, tile roofs tightly pressed against each other, and Yuri admired its simple beauty. Frank enthusiastically ordered the team to enter the village. The first thing was to find a tavern or an inn to get the necessary information. As soon as Frank mentioned the tavern, Amanda instantly got angry and loudly scolded him, strictly ordering not to take Yuri to such noisy places because the girl was still young. Frank awkwardly explained that taverns were the best place to catch news because drinking loosens tongues, but Amanda categorically refused. Eventually, the knight decisively picked up Yuri and loudly declared that the two of them were going straight to the guest house, regardless of the opinion of the drunken official. As soon as they stepped over the threshold of the tavern, a couple fiercely arguing met them in the main hall. The woman, angry, shouted that she had heard enough of his explanations and told him to be quiet, turned her back, and left L. The young blonde man was left in despair and helplessly called Mary. Frank approached the registration desk, loudly apologized for interrupting, and asked if anyone knew someone named Carl. The young man froze, looked at the group of strangers, and awkwardly admitted that he was Carl, which stunned Yuri and Argo. Frank began enthusiastically recounting the whole adventure to Carl. On the road, they came across a huge rat that swallowed the ring, and they killed it. He took out the golden ring, handed it over, and explained that they found the owner by the name engraved inside. Carl took the ring with sorrow on his face and explained that its loss made his wife Mary mistakenly think that he had given the ring to another woman. The morning quarrel erupted because Mary, consumed by jealousy, was already about to leave home, and this hurt Carl terribly. Frank and Argo smiled to comfort him and encouraged him to take the ring and find his wife to dispel suspicions and reconcile the family. Before Carl could go to look for Mary, a frightened villager ran into the room and shouted that a giant armored crab suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the village and was destroying everything around. And immediately a message about a related quest flashed before Yuri's eyes, prompting her to join Carl to defeat the monster. The reward this time was a mysterious key, but if they failed, the chance to get it would disappear forever, and this worried Yuri greatly. Seeing that the matter was urgent and wanting to help the villagers, he boldly suggested that everyone go out together and deal with the giant crab. A giant armored crab, massive in its sturdy shell, aggressively waved its powerful claws, threatening the villagers who fled in fear. Understanding that ordinary weapons were unlikely to pierce the shell, Frank fearlessly rushed forward and focused all his strength in his fists using the three strikes palm technique. He struck the crab's shell with powerful blows one after another, creating internal shocks. He shouted loudly about his determination to defeat the monster at any cost, while Argo and Carl actively searched for weak spots to coordinate attacks. When the crab suffered heavy damage and began to stagger, Yuri seized the opportune moment and delivered the decisive blow. She raised her magical staff high, concentrated all her mana, and began to cast the most powerful spell, Lightning Spear, directly at the target. A huge lightning bolt struck the crab from the sky, a powerful explosion thundered, and in a dazzling flash it was completely destroyed. After the battle, Carl and Mary approached together to sincerely thank Yuri's group for saving their lives and protecting the village. That evening, everyone gathered in the cozy tavern to celebrate and congratulate Carl. He returned the ring and reconciled with his wife. Carl was deeply moved and grateful for the warm help of the unfamiliar knights and the official. Frank enthusiastically raised the exquisite wine he had long desired and laughed, saying this was the highest reward for the official's work. Meanwhile, Vilna seriously examined a strange object, and Yuri sat with crossed arms, thoughtfully murmuring that the series of tasks had exhausted her but also made her very satisfied. After the loud victory over the giant crab, Yuri stood proudly, with the cat Noir and the slime Purin settled on her head. She noted that she had only hoped for a simple quest to return the ring, but she got involved in a couple's quarrel, then had to fight a monster, and she confidently decided. With such a strong team, any trial becomes easy, and they seem to have no rivals. At that moment, Carl smiled gratefully at Mary, then addressed Yuri's group and said he had not yet properly thanked them for saving him. Suddenly asked Mary to wait and hurriedly ran to bring something. Mary and Argo looked at each other embarrassedly. Curiosity filled the air. Carl returned and opened his palm, showing a refined key with an antique floral head, which he sincerely offered to them as a sign of gratitude. Argo took the key from Carl and muttered, wondering what it could open. Mary, standing nearby, quietly gasped. She realized that her husband had decided to give this valuable item to strangers, and Carl shyly explained that he had kept it for a long time, hoping to become a traveler someday and use it. But now, with Mary nearby, he felt he no longer needed the key and believed it would be more useful to Yuri's group. At the very moment the key changed owners, a system signal sounded, and a message about the completed task appeared before Yuri. She exclaimed with joy. System window showed their achievements: the return of the ring and the killing of the crab, and confirmed the main reward, a key to the hidden room in Trial Cavern. Yuri was bursting with joy that the chain of tasks was finally successfully completed. Argo thoughtfully asked Carl about Trial Cavern, suggesting that the key might lead to Sage Tower, and Carl enthusiastically told that he had heard. It is a cave in the middle of a magma lake, and the key opens secret gates deep inside. Mary smiled and added that there were no very strong monsters in that cave, so it was suitable for those like Yuri's squad to test themselves and hone their skills. The official Frank gladly clapped his hands, thinking the expedition was a great way to test how the team works together. Argo smiled and asked Yuri if she wanted to go, to which the young wise woman answered with a passionate yes. Then Argo addressed Carl again to make sure he really did not mind giving up this important item, and Carl, scratching his head and beaming, assured that with Mary nearby he was the happiest man in the world. The young couple tenderly embraced and exchanged sweet gestures that filled the air with hearts. Seeing that loving scene, Argo instantly covered Yuri's eyes with both hands so she would not see the adult scene, and he himself blushed with embarrassment. Just then a new quest window suddenly appeared, announcing the next challenge to defeat the final boss in the depths of Trial Cavern to receive a blessing. And although Yuri's eyes were closed, she felt excitement and mentally promised herself that their journey to the mysterious cave begins here, closing this chapter with a promise of an even more dramatic adventure in the world of Illusia. About an hour into the tiring trek from the village of Grema, Yuri's group finally came across the entrance to the trial cave, hidden between steep cliffs. Seeing the dark opening, Yuri exclaimed with delight and was pierced by an excited, slightly anxious premonition. This was her first real expedition. Meanwhile, the researcher Karin sniffed and noticed that the air smelled strongly of moisture. Yuri recalled Carl's story about the underground lake and excitedly reminded everyone about it. She sealed herself and resolutely decided to do everything possible to defeat the final boss, as required by the system task flashing before her. The group cautiously stepped into the cave. Argo reminded Yuri to watch her step. The ground was slippery and uneven. Yuri was surprised. Inside it was not pitch dark, and a strange light showed the way. Amanda thoughtfully said that with the underground lake, this was probably a water dungeon, and it was not the best place for her fire-fighting style. Argo sighed anxiously. If these monsters were water-type, his sword would hardly be able to wound them. Yuri naively suggested just casting lightning against the water creatures, which shocked Argo and Amanda. They both shouted for her not to cast offensive spells, fearing that another terrible explosion might collapse the cave. Yuri, confused, asked why she was stopped after all. She was sure she had become much stronger at Sage LV-29. Argo forced a smile and explained that the cave was full of water, and if Yuri summoned lightning, everyone would be shocked by electricity. Frank said that earth magic, like a rockfall, was very dangerous. They could be crushed alive. So Yuri was better off staying in the safe rear where she would be protected. Hearing these practical warnings from the elders, Yuri slowly lowered her head and, a little upset that she would not be able to show off, immediately agreed. Argo gently tousled her hair and said to trust the team. Argo suddenly froze. He saw something at the end of the path and shouted that the underground lake had collapsed. Finally, it appeared. Yuri exclaimed, "Wow!" With excitement before her in the depths of the cave stretched a quiet lake with stalactites shimmering on its surface. Amanda smiled and nodded. The trek was easier than she expected because only minor small monsters appeared along the way. The group approached the shore. Noir led bravely, and the slimy Purin still sat on the cat's head. Yuri silently admired the underground beauty and felt that the long journey was worth it. In the silence around the underground lake, Amanda looked around and noticed that there was no hint of a door or secret entrance that Carl had mentioned. Yuri naively asked Argo about the hidden room, and the knight awkwardly scratched his head on his side. There was only a smooth stone wall. Amanda suggested splitting up to look for a keyhole or some hidden mechanism. Suddenly, the beast warrior Vilna behaved strangely and began removing her armor and clothes, and Yuri panicked, shouting, "What are you going to do in broad daylight?" attracting the surprised glances of the entire squad. Vilna calmly said she was going to jump into the underground lake to check if a secret chamber was hidden at the bottom, which made Yuri frantically wave his arms trying to stop her. He was afraid she would catch a cold. He shouted for Vilna to stop removing clothes, and everything turned into a noisy and funny scene. Meanwhile, in another corner, Slime Purin seemed to sense something and trembled with curiosity. Frank smiled, examining the key in his hand, and suggested that instead of looking for the keyhole, it was worth trying the key itself. Maybe it would trigger magic. And Yuri asked Frank hesitantly if the secret was in the sound or the direction of the mana in the key, but immediately admitted she had never done that before. Frank laughed and said that although he was not sure, the idea that the key was the decisive thing in the legends sounded very plausible. So he raised the key to the suspicious wall with a small indentation to check the reaction. As soon as the key touched the wall, a strange sound rang out, and Levin, the pink rabbit on Frank's shoulder, exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from the wall. Frank covered his face with his hand to avoid being blinded, and Yuri also recoiled in fright as a powerful magical shock unfolded right before them. Argo and Amanda paled with amazement and shouted, asking what was happening when the rock in front of them began to crack and glow, revealing a giant magical circle with ancient runes that rotated in the stone like teleportation gates. And Argo exclaimed in surprise that those gates had apparently been hidden all this time under layers of glowing moss, and no one had noticed. Karin lifted her glasses, visibly fascinated by the strange discovery, while Amanda froze in place, staring at the trembling magical gates, and Yuri widened her eyes in awe, thinking that this world truly hides wonders she could never have imagined. In the center of the shining magical circle, Argo suddenly shouted with joy. He finally noticed a small hole that looked exactly like a keyhole, and quickly approached to examine it, very cautious because of the magical energy emanating from it. Suddenly there was a zam, rumble. The cave shook and a strong gust of wind burst from the gates. Yuri jumped and asked Argo if it was the wind, as a cool breeze brushed over her, and Argo looked into the darkness beyond the gates and loudly said that the real secret was on the other side. The gates fully opened, revealing to the group a huge space deep in the cave, and Yuri exclaimed in shock. Before them unfolded a colossal stone hall, where towering stalagmites surrounded a high stone pedestal, and on it lay an ancient chest from which mist rose as if it was waiting for its owner to open it. Frank wiped sweat from his forehead and said that the room looked exactly like the final boss rooms in games, but it seemed there was no guard here. Yuri approached with eyes shining with curiosity, wondering why the chest emitted such a strange, sure sign that something important was about to happen. As soon as the group stepped into the hidden room, Amanda noticed something was wrong and was surprised. Why their protective magic, did not work at all. Karin, eyes wide behind her glasses, explained that the room was covered by a special barrier. It could disable all supporting spells as soon as they crossed the threshold. Yuri nervously broke out in sweat because she felt the space fill with an icy, deadly aura. Suddenly, Karin whispered about a bad omen and took out a staff with small bells, preparing to perform the dance of the Azure Dragon, a ritual dance to pray for safety. Karin began smooth dance movements and fervently begged the heavens to grant the group the protection of the Azure Dragon. Strangely, as soon as the dance began, a fountain of water burst from beneath the ground, swirling around Yuri and Frank without wetting them at all. Yuri was stunned. Amanda gladly told Yuri a secret. Karin actually belongs to a very special tribe of elven temple priestesses. Nico, they enhance their allies' defense through dance. And Yuri's eyes widened with admiration, and she quietly apologized for having long considered Karin just an eccentric slime researcher. Knight Argo, seeing that preparations were complete, loudly ordered the team to move to the chest from which a misty haze was emanating. Frank burst out laughing and told Argo to go ahead without any hesitation if there was a curse. He would immediately remove it, and Argo with a bitter smile accepted that he would always be at the forefront as soon as Argo's hand touched the chest. A thunderous rumble sounded, thick black smoke wildly swirled. And Yuri screamed in horror because the smoke condensed into a large, frightening figure, slowly appearing before them. From the black smoke emerged a giant serpent-like creature covered with shimmering blue scales and majestic eyes, and Frank exclaimed in amazement, "Magiceo, seriously?" Because it was a huge water dragon that swam through the darkness of the cave in waves and radiated such a powerful presence that it enveloped the entire expedition. And the knights and adventurers froze, stunned, realizing that their enemy was not an ordinary monster but a being of divine power. While everyone was still stunned, Karin's face changed, and she proclaimed that this was not an ordinary dragon but the legendary divine beast Leviathan. Yuri's eyes widened in shock. She repeated the name Leviathan and wondered why such a mythical creature was in this small cave. And when the dragon looked at them with a piercing gaze, she began to tremble from its powerful aura. Yuri, puzzled, thought that by game mechanics Leviathan should live in much grander dungeons, and she was worried whether their current strength would be enough to defeat it. Suddenly the divine beast spoke with a voice that thundered, and a loud scream escaped from Yuri. She did not even expect the dragon to speak. Leviathan squinted at Yuri for a long time, then said in a deep, slightly smiling voice that her appearance was truly rare and strange. Yuri, with a confused look, asked why Leviathan called her a strange combination, while Karin trembled and suggested that this might be a temporary form of the beast after it had lost a significant part of its former power. The water dragon inside, acknowledging that its glory had faded over time and that it remained here waiting for something forgotten, turned to the researchers and loudly asked if they truly desired to obtain its power. Leviathan declared that to gain its blessing, they must prove their strength, and immediately roared as if demonstrating power. Numerous strange creatures, sajakhins, fierce beings with 4 arms, began to emerge from beneath the lake, surrounding the group. Frank and the knights instantly took battle stances, ready for a fierce onslaught. Beast warrior Vilna gripped her sword with a cold expression, ready to charge into the ring of enemies. Vilna performed spectacular jumps and delivered lightning-fast slashing blows, cutting down the sajakhins before they could react, and toppling the crowd of men. Yuri stood behind, watching with admiration and praising the immense power of Vilna. While the cat Noir did not want to be left behind, he let out a loud roar that announced the awakening of power. Sajahan trembled with fear at that roar and panicked. Leviathan squinted at Noir and recognized in him the king of leopards, wondering why the king of leopards agreed to follow some mixed creature like Yuri. Yuri gently stroked Noir to calm him, while Frank and the rest of the knights rushed forward to attack the remaining monsters and protect her. Frank laughed loudly and reminded Leviathan not to get so deep into conversations that he forgets why they are here after all. The knights of the island fortress will not allow anyone to harm their comrades. The battle in the trial cave officially erupted with fierce cruelty. In the tense atmosphere of the trial cave, the divine beast Leviathan narrowed his eyes with interest, looked closely at Yuri's group, and proclaimed in a deep voice that he would personally test whether they were truly worthy of receiving his power. It instantly opened its huge maw wide and began gathering a blazing ball of energy for an attack. Knight Argo stood before Yuri with an extremely serious expression, sweating from anxiety, because he realized this might be the most dangerous situation they had ever faced. And little Yuri stood behind, stunned and trembling, facing the terrifying presence of the legendary god for the first time in her life. Leviathan officially began the attack, unleashing an incredibly powerful stream of water. Argo and Frank had to hold on as they were thrown back, and his water strike tore the ground and caused loud explosions throughout the cave. Amanda tensed and swung her sword to deflect the streams of water, sharp as razors and flying at incredible speed. Yuri watched the battlefield from a corner and realized that from such a distance the knight's strikes would not reach the massive body of the divine beast, so she decided to find a way to slow down its agility and open a gap for her partner's counterattack. Suddenly an idea struck Yuri. She shouted the name of her magical skill wind arrow, directing it at the shimmering clusters of stalactites on the cave's ceiling. A hail of sharp wind arrows burst forward and hit the targets, breaking huge rocks that poured down like a storm. The falling stones struck Leviathan's body, catching him off guard and temporarily stunning him with pain. And Yuri rejoiced at the complete success of the plan and boldly declared that it was time for the whole group to start a full-scale counteroffensive. Seizing the golden moment, Knight Argo, with eyes glowing with confidence, instantly took a battle stance and declared that in such a watery environment everyone could rely on him. Water rippled around him in shining ribbons, a sign that his water magic had surged to the maximum. Yuri looked at the brave back of her adopted brother and calmed down. Seeing how the water-chosen one prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Argo and Amanda shouted her name in gratitude for the timely support and both rushed at the motionless daytime beast. Argo shouted Suryu Isin, releasing a powerful cutting stream of water, and Amanda responded with Injin riot in a blazing fire technique that tore through space. Two powerful coordinated strikes crashed onto Leviathan's body with loud rips. But when the dust cleared, Amanda and Argo turned pale with shock. The beast seemed to remain unharmed after those mighty cuts. Frank, standing nearby, just gritted his teeth and lamented the enemy's incredibly tough scales, and the fight again fell into a deadlock. Panel 137, in the midst of the fierce clash, Frank suddenly shouted Karen's name, seeing her enveloped by a net of roots and vines. Yuri was equally worried that she seemed to be turning into a walking tree, but the researcher quickly reassured them. It was a protective barrier that rendered any external attacks ineffective. Frank laughed and confirmed that it was indeed an unbreakable defense technique, hastily entrusted the pink rabbit Karen for safekeeping, and Yuri admired her confidence behind spiral glasses and felt respect for the thorough preparation of the elven sister. The divine beast Leviathan seemed to lose patience and shouted, "Now it's my turn to attack," immediately curling its massive body and releasing a giant wave that swept through the cave. The attack was so powerful that it caused shock explosions and swept away the expedition group. Yuri realized with horror that she was carried away by the rapid current, and she screamed as water surged everywhere. She struggled desperately in the cold water and felt it becoming harder to breathe. The chaos underwater did not subside. Everyone fought not to drown Frank, and others barely held on, while the current mercilessly swept them away. Yuri squeezed her eyes shut in fear and sobbed, shouting everyone's names because she was afraid they would drown. The brave cat Noir clung to Yuri's hem to keep her afloat, and Amanda also barely stood on her feet, trying to recover after a harsh blow. When the water began to recede, Yuri, gasping for breath, crawled out and anxiously looked around for her comrades. Yuri saw Amanda and the knights lying collapsed on the ground, instantly raised her wooden staff and cast a broad healing spell, Heal Wind. Warm rays of light spread through the cave, lifted everyone up and removed fatigue after the beast's attack. And seeing that many were still groaning in pain, she put all her strength into a shout and cast a stronger spell, Area Heal, so that no one was left behind. Frank sighed with relief seeing the wounds healing, and said that Yuri's healing magic was a true salvation for the team. Yuri wiped water from her face and smiled gently, glad that everyone was alive. But anxiety about Leviathan's power did not leave her. The divine creature loomed in the distance, and coldly remarked that even after recovery, their efforts would not last long, looking at Yuri with a challenge that weighed heavily on her shoulders. Yuri sank into thought, asking herself what to do next when ordinary spells were powerless, but decided. She had to try anyway, and opened the system status panel in search of new power. Yuri shouted the navigation command, "Status open," jumping in search of some mysterious ability to defeat Leviathan, telling herself there was no time to hesitate while the monster prepared for the next attack. A bright information panel appeared. Yuri officially reached Sage level LV30 and awakened 2 new high-level magics at once, and she gasped in surprise seeing in the list the ice skills Diamond Dust and Frozen Stream. Yuri realized that by defeating Sajahan earlier, she had gained enough experience points to level up and obtain new types of weapons that counter the water element of Leviathan, and she confidently smiled at Amanda and Argo and confirmed, "With this skill we can do it." Leviathan narrowed his eyes sternly and asked if they were ready to face the final trial. Leviathan ignored Yuri's chain and unleashed his most powerful move, Dekiju, forming a colossal wall of water that crashed down as if to engulf the entire hidden chamber. Before such destructive power, the knights and hunters froze in complete shock. Argo and Amanda gripped their weapons, preparing for the final direct strike. As the towering water wall advanced at this terrifying moment, Yuri boldly rushed forward and shouted, "I will not allow this," grabbing Gecko with both hands and focusing all the newly gained MP to invoke the awakened ice spell. The frozen stream intense cold burst from the magical sphere and instantly froze the air around Yuri into a bright blue pillar of light. The ice magic burst out with terrifying power and crashed directly into Leviathan's huge water wall, filling the air with a piercing crackle. Yuri shouted, "Go Nuva!" Driving the cold into the rushing water to instantly turn it into razor-sharp ice shards. Leviathan staggered back stunned. His last strike simply stopped, and he exclaimed, "Ice magic! Is that possible?" The appearance of ice opposing water completely turned the battle in the trial cave. Yuri's stunning ice magic turned Leviathan into solid ice right in the air. He only made stunned sounds before this incredible power. The cracking of ice was heard as it wrapped around his massive body and made the sea dragon completely immobile on the rock. Yuri panted from exhaustion after using the most powerful ability and looked at her achievement with amazement. A system panel message appeared that Leviathan could no longer act, and she quietly exhaled with relief in the cold cave. Yuri looked back, not believing if this was really the end, when small lights began to float around. Suddenly, Leviathan gave its last roars, and the ice on its head cracked, revealing a sword deeply embedded in the monster's forehead. Leviathan proclaimed in a deep, captivated voice that someone had dared to combine their strength with a powerful water surge to deliver this deadly blow. Yuri urgently shouted, "Brother R." And when she noticed Argo standing in the distance eproud, though tired, the divine beast smiled, acknowledged defeat, and praised the excellent coordination of magic and swordsmanship between brother and sister. Leviathan proudly said that those whom the water has chosen fully deserve its blessing right now. From Argo's sword burst a dazzling sphere of light and hung in the air, creating a truly enchanted scene. Argo froze and stretched out his hand. Immediately a tiny creature, like a miniature Leviathan, began to coil around him. Argo gasped, "What is this?" And suddenly a small dragon slipped into his body through his right hand. Argo grabbed the sword and clenched his teeth, feeling a new power growing inside. And Leviathan said that when he truly needs strength, the sign of blessing will shine brightly. On the back of Argo's hand appeared a magical whirlpool symbol, emitting a soft blue light that left him amazed. And Leviathan added that this form is only a temporary manifestation in this world, and advised the group to continue training to multiply their blessings before future battles. The divine beast officially gifted Argo the skill, Summon Spirit Realm, and commanded to utter its name at the right moment. Yuri's eyes widened with admiration. She exclaimed with joy when she realized that her adopted brother had gained the incredibly powerful ability to summon Leviathan itself. Argo froze with a complex expression on his face, not quite believing what had happened, while the beast slowly disappeared. Yuri clapped her hands excitedly, congratulating him, and marveled that the expedition had brought rewards beyond expectations. Leviathan revealed his true name, Azure Dragon King Leviathan, before vanishing completely. On the eve of his disappearance, he left a mysterious message. "See you at the Tower of Sages," which made Yuri freeze and watch him go. The group fell silent, the hidden camera sank back into silence, and the chest that had opened earlier now stood empty. Yuri thoughtfully pondered the beast's words, and quietly realized through these trials, the path to the mysterious tower gradually becomes clear. Yuri quickly got ready, raised her hand, and whispered the healing spell, healing, towards Amanda, who had fallen to the ground. Awkwardly apologizing to everyone because her ice magic had slightly frozen their feet, Amanda just laughed and waved it off, saying it was nothing, and it was thanks to Yuri that they defeated that powerful boss. Frank jokingly teased that if Yuri had used that ability right away, they wouldn't have suffered so much, and Yuri blushed and smiled, inventing an excuse that she quietly grew stronger where no one could see. But inside, she was sweating almost, revealing her secret of leveling up in the middle of the fight. Yuri smiled widely and held the cat Noir tightly to warm up after the cold battle, silently thanking this little friend for always protecting her. Meanwhile, Frank struggled with the mischievous pink rabbit Lewin, grumbling loudly that it was a complete hassle. Karin stood with crossed arms, deeply thinking about why one of the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon King, had appeared here. The elf wondered whether Yuri's presence or her own prayers had affected the cave's barrier. Argo looked at his right hand and told Frank that the light sign that was there before seemed to have completely disappeared, and he was worried whether that power would remain. Frank shrugged, probably it just hid, and added that for everyone it was definitely an invaluable experience. Argo quietly repeated Leviathan's promise to meet at the Tower of the Sage, and decided to search for this place together with Yuri. And Yuri looked up at her adoptive brother with a joyful smile, and assured that no matter what happens, they will overcome everything together. Karin scratched her chin and thought that the simultaneous appearance of the Tower of the Sages and the divine beasts must be connected by some faded link that they had not yet found. Just at that moment, the system quest panel appeared, confirming that Yuri had just passed the boss trial and received the blessing of the Azure King Dragon. She exclaimed with joy. The group exited the cave and froze before a bright rainbow, which Karin called the Rainbow of Blessing, a sign that the calamity had truly passed. Yuri clenched her fist with determination and promised that despite all the difficulties ahead, as a little sage, she would do everything to reach the Tower of the Sage, closing this chapter and opening a new beginning with hope in the world of Illusia. Returning to the village, Knight Argo bitterly informed Carl that the precious key disappeared the very moment they left the hidden room. As soon as Leviathan was defeated, the room sealed itself, and the key vanished along with it. Researcher Karin, standing nearby, realized that the appearance of the divine beast probably drew an incredible amount of mana. causing the cave simply not to be able to maintain its previous form. And Yuri only smiled awkwardly and thought that the quest mechanics in the game were really strict. The quest item is taken immediately after completion. Carl, seeing how worried Argo was, encouraged him. Even without the treasure, the most valuable gift is that everyone returned alive. Frank laughed and told Argo not to worry, they had gained things more valuable than money. Just then Mary appeared with a steaming pot of soup and joyfully invited everyone to enjoy the signature dishes of the village of Grema to shake off fatigue. And the aroma drove away sorrow and was replaced by excited impatience from hunger. The feast was lively, and the main dish, wild boar stewed in tomatoes, made Yuri and Amanda exclaim from the extraordinary taste. In another corner, Vilna and Frank savored roasted armored crab, the loot from the monster they had slain, and praised its sweetness. Mary smiled sincerely, seeing Noir and the pink rabbit Lou happily eating their portions. Yuri, while eating, enthusiastically praised Mary's kitchen, saying it was like a real rest. While everyone was resting after the meal, Amanda was still stunned by the meeting with Leviathan and could not believe her eyes, seeing the legendary creature was incredible. Karin swallowed wine and began telling the legend of the 4 divine beasts guarding the sides of the world. The black tortoise in the north, the azure dragon in the east, the crimson bird in the south, and the white tiger in the west. When Yuri heard this, she shuddered. Everything was incredibly similar to the game Illusia Online. She remembered that their players had to defeat all 4 divine beasts to open the entrance to the highest floor of the Tower of the Sage, and, worried whether the same rules applied in this reality, Amanda asked Karin in surprise why the divine beasts appeared so often in dungeons. Karin explained that dungeons are closest to the spirit world, so mana is highly concentrated there. When Frank heard the word spirit world, he jumped up and asked if it really existed, causing Karin to sigh with irritation. The elves cooked the knights because they knew nothing about ancient elven history, and Yuri and Amanda could only exchange empty glances. This new information was completely beyond ordinary human understanding. Karin began to tell about the mythical era, the one that was before everything Yuri had read about in the texts of the Book of Genesis. She said that, on the first day, God created a people of spirits from the light that flooded the earth, and they became the ancestors of all life. Yuri's eyes widened in amazement. She only knew the legend that fairies were created on the first day. And Karin continued, vividly describing the time when the Azure Dragon King Leviathan and many other gods peacefully coexisted with humans across the continent, creating a radiant, magical age. Karin lowered her voice and told about the war of the gods that devastated the world and destroyed most life. After that catastrophe, the gods left these lands and settled in the eternal realm of spirits, and only one god remained out of pity for the survivors, and the descendants of those people became today's fairy elves, which made Frank and Argo sweat. They did not expect that her dance of the Azure Dragon had such divine and solemn origins. Frank laughed, saying that if Leviathan were real, these strange legends might turn out to be true, and Yuri trembled with anxiety. If Leviathan is a god, then she accidentally froze a deity and quietly apologized for her carelessness. Amanda, sensing the mood was falling, to lighten the atmosphere, changed the topic and asked about the giant crab they had brought. Carl replied that no one in Gremy could afford such a valuable thing and advised taking it to a large city with an adventurer's guild. Vilna suggested making the village of Abbott their next stop because it lay on their reconnaissance route. When Abbott was mentioned, Frank asked with interest what kind of place it was, and Argo gladly told the well-known legend about the stone giant, a giant who, after losing a bet to the local lord, had to carry stones from the quarry and build an entire city overnight. While everyone was enthusiastically listening to the tale, Carl suddenly became serious and lowered his voice. Recently he had heard disturbing rumors about that village, and Argo's face instantly tightened. He immediately asked Carl what exactly those rumors were. Carl anxiously told that many children were mysteriously disappearing in the village of Abbott. People suspected the involvement of a criminal gang or a group of thieves. Argo realized that it was not peaceful there, and they needed to be very vigilant. Amanda and Yuri turned pale with anxiety. Amanda wondered if it was just a rumor, but Argo insisted that rumors could not be ignored. So the group seemed to have already found their next mission to investigate the mysterious disappearances in the village of Abbott. At the table in the tavern, Chancellor Frank was still hesitating and loudly interrupted the conversation, insisting that they should not rush. They had not received any official request for help from the Abbott authorities. Sir Argo calmly smiled and offered a convincing thought. They were going to sell the giant crab claw anyway, so stopping by to check would not be in vain. And if the rumors turned out to be false and no one was looking for the children, wouldn't that be the best outcome? Frank gritted his teeth, smiled crookedly, and admitted that Argo's logic somewhat calmed him. Little Yuri watched the conversation of the two men with an innocent expression. Amanda was thoughtful and worried about the truth of the disappearances. Frank finally gave in and decisively announced that the next stop was the village of Abbott. And the joyful shouts of the group broke the tense atmosphere of the night. Mary tirelessly insisted that everyone eat their fill. There was plenty of food and wine. Frank enthusiastically urged Yuri to eat more to grow faster. But she shyly waved it off because she was already full. And the story ended with a map showing the long road to the marked Abbott and a promise of a warm welcome in the new town, which summed up the chapter and opened a dramatic expedition for the little wise girl. On the way to Abbott, Karen proudly took out a small slime creature named Yuri Kiddo and showed it, asking to look at her latest experimental result. Yuri's eyes widened. She wondered if it was the same washing slime that Mary had given Karen, and was surprised to see that the monster did not run away as before but obediently lay in Karen's hands. The elven researcher lifted her glasses and explained that direct treatment had not worked, but she discovered that washing the slime with holy water gave a similar taming effect. She enthusiastically announced that everything was going well, and proudly named it Maximilian II, which made Amanda smile awkwardly, and Yuri happily exclaimed that Karen finally had a true companion. The group officially stepped into Abbott. Yuri, sitting on Noir's back, admired the sturdy stone houses with excitement and quietly marveled at the beauty of the village. Meanwhile, the narrative hinted at a conspiracy and dark secrets hidden beneath the peaceful surface of this stone town. The story placed Abbott to the west of the great Mount Kahara, a lively town known for its quarries and marble processing. Yuri and the knights entered the village center under the curious gazes of the inhabitants, when suddenly a mustached middle-aged man ran up, introduced himself as Bowen the Elder of Abbott, and declared that he had long awaited the arrival of the knights. Argo, a bit embarrassed, explained that they had just stopped to sell the claw of a giant armored crab, and were not an official rescue force. But noticing the sweat on the elder's forehead, Argo became serious and asked if something serious had happened. Bowen was stunned to learn that these were not the knights sent, panicked, and demanded to know their intentions, to which Argo calmly replied that they were looking for a buyer for that armored claw. Suddenly the elder turned pale and shouted in horror, "Dark Panther!" Noticing a huge cat next to Yuri, and Argo hastily reassured him that there was no need to worry, it was just her pet. But this shocked Bowen even more because he could not believe such a fierce beast could be tamed. To avoid further commotion, Argo suggested first taking them to the Adventurers Guild, and after a short pause under the influence of the knight's knowing smiles, Bowen obediently agreed to lead them. Yuri's group stopped in front of the majestic building of the Adventurers Guild, which impressed by being entirely constructed of marble. Argo told everyone to wait outside because bringing Noir inside would definitely cause a big commotion. Yuri smiled and petted Noir, asking her little friend to wait a little longer as she admired the charming town, when suddenly a black-haired boy behind them shouted roughly, "Hey, you silver-haired, purple-eyed scoundrel!" The stranger boy ran up with a determined expression and directly asked Yuri if that giant monster was really her pet. Yuri froze for a moment, then gently explained that for her Noir was not just an animal, but an important family member. Hearing the word family, the boy suddenly became emotional. He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and pleaded with Yuri to lend him Noir for some time. Yuri, puzzled, asked why, but he only kept his head bowed and looked with sad eyes, and she felt that something was wrong. Amanda stepped forward and gently asked if he was looking for his relatives. The boy, sobbing, cried that his family had disappeared without a word, and he was sure they were kidnapped. He hoped that such a powerful monster as Noir would help him find their traces outside the city. When the story ended, a system sound rang, and a mission notification flashed brightly before Yuri. She was assigned to gather information about the kidnapped children by questioning the town's inhabitants, and as a reward, they promised to reveal their location. She shuddered and thought it had appeared again. While Yuri stood embarrassed near the task board, Sir Argo and Frank came out of the guild after selling the crab claw. Frank asked in surprise who the boy was, and Yuri immediately introduced him as someone who needed help. Argo narrowed his eyes, looked sharply at the boy, and asked him to tell everything in detail. Yuri smiled to calm him. She could not lend Noir, but the whole group would help find a way out. Seeing the knight's sincerity, the boy gradually calmed down, though his legs still trembled. At the invitation of the village elder, the group moved to the nearest dining hall, where Bowen, shining with excitement, exclaimed that it was the best establishment in town, and insisted that the boy eat without any ceremony, and the boy awkwardly introduced himself as Mark, not that boy, as Frank had called him, which slightly eased the tension. Amanda immediately got to the point. In the past week, 3 children had mysteriously disappeared from the church. Frank, stunned, asked Mark if he knew anything about the old priest in that church, because Frank himself had served in the temple. Mark's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know Father Lowe?" And Frank smiled, explaining that despite his appearance, he actually held a high position in the church. Mark gloomily said that Father Lowe was looking for the children, but all attempts were in vain, and he revealed a painful secret. The church had fallen into poverty, and due to lack of money risked falling apart, and at that moment, a beautiful woman with long, curly, and seductive hair appeared behind the counter. She exhaled a thin wisp of smoke and confirmed, "Rumors about the missing children are spreading through the town." The story introduced her as Louise, the owner of a restaurant and a formidable informant. Louise smiled at the Argo group and firmly said that whether rumor or not, the disappearance of the children is an undeniable reality threatening the peace of Abbott. In the dining room, Louise sharply looked at Mark and began to interrogate him whether he had seen anything strange. She said she knew that children often snoop in the forbidden zone and asked if they had gone too deep there. Mark shuddered and fervently denied, stammering that he had done nothing at all and really saw nothing. Then Argo intervened and asked where exactly that forbidden zone was that was being talked about. The tension in the air sharply increased, and suddenly Karen moved closer to Mark and sniffed him from head to toe. Mark panicked, howled, and screamed. Lifting his glasses, Karen confidently said that he had recently come into contact with slime. Mark froze and admitted that in the corner of the quarry there was a shallow well in which he had seen gray slime, and Louise fell into thoughtful silence and nodded strange, because the city's protective spells were supposed to effectively repel monsters. At the mention of gray slime, admiration lit up in Karen's eyes. She screamed wildly and declared that this was a new species never before discovered. Karen passionately demanded to go search for it right now despite the danger, and Amanda barely restrained her, pulling her back, while Yuri watched this chaos with an awkward smile, and Noir and Slime Purin looked embarrassed at Karen's wild enthusiasm. Argo thoughtfully observed what kind of food could have made the slime gray, and Frank suggested that they probably absorbed precious stones or magical ore. Hearing this, Mark boldly offered to lead them to the well to prove he was not lying. Frank smiled, encouragingly patted him on the head, and promised that the knights would protect him from monsters. Mark decisively nodded, and the group began preparing to set out for reconnaissance in the quarry. Before leaving, Yuri and Mark secretly discussed a separate battle plan. Yuri told Mark to crawl into those narrow cracks where adults could not fit, to sneak deep into the quarry. The plan was simple. 2 children would rush ahead to scout the path, and if anything happened, they would signal so that the Argo group would instantly rush to help them. Yuri tightly gripped her magic staff and confidently told Mark to trust her abilities. Amanda and the knights could not help but worry, asking Yuri to be extremely careful and return immediately at the slightest danger. Yuri smiled brightly and assured them that with Noir and Purin nearby, there was nothing to fear. Mark glanced at Yuri with distrust, did not believe that such a small girl could possess so many powerful spells that were rumored about. The group moved toward the entrance to the quarry, where a knight stood and sternly guarded the way inside. Mark took Yuri by the hand and they rushed into the cave, and he could not help but praise her for her courage. Interested, he asked how she tamed such special monsters as Noir, and she mysteriously replied that it was a long story. Yuri encouraged Mark. "If you want to become strong, you can learn to fight like Chancellor Frank." Mark eagerly asked if a cleric could really take up arms, and Yuri laughed at his naivety. Yuri decisively said that Frank is incredibly strong and once defeated a giant armored crab, which filled Mark with admiration. He began to dream of becoming a brave cleric who could protect his family and friends himself. Suddenly, they both froze, heard voices ahead, and instantly hid behind a large stone to scout. Yuri hissed at Mark to be quiet because it seemed someone was near the shallow well. From their hiding place, Yuri froze when he saw the village head Bowen near the well with a shaky, frightened look. Bowen nervously reported to some stranger that knights from the island fortress had arrived and asked for advice on what to do. Heartless thugs replied that Count Rainier promised money if they gathered enough magical ore, and ordered Bowen to quickly make the children work. Yuri felt horrified when she heard the Count's name and realized that the disappearance of the children was actually a cruel plan to enslave them. Feeling that time was short, Yuri gave a signal. Noir suddenly jumped out to distract the guard. He flinched, shouted "Cat," and rushed to chase Noir's shadow, so the entrance to the shallow well was temporarily left unattended. Yuri and Mark instantly seized the chance and ran to the edge of the well, and Yuri ordered Pure, who was sitting on the slime, to turn back and warn the Argo squad. The 2 children peered into the black, abyss-like darkness of the well with determined eyes, ready to rush into the enemy's lair to save their captured friends. Yuri and Mark were descending very carefully down the rope into the shallow well. Mark had warned Yuri during the ascent that the path was narrow and slippery, but Yuri confidently replied that everything was fine, and mentally noted that only children could squeeze through such tight rock crevices. As soon as their little feet touched the ground, Yuri froze. A faint blue light quietly glowed beneath them. Mark also jumped in surprise and asked if the ground had just lit up, because the air underground instantly became eerily mystical. From the depths of the cave came a frightened voice. "Is that Mark?" Mark shouted joyfully upon seeing that his friends were trapped behind a narrow crack in the rock, and quickly called out to them that a brave rescuer had come to save them. The kidnapped children froze in confusion and asked if Mark had been taken too, but he sternly scolded them for their foolishness. After all, he had come to help them escape. Yuri smiled reassuringly, promised they were safe, and began planning the fastest way out before the guards noticed. Yuri carefully studied the cave wall and noticed a section through which light barely seeped, a sign that here the stone layer to the outside was thinnest. She instantly raised her wooden magic staff and ordered Mark and the children to step back so everyone would be safe. Yuri focused all her magic and shouted the spell Fire Crush, aiming directly at the weak spot in the rock. From the tip of her staff burst a blazing fireball that exploded with such force it shattered the stone and opened a passage straight onto the mountainside slope. After the thunderous explosion, smoke and dust cleared, revealing an exit bathed in bright sunlight. The children joyfully cheered their rescue and continuously thanked the brave girl, hastily helping each other climb toward the outskirts of the town. Yuri reminded the children to run quickly and find shelter. Perhaps guards were still nearby. She called Noir to prepare to move, but suddenly felt a powerful tremor coming from afar, deep within the dark tunnel behind. Noir bared his teeth and growled warily. Taking a defensive stance in front of Yuri, she anxiously called her little companion. From the darkness of the mine tunnel emerged a massive creature of solid stone mass and struck with a dull thud. Thud, thud sounds. The jolt shook the entire cave. Yuri's eyes widened in horror, and she screamed, "Golem!" upon seeing the new enemy, a fierce stone monster. The narrative broke off with a dramatic warning about a chain of unresolved, mysterious events in the village of Abbott and promised a difficult, exhausting battle ahead. In the dark quarry tunnel, the giant stone golem stirred, and Yuri screamed in terror at how bad things were. At that moment, the mission system message flashed brightly again, announcing a new challenge. Defeat the golem to save the remaining children. The reward for completion unlocked access to the deepest part of the earthly labyrinth, but defeat meant the complete destruction of Abbott Church. Trembling, Yuri realized there was no turning back and resolutely shouted, "We must fight." Without hesitation, Yuri cast an offensive spell Wind Spear directly at the stone monster. A powerful spiraling wind spear shot forward and hit the target, raising a cloud of dust that tore off part of the golem's body. Yuri screamed with joy. It seemed the attack worked, but suddenly she froze, seeing magical sparks begin to gather around the enemy. Yuri's eyes widened in horror as she saw the stone golem instantly start to restore the destroyed parts, and she cried out in despair, realizing the enemy had an infinite ability to regenerate, making all their attacks futile. While Yuri panicked, suddenly someone loudly called her name from behind, causing her to flinch and turn around. Suddenly Sir Argo appeared from above and waved for Yuri to quickly run to him for safety. Yuri joyfully shouted, "Brother R," and instantly rushed into his protective embrace with immense relief. Argo knelt down to check if his little sister was hurt, and insisted that from now on the adults would take care of everything. Argo explained with relief that Purin the slime had brought them here on time and brought good news. Amanda and Karen had already taken care of the children and captured the guards. Yuri sighed with relief. The rescue was complete, but her gaze stopped on the elderly man near Frank. Argo introduced him as Father Lowe, Frank's mentor, and Yuri was very surprised by his solemn seriousness. Frank loudly demanded Father Lowe explain how the golem could move freely if it had previously been sealed with a strong barrier. Father Lowe pondered. Perhaps the barrier was destroyed from within by some huge source of mana that had just appeared. Cold sweat covered Yuri when she realized that her earlier fiery explosion might have shaken the quarry and accidentally released the monster. Embarrassed, Yuri scratched her head and bowed to Father Lowe, apologizing for accidentally using too strong magic to open the exit, leaving the priest speechless for a moment. At that moment, the stone golem let out a terrible roar and charged, causing the ground to shake fiercely, and Argo hurriedly covered Yuri and shouted to Father Lowe if there was any way to stop the endless regeneration of the golem. The warrior Vilna suddenly lunged forward with an incredible leap, and a sharp swing of her sword cut off one of the golem's arms to test its strength. However, although the strike was precise, the enemy only froze for a moment. The stone began to regrow again. Argo and Amanda turned pale with shock when they saw tiny shards of stone hanging around the monster's wound, a sign that a new regeneration cycle was starting. Argo noticed a strange blue glow from the mountain behind the golem, and realized the enemy was sucking regenerative energy directly from magical ore hidden deep in the depths. Frank shouted desperately to Father Lowe, asking what to do because if they did not destroy the source at the root, they would exhaust themselves before the monster fell. Father Lowe decisively pointed to a dark tunnel and ordered the whole team to drive the golem back, so it could undergo the sealing ritual again. The final battle for imprisoning the villain officially began. When the golem threatened them, little Yuri asked Father Lowe confusedly how exactly to close the ceiling and the cave, and immediately declared she would back it up with earth magic, while Frank eagerly offered help. Sir Argo stepped forward, stood across the path, and ordered everyone to step back. He was about to unleash a new power. Concentrating, he infused mana into the symbol on his palm and loudly shouted the summoning spell of Leviathan, causing Yuri to catch her breath as the blessing sign of the water dragon shone brightly. Suddenly, a huge stream of water burst around Argo in the form of the spirit of Leviathan, and he unleashed the technique, water breathing. Creating an incredibly strong water pressure, the roaring stream crashed down, and as intended, pushed the stone golem further into the tunnel. Argo gritted his teeth from the strain of magic and pushed the beast deeper, while Frank shouted from behind for him to give all his strength and drive it into the darkness. Seizing the chance, Yuri raised her magic staff and connected with the thunder spear. Flashes of lightning paralyzed the golem, after which she summoned the rockslide, and tons of earth and stone collapsed, completely burying the enemy. Their coordinated action completely restrained the monster. Yuri exclaimed excitedly and gave Frank the signal to take the final step, and Frank and Father Lowe instantly rushed forward with determined faces. Chancellor Frank spread his arms wide and began reciting a sacred prayer, calling for the divine protection of the Almighty from above, and gathered all his faith and mana, begging the power of the seal to withstand the evil creatures hiding underground. At that moment, Mark ran in and froze. He realized that those performing the ritual were Father Lowe and Frank. Yuri smiled, greeting Mark, who was still stunned by the very presence of the legendary golem. Suddenly, a large piece of stone broke off from the ceiling and flew straight at Father Lowe. Frank shouted and rushed forward to shield his mentor. The impact raised a cloud of dust, and fortunately Frank managed at the last moment to push Father Lowe to a safe place. The interrupted chanting of the priests angered the father. He turned around and began scolding Frank, calling him a fool for breaking the ritual. Sweaty but determined, Frank asked if the priest could restore the ceremony once more. While Frank and Father Lowe were recovering, Sir Argo stood by Mark and explained that Frank had been raised and trained under Father Lowe's guidance. Since childhood, Yuri and Mark opened their eyes wide in surprise, learning that Frank was actually a natural chancellor, who later chose the path of an adventurer himself. Argo smiled and added that Father Lowe constantly complained that Frank was a church troublemaker because he abandoned his calling for the sake of adventure. Mark listened with admiration and quietly respected his elder's freedom. Argo continued, repeating Father Lowe's thought. It doesn't matter how far someone strays, fate will still bring them back to their true calling. He believed that Frank was the brightest example of how through life experience a person finds themselves. Yuri smiled happily at such warm words, and Argo looked at the two priests who were focusing their power. Suddenly, a dazzling blue flash burst from the cliff, and Argo shuddered as he realized the ritual had officially begun. Father Lowe and Frank combined their powers and shouted, "Divine sealing barrier!" And above the mine entrance, a pentagonal magical circle shone, completely covering it. Cracks in the rock gradually healed and were strengthened by sacred power, and everything became more secure than ever. Father Lowe sighed with relief and announced that the sealing was a complete success. Argo and the children jumped for joy, and Frank turned around and proudly smiled at his mentor. Father Lowe looked at him with pride, but couldn't resist joking that he had finally grown up a bit. When everything settled, Frank awkwardly scratched his head and asked the priest not to say such unnecessary things in front of the children. It is said that the tunnel from the shallow well was later filled with earth and stones and sealed forever, and the village elder Bowen was arrested as the one behind the kidnappings of children in Abbott. Bowen was tightly bound and shouted that he was innocent, insisting that he was just trying to earn some money from mining and had no evil intentions. And Yuri, standing nearby, looked at the scattered marble ore and thought that after what he had done, all his excuses were empty words. Sir Argo approached the bound village leader and smiled, delivering grim news. All those precious spells that Bowen had been chasing after turned into a pile of ashes and debris after the fight with the golem. And Bowen was so stunned that his eyes bulged he only whispered what was happening and collapsed, broken and penniless. Argo sternly warned that the golem actually used the ore as a source of energy, so the destruction of the mine was inevitable. Yuri smiled, feeling the fresh wind, and quietly told herself that the mysterious case was finally solved, and the system sound announced the completion of the mission. which lifted her spirits even more before the upcoming journey. When the golem was sealed, Yuri exclaimed joyfully, and the message, "Mission accomplished," brightly lit up. But she immediately shuddered when another system sound rang out. It signaled that a chain mission had just been activated. Yuri read carefully. She had to sneak into the deepest part of the Earth maze and destroy the final boss who ruled there. The reward was one of the keys leading to the Tower of Sages, and failure would mean getting lost and wandering the maze forever. At this thought, Yuri's heart pounded with anxiety. Yuri pressed the confirmation button on the virtual screen and quietly whispered to herself that this was the important clue about the tower she had been searching for so long. At that moment, Amanda approached and gently asked Yuri if she was all right, seeing her frozen and confused. A bright smile instantly returned to Yuri, and she firmly declared, "I'm fine, let's go together to the Earth maze," as she was determined to become the maze master. Although the thought that failure in this deadly trial could turn her into an undead still caused a trembling fear. Before the new journey, a special information page appeared with a list of equipment for the tiny sage. Yuri wore her favorite white cloak with cat ears and carried a wooden gecko staff that looked like a rare SSR item. The accompanying list included 10 cute hibiscus hairpins, a red bikini that Yuri secretly wanted Amanda to try on, and Nico's cat-shaped purse for disguising virtual inventory. Also with them were 99 potions for HP and MP, a honey drop, candies for the slimy Purin, and sweet heart-shaped chocolates from the Valentine's event. Near the Abbey church gates, Chancellor Frank smiled kindly, saying goodbye to Father Lowe, promising to visit soon after the trip, asking him to take care of his health and not to rush to meet the Lord, to which Father Lowe only smiled sincerely and jokingly reproached Frank for his talkativeness. Mark stood nearby, smiling and watching the conversation between the teacher and the student, then turned and sincerely thanked Yuri for rushing into danger without hesitation to help him and the children. And Yuri modestly replied not to worry and said that actually Mark was very brave leading them. Suddenly remembering, Mark asked her to say her full name. He still did not know how to address her. Yuri was momentarily embarrassed, realizing she had not introduced herself either, so she lightly lifted the edge of her cloak in a polite salute and loudly said, "My name is Yuri Kyujo Owen. Nice to meet you." Mark's eyes widened in surprise. Yuri's surname sounded noble, and he thought that Owen had been added recently, but he smiled and quietly, gently said, "Yuri." Mark confessed to Yuri that he once dreamed of becoming a brave knight, but now decided to follow the path of a church servant to stay and care for the children at the temple. He believed that caring for the little ones was as significant as wielding a sword. Yuri looked at Mark with admiration and sincerely encouraged him. "Really, dear, I will always support you." Mark beamed with a smile and promised to become stronger, that he would definitely meet Yuri when she soon visits the abbot. Thus ended the beautiful friendship between the children before the real beginning of their maze journey. Mark saw them off with a sad expression and hesitantly asked if they would ever meet again. The boys sadly thought that later everyone would have their own life and chances to meet would be small. But Sir Argo gently smiled and replied that wherever their roads lead, if fate allows, they will definitely meet again. Yuri smiled and nodded to encourage her friend. After the last farewells with Father Lowe and Mark, Yuri's group finally left Abbot to the sincere calls of the boy who called them after. Yuri sat astride next to Argo and waved goodbye to Mark until his silhouette shrank to a tiny dot on the horizon. She thought that Mark was her first friend in this world, and that she would always cherish this friendship. And the narration noted that after leaving the city, the group decided to return to the main road and continue the journey by a slightly longer route for safety. A map appeared showing their next target, Earth Maze, lying deep beyond the majestic mountain ranges, and during the movement Argo suddenly remembered and turned to Yuri, asking if she had learned any new magic after the battle with the golem, which Yuri proudly replied that after defeating the stone monster, she jumped to LV 35 and new skills awakened by themselves. Argo thoughtfully pondered the concepts of level and experience points, terms unfamiliar in this world, and Yuri enthusiastically explained that killing strong monsters accumulates special energy that makes you stronger and allows you to use higher-level spells. Hearing the explanation, Argo nodded as if he understood and mentally decided that this was a power jump after each battle. Yuri smiled excitedly and suggested Argo find a monster to train and test the newly learned skills. Argo cheerfully agreed. He also wanted to see his little sister's new power with his own eyes. Just then the bushes trembled. A thud sounded, signaling the approach of a large creature and instantly alerting the whole group. Suddenly, a monster of the Toro type burst onto their path, huge, like a wild bull with long, sharp horns, rushing to block the way. Argo warned Yuri to be extremely careful because this species has a habit of wildly attacking anything bright white. Frank loudly encouraged Yuri from behind to give the beast a lesson as training. Yuri grabbed her magic staff and boldly declared that she would use the new technique Circle of Invisibility to deal with it. Yuri instantly raised the staff and drew a shimmering magical circle on the ground. Nearby, Amanda curiously asked what spell it was, but when the circle appeared, nothing happened, and Amanda frowned in confusion. Toro still charged with fury and passed right through the magical circle unhindered, causing Yuri to exclaim in surprise. "Huh, why is this happening?" Amanda sighed disappointedly. It seemed nothing happened, and Yuri shouted in panic why the spell didn't work. She hurriedly opened the system status panel to check, and she was shocked when she realized she had missed a crucial step. The message required Yuri, after setting the circle, to say another complicated spell, self-decoration spider web cloak, so the new skill would truly activate, and she froze at its strange, awkward name while the monster turned and prepared to charge again. Having no time to hesitate, Yuri gathered all her strength and shouted the spell, stealth decoration spider web coat. And just as the enraged Toro stepped into the magical circle, a stream of magical threads burst out and tightly wrapped him like a giant spider web. Toro was tightly bound, and he fell to the ground, helplessly groaning, causing Yuri to jump up and joyfully exclaim at her success. She looked at the captured beast as if at a wrapped rice cake and silently admired. This is the power of the hidden web for ground traps. And immediately after that, the warrior Vilna boldly rushed forward and with a sharp sword cut off Toro's horns, making him completely incapable of fighting. Amanda smiled and explained to Yuri that this type of horn cutting makes them very docile and no longer aggressive. Argo, who was standing nearby, only exclaimed in surprise at this new knowledge. Frank stepped forward and enthusiastically suggested to Yuri to continue training on the Toroses, which could be heard in the distance, to master the new spell, and added a pleasant detail: their horns are very valuable, and the meat is incredibly tasty. Hunger instantly lit up in Amanda's and Vilna's eyes, and when Yuri heard about hunting for meat, she pouted and loudly, cutely frightened, objected. In the finale of the story, the day turned out generous. They killed many Toroses, which covered the expenses and made their expedition dishes much better. After a long, exhausting day, Sir Frank led the group to a friend's farm to sell the Toro meat they had obtained, part of which they used for a lavish dinner. Yuri sat at the table with a satisfied expression, quietly mumbling that she was so full she wouldn't eat another crumb. She was happy. The magical training not only leveled her up but also fed the team well, and the story says their journey continued peacefully with only a few weak monsters appearing occasionally. The group finally reached Aldo, a lively town right at the entrance to the Earth Labyrinth, to Yuri's joyful cries. She looked around the cobbled streets and realized the city thrives by feeding and equipping adventurers before their dungeon expeditions. During the walk, Yuri noticed many watchful eyes and felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly raised her hand to her mouth to avoid attracting attention. Yuri whispered to Argo that the air in this town seemed a bit creepier and much tenser than in usual places. Argo smiled and explained that this was quite natural. Most locals are desperate adventurers who settle near labyrinth zones full of fierce monsters, and ordinary people would not choose to live in such a dangerous place without a special purpose. Frank shouted sternly that the team should spend the day in thorough preparation and rest at the tavern before officially entering the labyrinth in the morning. Yuri jumped for joy and immediately flopped onto the soft bed as soon as they settled in. Yuri flopped onto the bed and exclaimed with delight at the softness of the mattress and blankets after several days of sleeping outdoors. Amanda smiled gently, asked if she wanted something to drink, and said that a good rest in bed is the best way to recover. Yuri gladly replied that she was fine and comfortable. Suddenly, Amanda took out glasses and boldly announced that she would conduct a lesson in the labyrinth to teach Yuri basic survival skills, and the girl was completely thrilled. Amanda began the lesson by unfolding a bright map of the Earth Labyrinth and vividly explained that the dungeon has 5 floors, the deeper, the more difficult. The labyrinth is managed by the Adventurers Guild. The entrance is somewhat expensive, but rescue teams are on duty in case of trouble. Amanda noticed that on the deeper floors the mana becomes denser, so the monsters there are much fiercer and stronger than on the upper levels. Yuri asked if anyone had ever defeated the final boss here, and was told that dungeon bosses usually respawn after a certain time. Yuri wondered why people still descend into the labyrinth, which has been conquered many times. Amanda explained that it is because of the chance to find rare items by accident, and she revealed that most chests are actually mimics that lure and trap adventurers. But sometimes guild workers secretly place real treasures to ignite the passion for exploration. Amanda concluded the lecture with a remark: if Monarch remains without rivals for too long, the labyrinth may mature and become extremely dangerous. Yuri fixed her gaze on the system quest board and quietly hoped that this time she would really find the key to the Tower of Sages, which was rumored about. Worried, she asked if the boss was currently in the labyrinth, and Amanda reassured her that bosses respawn quickly, so there was no need to worry. She recalled that the recent Mono Rebellion disaster also intensified the chaos in monster behavior in the labyrinth. Yuri sighed with relief and asked how long the exploration would last, and Amanda estimated that with their strength it would take about 2 to 3 days. When she heard they would stay for a few days, Yuri confidently stated that she had stocked food for a week, so there was no need to worry about provisions, secretly adding that her virtual storage can keep food steaming as if freshly cooked if everything is placed there at once. She proudly listed the menu: breakfast A, toast, breakfast B, scrambled eggs, and assured she would cook for everyone. Amanda laughed and joked that Yuri seemed more like someone going on a picnic than an expedition, which made Yuri blush and smile shyly. Suddenly Amanda fell silent and said anxiously that the fight with Leviathan in the trial cave seemed to have raised the dungeon's difficulty. She feared that the appearance of such a sage as Yuri might inadvertently attract stronger creatures and make the task much harder, and seeing Amanda's frightened face, Yuri herself began to worry about everyone's safety. But Amanda quickly smiled again, hugged Yuri tightly, and resolutely promised that the team would protect the girl at any cost. Yuri felt the warmth and sincere tenderness of a good sister and smiled happily. In her thoughts, Yuri quietly thanked her wonderful comrades, brother Argo, Frank, Chiron, and Vilna for always being there, and prayed that whatever happened next, whether she found her way home or not, these precious moments would always remain in her heart. Yuri clenched her fist resolutely and boldly confessed her love to Amanda, and her words moved even the night itself. The story ended with an image of a peaceful night and a promise of an exciting research journey on July 30 in the world of Eliu. Near the noisy entrance to the labyrinth, where the flow of people did not subside, Sir Argo approached the registration desk and showed the Owen family signet ring. The Adventurers Guild clerk, stunned to recognize him as a nobleman, immediately placed the approval seal, and the whole group passed inside without obstacles. Little Yuri stood nearby, smiling and waving warmly. The young clerk remained stunned for a long time, and she quietly sighed with relief. The ring really could settle everything, as Argo promised. When they entered the labyrinth corridor, Yuri smiled joyfully that everything went smoothly. Amanda reassured her as long as that ring was on her hand, there was nothing to fear. But suddenly their group ran into a squad of young adventurers coming towards them. Amanda recognized the familiar figure and exclaimed that these were students of the Night Academy where she once studied. With nostalgia in her eyes, she recalled the old times, while Frank loudly shouted from behind that they needed to return to the tavern quickly and rest. 2 student knights passing by suddenly froze with their mouths open. They recognized the famous knights from Fort Isle and felt insanely happy to meet real heroes, while meanwhile Frank laughed and said that today's youth is truly full of zeal. Argo also smiled in agreement and nudged everyone to start a real expedition. The narration showed that the group easily passed the first and second floors of the labyrinth, working incredibly cohesively. Entering the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, Yuri noticed that everything was progressing faster than initially thought. Monsters here were still quite weak. Frank nodded in agreement but warned everyone not to relax. The labyrinth's structure could change unexpectedly. Suddenly Vilna froze and signaled to stay silent. She felt a powerful tremor approaching. And from the depths of the dark tunnel, the group of student knights who had gone earlier suddenly, gripped by panic, rushed to Yuri's group, screaming in terror. A student knight in panic shouted for everyone to run because the earth dragon was chasing behind. He said that it suddenly broke free from a crack in the rock and attacked with poisonous spikes, seriously wounding one of the comrades. Yuri immediately rushed forward and decisively demanded to be given the wounded. Without wasting time, she applied powerful healing antidote, and the young adventurers froze in amazement. She realized she had once again revealed the rare long-range skill, antidote, but the situation did not allow her to hold back. The huge earth dragon with rough stone skin suddenly rose from the rubble, and Argo shouted that no one should act recklessly. Place was disadvantageous. Frank assessed that things were getting worse and decided to lure the monster to a wider area to confront it. Amanda hurriedly led the children to shelter and ordered Yuri to follow them for safety. But the determined healer gripped her gecko-shaped staff and asked Argo if it would be better for her to simply cast a spell to block its advance. Before Argo could answer, Yuri instantly cast a trapped circle of invisibility, combining it with a spider cloak right under the earth dragon's paws, and the monster howled in pain as countless magical threads wrapped around its body and tightened firmly, leaving it completely immobile in the middle of the passage. Seizing the perfect moment, Argo and Vilna rushed forward with powerful chopping blows, reinforced by the thunderous strike of Yuri's staff. A terrible blue explosion filled the entire hall with choking dust. And as it slowly settled, the motionless body of the earth dragon lay on the floor, a sign of Yuri's group's lightning victory, and the young adventurers froze in shock. Frank stepped forward, patted Argo on the shoulder, and proudly smiled at his incredibly formidable younger sister. The trembling student knights asked Argo if he was Lord Owen from that noble family, and the young knight nodded in response. They were deeply moved and repeatedly bowed with words of gratitude, while Yuri stood nearby, shyly scratching her head. While everyone was babbling, Karin and Vilna quietly sneaked up to the dragon's corpse to pick up the loot. Yuri curiously asked Argo if they were collecting mana stones, and he nodded. Suddenly Karin shouted with excitement inside the monster. She found a strange object, and exclaimed that it was a rare cleansing slime. The eccentric elf deliberately pressed the stinky slime right against Yuri and Amanda's faces to show off, and the girls howled in horror and screamed for Argo in panic. Mid the commotion, Frank suddenly felt that something was wrong and shouted what was happening. The ground beneath them trembled fiercely. The cave ceiling cracked finely. Argo's face turned pale as he warned of a massive collapsebang. A sheet when he A1C it happened right in that chamber. Yuri's eyes bulged in horror as tons of earth and stones began to collapse, as if they wanted to swallow everyone underground, leaving a section on a sharp edge. And during the collapse, Yuri screamed as she saw herself and others freely falling into the dark abyss. At that deadly moment, researcher Karin instantly threw a cleansing slime, Maximilian II, down and shouted for it to expand. Quickly slime obeyed and in a moment inflated hundreds of times, forming a huge soft cushion below. Dull thud-thud was heard as the group hit the elastic body of the giant slime one by one and miraculously survived. Yuri came to, stunned, and not understanding what had happened, while Knights Argo and Frank also stood with open mouths asking what that giant mass was. Karin proudly declared that this was the result of her research. She applied Noir's ability to change sizes to the slime and proudly added, "If this is Maximilian II, he can definitely do it," smiling triumphantly upon seeing everyone safe, thanks to her thorough preparation. Frank climbed up and grumbled that he had to test such dangerous equipment in a life-or-death situation, but still nodded to Karin in thanks for saving the group. Meanwhile, from above, from the blocked cave entrance, the young adventurers anxiously called down to check on them. Argo looked up and ordered them to urgently return and report the collapse to the Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, the group decided to push deeper inside in search of another exit. Yuri watched as the tiny figure of Maximilian II retreated and quietly thanked her new friend. The narrator said that the group chose the wide area where they had just fallen as a temporary camp to finally recover their strength, and Frank quickly set up a protective barrier around the camp so everyone could rest without fear of monster attacks. Yuri sat on the ground, and together with Amanda enjoyed a hot breakfast pulled from her virtual storage. The girls smiled happily at the rare find in the middle of the labyrinth and thought that this place looked exactly like save points in a game. Having eaten to their fill, Sir Argo gathered everyone to discuss the next plan. 2 difficult paths lay ahead: to stay and wait for rescuers, or to move on and explore the deeper levels of the labyrinth. Frank decided that with their current strength, conquering the labyrinth was not too difficult, and Amanda was worried that the collapse would prevent other adventurers from reaching them and helping. Argo turned to Yuri and resolutely stated that he would respect her opinion, because this trip was originally for her. Yuri was silent for a long time, then looked at everyone with determined eyes and said she still wanted to go further, did not want the journey to be interrupted, and eagerly wanted to find clues about the Sage's Tower as soon as possible. Argo smiled contentedly and shouted loudly, "All right, let's go." The whole group answered in unison, and determination filled the air. Yuri silently thanked everyone for their constant support and quietly rejoiced when she realized that the food supply in her virtual storage would finally be needed. The story said that the group moved deeper into the lower levels. They walked, cutting down monsters on the way and overcoming cunning traps throughout the labyrinth. Although sometimes the fights with strange creatures were difficult for them, the synergy of Yuri's magic and night fencing repelled every obstacle. After a long wandering, a huge, solemn stone portal rose before them, tightly closed, clearly showing that the boss room was very close. On the sides of the gate stood strange and terrifying stone statues of demons, from which an icy cold emanated. Yuri shuddered and pressed behind Amanda, who gently asked if everything was all right. Argus stood at the forefront and reminded the team to prepare their weapons, confident that the strongest enemy awaited behind the gates. Yuri tightly gripped her staff and told herself that by passing this trial, she would be one step closer to the Tower of the Sage. When the stone gates slowly opened, Yuri's eyes widened in horror. In the hall stood a giant creature resembling an ancient turtle with a long beard, surrounded by writhing white snakes, and the air became oppressively heavy. Shuddering, she recognized a familiar figure and shouted to Argo, whether it was the black turtle, HUI letter 1EC1, and Vu, one of the 4 divine beasts guarding the directions of the world. Argo and Amanda turned pale from shock at that legendary name, and could not understand why such a divine creature appeared in this earthly labyrinth. Argo gritted his teeth and said skeptically reality was nothing like the stories about the labyrinth boss he had heard. Meanwhile, HUI letter 1EC1 and Vu slowly opened their majestic eyes, and in a deep voice noted that this was indeed a rare reunion, after which they named each member of the group. Child of Humanity, descendant of Beastmen, Vilna, protector of the world, Karin, and the king of monsters, Noir. Finally, HUI letter 1EC1 and Vu fixed their gaze on Yuri and loudly asked what kind of hybrid she was and what these creatures desired. Wealth, glory, or the highest wisdom. The chapter ended with the mysterious arrival of the second divine beast. Standing before HUI1EC1 and in Vu's question about their longing, Knight Argo boldly answered, "If they seek wisdom, will the deity be willing to answer their questions and lead them to the Tower of the Sage?" HUI1EC1 and Vu laughed deeply and thunderously, and remarked that truth is the only constant thing, but everyone has their own answer. It boldly declared that it would accept their request if the group proved their strength by defeating it. Argo confidently smiled, drew his sword, and without hesitation prepared to face it, while little Yuri gripped her staff tighter, ready to support. HUI letter 1EC1 and VU instantly summoned a horde of gargoyles and white snakes from their bodies to attack. Amanda swiftly swung her sword and shouted the airblade technique to repel the advancing horde, while Argo and Frank cooperatively carved a bloody path to the divine beast. Argo roared the name of the technique, Single Water Pierce, and unleashed a powerful water slash, while Amanda unleashed the fiery maneuver, Flame Ring Dual Strike, forcing HUI letter 1EC1 and VU to emit low groans under the relentless pressure of their attacks. The battle raged. Vilna rushed into a whirlwind of twin swords, striking the terrain at HUI letter 1EC1 and the hardened armor of VU, and combined with Frank's powerful triple palm strikes, they gained a decisive advantage. Yuri watched from afar, and seeing this, decided to deliver the finishing blow. Yuri concentrated mana, and shouted the spell's spark shot a powerful lightning discharge, hit the turtle's shell, and caused a dazzling explosion of light that enveloped the enemy. After Yuri's strike, the giant turtle fell to the ground. It looked like a fairly easy victory and surprised Frank and Amanda. Argo lowered his sword and loudly demanded that HUI letter 1EC1 and VU keep their promise and now show the way to the Sage's Tower. But while everyone was rejoicing, HUI letter 1EC1 and VU suddenly spoke, and there was a heavy hint in their words. "Do you really think it's all over, you tiny people?" Her voice rang out at full volume, making the group shudder because they felt a huge surge of magical pressure rising. Suddenly the ground beneath them violently split, and the cave ceiling began to collapse right above the expedition group. HUI letter 1EC1 and VU let out deafening roars and released streams of black energy that warped the surrounding space at that dangerous moment. Argo panicked, shouted Yuri, and rushed forward to cover his younger sister when a huge boulder fell on them. Yuri's eyes widened in horror, and she only vainly shouted her brother's name before everything was engulfed in dust and debris. As the dust slowly settled, Yuri was found under Argo's cloak unconscious. He had given his whole body to shield her from the blow, and Yuri slowly came to, gasping from sobs and shaking her brother anxiously. Fortunately, Argo was only stunned, and coughing, whispered if his sister was okay. Yuri smiled through tears and immediately raised her staff to cast the healing spell, healing on Argo and everyone else. Warm light spread and helped them quickly recover after the terrible blow. When everyone regained consciousness, the group stood in shock, looking at the hole in the cave ceiling where they had just fallen, wondering what had happened to HUI letter 1EC1 and VU. Frank looked around, suddenly grasped the stunning truth, and exclaimed, "Isn't this the place where we first fell?" Yuri's eyes widened in amazement as she realized they seemed to have been returned to the beginning of the expedition. She silently wondered if it was déjà vu or if they had really been mysteriously sent back to the origin. The chapter ended in confusion. Yuri's face was full of anxiety and bewilderment while Frank hunched over and examined the debris near the hole in the ceiling from which they had previously fallen. Yuri's eyes widened again in surprise as she realized they had been sent back to the start. Yuri silently could not understand why their group was sent back to the start right after they thought they had defeated the divine beast. The air became thick and heavy because the labyrinth's mechanism remained a mystery. Amanda shouted, angry and confused, not understanding how their efforts in battle could have been in vain. But Karin, her sharp eyes behind spiral glasses, noticed that Huy. Letter 1 EC1 and Vu was actually still alive, and that the magic in the air was still too thick. She guessed that the divine beast could manipulate space, and if it was not sent away by the ritual of divine music, it would remain here forever. Argo nodded thoughtfully and said the only way out was to return once more to finish the job. Yuri felt terribly guilty that her brother Argo was hurt protecting her, but Argo only smiled gently and told her not to worry, while Amanda gave him a dagger look and warned that if Captain Leon found out Argo poorly protected Yuri, he would definitely get angry. Argo laughed awkwardly and sweatily, and Yuri silently admired her brother's amazing memory. He could lead the team back to the boss's room without getting lost among the tangled roots, and she kept telling herself that having them all nearby really supported her. Soon the same huge stone gates grew before the group again, just like on their first arrival. Argo clenched his sword and shouted that everyone was ready to put an end to this battle, and the gates opened. Huy letter 1 EC1 and VU still stood there majestically, as if nothing had happened. Yuri and Amanda froze in amazement. The wounds on the divine beast's body had completely disappeared, and a pair of horns on its head glowed with a mysterious flickering light. Huy letter 1 EC1 and VU again asked the old question about the group's desire: wealth, fame, or wisdom, and Yuri exclaimed in surprise, because everything was happening exactly like in a programmed game scenario. She realized it was a mission loop, and boldly answering for everyone, said they sought wisdom to find the way to the Sage's Tower. To which Huy letter 1 EC1 and VU laughed hollowly and again declared that if they wanted an answer, they would have to pass its test of strength. Wasting no time, Argo and Frank rushed forward together to cover Yuri from behind. Frank shouted to Yuri, "Prepare support," while Amanda released an air blade sharp as a razor, coordinated with Argo's single water stab. Yuri obediently raised her staff and began chanting to strengthen her allies' power, and the rematch exploded at a much faster, much more intense pace because now the team knew how the enemy attacked. Frank relentlessly delivered powerful triple palm strikes, but soon felt that physical attacks no longer worked as effectively as before. Yuri also struggled to unleash combos of wind spears and spells, and Huy letter 1 EC1, and Vu only slightly groaned and indifferently noted that her magic was still too underdeveloped. The giant turtle confidently stated that these old tricks could not harm the invulnerable defense of the Guardian of Wisdom, and the expedition team was left helpless. Suddenly Huy letter 1 EC1 and VU thundered ominously and unleashed their most powerful move, the Great Sea Roar. A tsunami of magical energy swept through and wiped out everything in the chamber. A fierce water squall struck with force, causing Argo and Amanda to press back in shock. Yuri's eyes widened. She screamed as a sudden spatial jolt engulfed her body. The surrounding space cracked again, and a blinding light filled everyone's field of vision. One day Yuri saw with horror that her system indicator flashed orange and HP dropped to only 2 points. A piercing pain went through her chest, and breathing became difficult, as if life was slipping away from her. A scream of pain pierced inside Yuri as she realized the shock was too strong for the body of an 8-year-old child. Frank rushed to her in panic, shouted, "Yuri," and immediately used the most powerful healing magic to snatch her from the jaws of death. Thanks to Frank healing her in time, Yuri gradually regained consciousness, to the great relief of Argo and Amanda. Argo hurriedly asked if his sister was injured and reproached himself for not being nearby to protect her, and Yuri weakly smiled and silently thanked Frank for saving her life again. Argo froze when he realized they had been teleported back to the start again, and his thoughts turned to the letter Huy1 EC1 and VU's words about wisdom. The young knight began to understand that the key to victory was not brute force, but something deeper. After they were pushed back to the start, Argo thoughtfully considered that perhaps there was a correct path to the goal. At that moment, a pink rabbit named Lun jumped over Frank's head. Squeaking joyfully, Frank blinked and asked what was going on, and everyone froze in surprise because the rabbit's horn suddenly stretched unnaturally. Yuri gasped in amazement. Lun seemed to have matured a bit, and she quickly realized that the rabbit was trying to lead the group by running straight into a narrow passage. Researcher Karin lifted her glasses and explained that she had heard that horned rabbits have a rare prophetic ability. Frank was seized with horror at the overwhelming power of his rabbit, while the group rushed to chase Levin through dangerous traps. The ground kept trembling and collapsing beneath their feet, causing everyone to scream in panic. After an exhausting struggle, the group finally fell, gasping, before massive stone gates leading to the boss room, and Yuri realized that this time the difficulty had risen to an extraordinarily terrible level. Argo approached the gates and noticed that the 2 stone demon statues outside had become even more severe than before. He ordered the team to gather and decisively opened the door. The HUY letter 1 EC1 and VU were still there, but Yuri immediately noticed something strange. Many new branches had grown from his horns. The divine beast squinted with interest and noted that this was the third time they had ended up here, praised the team for showing what they were capable of, but warned that the real trial was only beginning. Without waiting for the enemy's move, Argo boldly rushed forward with a dazzling single water thrust, and Amanda skillfully used the skill Fire Ring, double strike, carrying purple flames, but HUY. Letter 1 EC1 and VU only quietly groaned and indifferently remarked that such repeated attacks would never work. Frank gritted his teeth in anger at the enemy's incredible endurance and pulled a pair of spiked iron gloves from his bag. He announced that he would take out an old weapon from his adventuring days and signaled the warrior Vilni to perform a new combined strike with him. Chancellor Frank gathered all his strength into a fist and shouted triple impact palm. The thrusts pierced HUY letter 1 EC1 and the Vayu armor. Immediately Vilna leapt into an impressive jump and unleashed triple strike fist cleave, deeply slicing the weak spot that Frank had just revealed, and the giant turtle howled in pain. Frank proudly declared that if the old skills failed, new techniques would burst onto the field. They would become the key to victory. HUY letter 1 EC1 and Views smiled approvingly and admitted that victory could truly be achieved only by combining wisdom and the highest martial mastery. Argo realized, if they did not defeat the opponent soon, HUY letter 1 EC1 and Vu would relentlessly regenerate and become stronger each time after being expelled. Hearing this, Yuri opened the system status panel and quietly realized the alarming truth about the boss's resilience enhancement mechanism. The girl suddenly remembered a special skill that works only in a group, afterburner. Burn residue. Seeing that her HP and MP were stable, Yuri instantly devised a bold plan and quietly called her brother Argo to prepare a never-before-seen joint attack. Yuri leaned closer and whispered into Argo's ear to use the water power of the Leviathan skill Dekuju. The loud roar of the sea was to be the foundation of her plan. Argo worried that the enemy might be resistant to water, but Yuri firmly told him, "Trust me." From afar, HUY letter 1 EC1 and VU coldly asked if their conversation was over, claiming that any attack was futile. Argo decisively shouted, "Forward, Yuri," and poured all his mana into the symbol of the water dragon to unleash the old one. The most powerful technique to summon a fierce tsunami crashing into the hidden chamber. When the huge torrent covered HUY letter 1 EC1 and VU, Yuri loudly shouted for everyone to retreat quickly to give her space. The tiny sorceress raised her staff and cast a powerful ice spell, Frozen Stream. The piercing cold instantly turned Argo's entire tsunami into a giant ice block, imprisoning HUY letter 1 EC1 and Vu inside. The divine beast only weakly groaned, its body frozen in midair, while Amanda and Frank froze at this magnificent spectacle. HUY letter 1 EC1 and VU were still trying to growl, insisting that Leviathan had warned him to beware of hybrid creatures like Yuri, but he was sure this ice could not finish him off. Not letting the enemy catch their breath, Yuri quickly swallowed an MP potion and prepared her final decisive strike. She sharply swung her staff. The edge strike created a giant blazing ball. She shouted the name of the combo skill, Afterburner, and the ball crashed into the ice, encasing HUY letter 1 EC1 and Vu, creating such a sharp temperature contrast that the air around explosively evaporated. In the center of the boss hall, a stunning steam explosion thundered, shattering the stone and filling the air with dust and smoke. Argo and Amanda covered their faces in shock and, caught by surprise, held their breath as the entire ice block instantly vanished. Yuri calmly explained, "This is a steam explosion. Water instantly turns into steam and presses from inside, creating colossal pressure in the enemy's hard shell." The system displayed a bright message about the hit, and HUY letter 1 EC1 and VU froze in a stunned state, which meant a triumphant victory for Yuri's team. After withstanding the powerful steam blast, HUY letter 1 EC1 and Vu slowly recovered and proudly declared that the expedition showed extraordinary resilience, not succumbing to illusions. He praised their coordination and decided to gift the wisdom they had long sought. Suddenly a gentle light appeared, and from the void into Yuri's outstretched palm fell an ancient key. Her eyes widened with surprise, and she exclaimed with joy when she realized it was the key to the sage's tower she had been searching for. Argo smiled, tousled Yuri's hair, and congratulated his little sister on obtaining the first important item, then excitedly urged everyone to find the rest of the keys faster to complete their quest. Meanwhile, HUY letter 1 EC1 and VU squinted at Frank, and in a deep voice remarked that he was an interesting man. Though he held the position of chancellor, he fought like a true martial arts warrior. Frank confidently smiled and explained his philosophy. The best defense is a strong offense, which made the divine beast laugh at his unconventional style. Suddenly, HUY letter 1, EC1, and VU released a powerful spiritual force that enveloped Frank, and he cried out in alarm, "What?" The giant turtle proclaimed that since Frank caught its eye, he would be granted divine blessing under the true name Heavenly Emperor H. UI letter 1, EC1, and VU. Frank was caught in place when on the back of his right hand, just like Argus, a seal mark of a stone turtle began to appear, and right before Yuri, a system message popped up that Frank had received Summon HUY. Letter 1, EC1 in View skill. Frank shouted angrily why the beast decided to act on its own and did not ask him, and Yuri awkwardly smiled in surprise. Ziyuan turned to Yuri, called the girl a hybrid being, and added that he had a special gift for the one who would deliver the final blow. From his body crawled a small creature resembling a glowing lizard, which transformed into a ribbon of magical silk and wrapped around Yuri's magic staff. The girl exclaimed in amazement when the sphere on her staff suddenly flared with light, and inside it shimmered the figure of a divine beast. And Ziyuan Wu smiled kindly and reminded Yuri that after suffering always comes joy, advising her to keep an unwavering heart on the difficult path ahead. The story said that after completing the mission, Ziyuan Wu dissolved his form and disappeared into the void, leaving behind a deafening silence. Argo quickly noticed a magical teleportation circle in the corner of the room and immediately understood this was the exit back to the outside world. Yuri whispered the words of the divine beast, her eyes shining with full hope. Meanwhile, Amanda and the knight urged everyone to set off. Suddenly, a bright message appeared about the quest completion, confirming that Yuri had obtained the Earth Key, and a special ability projection awakened in the gecko's staff. And the girl beamed with a smile, silently whispering to herself that the hope to return to her old world was finally beginning to manifest. The narrator announced that after Shunwu's defeat and obtaining the key to the Sage's Tower, the group safely escaped the Earth Labyrinth. Yuri carefully looked at the small key in her hand and believed that its presence proved the existence of the tower in this world, so she would be able to return home. The knight Amanda smiled joyfully and loudly encouraged everyone to move forward, causing Yuri to clutch the key to her heart with a determined look. Combination mixed with slight embarrassment. Knight Argo indicated behind him appeared a map showing that the nearest place was the fire labyrinth in the kingdom of beastfolk, so they only had to leave the kingdom of Ares and follow the main road. But Argo suggested first stopping by the capital, and Amanda beamed with joy because she wanted to shop. Official Frank rubbed his hands and said he wanted to service his weapon, and researcher Karen excitedly lifted her glasses and said she wanted to see the capital's cleaning slugs. Argo laughed and added that he also wanted to drop by his biological mother's house, which made Yuri widen her eyes in surprise and repeat, "Biological mother's house." Argo looked gently at Yuri and said that since that house could now also be considered hers, he invited her to go with him, and Yuri happily put her hands on her hips and immediately agreed. Then Argo asked everyone to gather again as soon as they finished their business. Before Yuri stood a huge, luxurious estate, which made her eyes widen in amazement, and she was left speechless. At that moment, an elf butler with pointed ears stepped forward and bowed deeply, greeting the return of the young master Argo. Argo smiled, greeted Butler and Jew, said that the butler had probably already heard that story, and introduced the girl accompanying him as Yuri. Yuri shyly trembled and bashfully greeted the butler. Butler and Jew smiled kindly, introduced himself, and offered his services. When he looked up at the girl, his expression changed. He politely addressed Yuri as Malady and greeted her, then suddenly rushed forward with crazy speed, causing Yuri to jump back in fright. At that moment, the cat Noir poked its head out from Yuri's cloak and let out a pitiful meow, and Butler and Jew immediately ran over with flushed, worried faces. He grabbed Noir by the paws and tirelessly cooed over his noble appearance, murmuring praise about every shiny hair as if it were the finest silk, leaving Yuri stunned and embarrassed. Sir Argo hurriedly rushed forward to pull Butler and Jew away and reminded them to stop because Noir felt uncomfortable. But Jew stubbornly leaned toward the cat, enthusiastically repeating that the name Noir was beautiful and perfectly suited her. Witnessing the scene, Yuri paled, spirals swirled in her eyes, and she silently asked herself if all elves were so eccentric. At that moment, a woman's voice came from the stairs asking what the noise was. Argo flinched, apologized for the noise, and named the woman descending as mother. Lady Victoria stepped forward with a gentle smile, greeted the little princess, introduced herself as Argo's mother, and asked that Yuri be well cared for. She gently lifted her chin, embarrassing the girl who thought the woman was not angry at all. Then Lady Victoria continued to praise her charm and warmly hugged her, stroking her gently. She cheerfully told Yuri that from now on she could simply call her mom without all the formalities, and the girls froze and blushed in surprise. Argo, standing nearby, even started sweating and gently reminded his mother that they were in public. But she, covering her mouth with laughter, said she was just too happy. A stately man with a mustache suddenly appeared and announced that from now on they would be the girls' family. In the dialogue boxes, he was named August Owen, Argo's father, and behind stood the eldest son Anselm and the third son Eros. Mr. August politely asked Yuri to take care of their family, which made the girl embarrassed, stammered, and stated her full name Yuri K. Joe Owen. Hearing this, August nodded approvingly and said that Lord Leongart personally entrusted and asked their family to look after her, to which the eldest son Anselm asked in surprise if this was really a request from the commander. And the third son, Argo, cheerfully explained that the commander intervened to help complete the adoption formalities. Anselm smiled, saying the commander's support makes everything smooth even on the road, and Argo also nodded in agreement. August smiled gently and greeted Yuri as an official member of the Owen family. But at that moment, Lady Victoria intervened and asked if everyone was finished, because she wanted to take Yuri to her daughter's room. Her sharp interruption unsettled Argo and he rushed to stop her. Because the conversation was not over, August frowned, and Victoria, laughing cheerfully, instantly took Yuri away. Lady Victoria enthusiastically pulled out a beautiful dress and confessed that, since there were only sons in the house, her cherished dream had always been to personally prepare things for a little girl. In the distance, August and the two brothers could only stand and watch with helpless, sad faces, while Victoria propped her chin and beamed, constantly saying that Yuri looked incredibly cute in the flared dress, which left the girl, awkwardly posing in the luxurious dress, speechless. Victoria pulled out one dress after another, insisting that Yuri try them on, saying they suited her, and even said that if she liked something, she could keep it, because she had asked Jorg to strengthen each dress with protective magic. Yuri, sweaty and confused, asked if it was not over yet, and if this was the same Jorg she knew, and Victoria just smiled casually and replied that she didn't quite understand who she was talking about. But that was Jorg from the fortress, and added indifferently that since these were girls' things, she had pushed him a bit to speed up the work. Yuri imagined the tired face of the bearded Jorg and thought how hard it must have been for him, while Victoria kept pressing her to try on one outfit after another until the girl, exhausted, sank under a pile of clothes and begged that it was quite enough. And the chapter ended with a view of the Owen estate, peaceful under the moonlight. Yuri, sprawled on a soft bed, exhausted, grumbled that the day had been too busy, hugged the cat Noir and whispered that she had only wanted to drop by but ended up staying overnight, yet felt relieved because Argus' family had accepted her warmly and sincerely. Yuri smiled, remembered the kind faces of August and Victoria, and quietly rejoiced that she had met such people. She thought that if there were a scale of temperaments in this world, hers would definitely be at the maximum, lifted Noir. Excitedly told the cat that tomorrow the group would go to explore the capital, gently whispered good night to him, and hoped that tomorrow would be full of joy. And the chapter ended with the Owen mansion in the quiet night and a warm story about the warmth of family ties. The stories boiled down to Yuri setting out on a journey to find the keys of the 4 divine beasts in order to return to her native world. Having overcome the trials of Shu and Wu, the group set off to the next place, the lively capital with a towering bell tower. Argo smiled and called Yuri closer, and the girl in a cute red dress ran up, panting and asking her brother to wait a minute. Then Argo lifted Yuri and told her to hold on tight to raise her and show the city from above. Yuri exclaimed with delight, "Ova!" When Argo lifted her to the top of the bell tower to show the view of the city, from above the village with rows of houses looked incredibly beautiful under the clear blue sky, Argo smiled and asked if she had waited long, and the girl, enchanted, looked admiringly at the magnificent capital, with Noir settled on her shoulder. Yuri exclaimed excitedly that the capital was truly wonderful. Argo explained that they were on the bell tower at the central square, and from there you could see the whole city. Yuri noticed that all the roofs were the same orange color, and looking from above, silently compared them to snowflakes. When she wondered why all the roofs were the same color, Argo joked that maybe it was so flying monsters would mistake them for the ground, but honestly admitted that he didn't know the real reason, and added that the capital was protected by a huge magical barrier made of enchanted stone, so monsters could not invade, which greatly reassured Yuri. After walking around the city, Argo anxiously asked if Yuri was hungry and suggested they sneak through the capital's market together. The girls smiled brightly and immediately agreed. Walking among the stalls, Yuri suddenly froze in front of an exquisite shiny butterfly-shaped hairpin. Argo noticed how much she liked it and decisively bought it for Yuri. Yuri happily pinned the new hairpin to her hair and went on with Argo among the noisy crowd of the capital. They walked, and Yuri pointed in the distance to a building with a giant relief. Argo explained that this was Atria, one of the three main gates of the capital, and when the girl was surprised by the winged human image, he told her that those were angels, messengers of the gods. He told that according to the doctrine, when the world comes to an end, these six-winged deities will descend from the sky to enact divine judgment, and Yuri, hearing this, blinked in surprise and exclaimed, "Ha!" Argo added an interesting detail. According to legend, the supreme god himself has 10 wings, and this made Yuri shudder with horror. 10 wings. She imagined the god continuously flapping all 10 wings and a strange, deafening roar rising in her head. Argo suggested, if Yuri wants to see more pictures of the gods, they could visit the temple, but she waved her hand and said she preferred shopping, which made Argo just smile and agree. Meanwhile, Amanda got involved in a heated argument with a bearded seller over several antique vases, adding even more noise to the market. On a busy street, Amanda suddenly appeared and shouted, "Yuri!" The girl lit up with joy seeing her good sister, and Amanda said she had just met Frank's group there, and it seemed everyone was busy shopping. She enthusiastically reported that Jorg and Captain Leon were also in the capital. Yuri whispered if that was why Amanda wore that beautiful white dress, and the knight blushed shyly. The cheerful mood instantly vanished when a charming fluffy bird with an urgent letter landed on Argo's hand, and as soon as Argo read it, his and Amanda's faces turned pale. They screamed in horror. "What?" Yuri asked in panic, and Argo, trembling, announced the shocking news. Captain Leon was arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to seize the throne, and he urgently ordered Amanda and Yuri to immediately return to the Owen estate to clarify the situation. Yuri froze in stunned disbelief at this news about the respected captain, and when the group rushed to the estate, Amanda remained in a stupor and kept repeating questions about Captain Leongart's arrest, while Argo stood talking with 9 others. Night about the emergency situation. The butler stepped forward and called Yuri and Amanda quickly into the hall. Amanda trembled and asked why even the Black Shadow Knights, those who carry out top-secret missions, were involved, because she feared such people hid terrible secrets that ordinary knights did not even suspect. When Amanda feared that Jorg might be with the captain, Butler and Juice stood up to calm her. He said that Jorg himself brought the news to the Owen family and invited them into the room to meet him, and when the door opened, Jorg appeared gloomy and tired. Amanda and Yuri called him simultaneously. Their voices showed relief, but also anxiety. Jorg raised heavy eyes to them and quietly asked if Amanda and Yuri had already come, thus putting a grim full stop on Captain Leon's future. Amanda and Yuri ran into the room in panic to find Jorg. Amanda, seeing he was safe, burst with relieved joy and immediately bombarded him with urgent questions about what had happened. Jorg sighed wearily and confirmed he had business at the Owen house, so when Captain Leon said he wanted to go together to the capital, he immediately agreed. But as soon as they crossed the city gates, suddenly a squad of knights appeared, surrounded and arrested Captain Leon before Jorg could react. Amanda, horrified, asked if Jorg was in trouble, and he only slightly nodded, admitting that things were very bad. Jorg thought that it was probably all because he was carrying so much luggage at the request of the Owen family. The knight squad took him for an ordinary merchant traveling with them, and he grimly noted Captain Leon was so silent that they probably didn't even check whether they were both accomplices. Jorg said that later he sneaked and hid, waiting for the right moment, because he was afraid that the Black Shadow Knights would notice him, so he had little information. Amanda cried with relief upon learning that Jorg was safe, but upon finding out that he was involved in a tangled royal conspiracy, she became upset and started talking about the fate of her beloved captain, while Jorg stood nearby, observing their anxiety and quietly feeling the tension envelop the estate. Suddenly, Sir Argo burst into the room with a grim expression, reminded everyone that there was no time to rest, and announced terrible news. The king suddenly fell ill from poisoning, and Captain Leon was now the main suspect in the failed assassination attempt. Amanda and Jorg turned pale with horror. Jorg got angry and shouted that it was absurd because the captain was the person who best understood his position and rarely was in the capital. Yuri's eyes widened at the very word position, and Amanda was embarrassed, not knowing how to explain it to the girl. Amanda decided to reveal the shocking truth. The current King Ares, Siegfried, turned out to be Captain Leonhardt's biological brother, and Yuri froze, eyes wide open, head spinning. She stammered and repeated whether it was true that the captain was the king's brother. Argo nodded and explained. Leonhardt himself did not reach for power, but forces constantly tried to pull him into higher positions, so to avoid getting involved in political quarrels, he voluntarily took a garrison in a distant border fortress for years. At that moment, a glowing quest window appeared before Yuri from the system task. Save Leonhardt, who was unjustly arrested. Argo crossed his arms and thoughtfully said that it would be very bad if the king did not wake up, and the real culprit remained free. He added that Captain Leon was held in the northern tower, and that he was trying to settle matters to get an audience. And Amanda anxiously asked what Argo planned to do next because one mistake and the whole group could be suspected of involvement. Yuri silently watched, and suddenly a familiar plot from the game Illusia online surfaced in her memory. The king was poisoned by a heroic younger brother out of envy of a hidden villain. She began rummaging through her memory, trying to recall the end of that story, while the butler quietly poured tea for everyone. The butler and the Jew brought a tray with tea smilingly, apologizing for interrupting the tense conversation. But immediately after that, he changed his facial expression, put a finger to his lips as if asking for silence, and in a decisive voice declared that he had a suspicious detail he had to share. Argo shuddered and asked what that was. Inju spoke in a quiet, low voice about a flower called the black rose in the northern forests, asked if anyone had heard of this terrible plant, and the room grew cold. Inju began to explain in detail that the black rose grows only deep in the northern forest, and anyone pricked by its thorn falls into an eternal sleep. He confirmed that it was not an ordinary poison. It slowly undermined the body, plunging it into a delirious stupor until death took the victim. Inju revealed another important detail. The only way to save the poisoned is to prepare an antidote from the petals of the black rose itself. Yuri and the others carefully caught every word of the mysterious butler. Argo pondered how such a strange flower and guest could have appeared. Probably for this reason, the usual healing magic did not work on the king. He impatiently asked Inju where exactly the northern forests were, and heard in response that it was an illusionary forest, hidden deep within enchanted groves. And you said that Duke Norman, who discovered the forest 300 years ago, was actually a skilled royal explorer. Yuri listened during the meal and quietly exclaimed, "Oh, Tilda." And learning more about the heroic history of the kingdom, she began to see a connection between that expedition and the rescue of Captain Leon. Argo hesitated. Returning to the island fortress to gather troops before the campaign into the illusionary forest would take too much precious time. Amanda urgently called first to search for other antidotes, but Argo waved it off. If they did not act decisively, it would already be too late. At that moment, Inju smiled mysteriously and proposed an even bolder plan: to search for the antidote only after rescuing Captain Leongart. The words of the Chamberlain made Argo, Amanda, and Jorg gasp and look at each other in shock. They could not believe he had suggested such a rebellious idea. Anju pressed a finger to his lips, winked mysteriously, and revealed a stunning secret. Duke Norman once created teleportation circles to enter the illusionary forest, and supposedly those circles are now hidden and extremely securely protected in the royal tomb. Argo trembled and asked who he really was to have such terrible royal secrets, but Anju only smiled slyly and said to wait a little longer. Finally, Butler and Jew solemnly announced that to activate the teleportation circle royal blood was needed, even a drop, and Yuri and the others held their breath, realizing that the key to everything lay with Captain Leon. Butler and Jew further explained that the first step was to rescue Captain Leongart from his place of captivity, after which the group would head to the museum with Duke Norman's tomb to perform the next stage. Sir Argo whispered, "Understood," as he grasped the sequence of tasks, and Amanda anxiously interrupted, saying that although it was called a rescue, penetrating the northern tower would be incredibly difficult due to its strict guard. Argo smiled to calm them. When he was little, he often sneaked into the royal palace to play, so he knew the paths there well, though it was risky. And at that moment, brave little Yuri raised her hand and decisively said she would help as much as she could. Argo looked kindly at Yuri and replied that he appreciated it, but the northern tower was too dangerous for a child. So an idea came to him. He smiled and added that everything would go much easier if Noir and Purin went with them. Yuri sat down to ask her little friends Noir and Purin if they were really ready for the risky mission. The cat Noir bravely meowed a confident meow. The slime Purin wobbled, showing readiness, and Yuri happily returned to report to Argo that both agreed to help, and the knight shone with relief. Butler and Jew could not contain their excitement upon seeing the leopard king and little slime. They hid their faces and blushed from some perverse joy that even touched Argosi. And Argo gathered everyone and summarized the plan one last time. First, to rescue the captain from the northern tower, then through the teleportation circle to enter the illusionary forest to search for the black rose, and finally to find a skilled, tactful apothecary who would prepare the antidote for the king. Argo sighed anxiously, realizing how difficult the road ahead would be. Yuri stood nearby, looking at his face, and suddenly an idea occurred to her. She politely called Great Brother R, then confidently smiled and revealed a secret. Perhaps she herself could prepare the antidote. Immediately, a system message flashed brightly with the words, "Alchemy skill level 100. Argo and Amanda froze with open mouths and simultaneously exclaimed, "What?" Yuri awkwardly scratched her head and explained that although she had trained little in alchemy recently, having studied a bit she could manage, and then anxiously added that she once made many healing potions herself, which made the knights stunned by the innate talent of the little wise girl. Seeing how everyone froze in surprise, Yuri blushed and shyly bowed her head, apologizing for raising them so high. Amanda and George giggled at her cute modesty and insisted that if it was Yuri she would definitely be able to perform that miracle. Amanda gently stroked Yuri's head and quietly said not to worry. If something doesn't work out together, we will come up with another way. The main task remained to safely free Captain Leon, and Yuri raised determined, shining eyes to Amanda and firmly responded. Yes, ma'am. The conversation ended. Owen's estate stood proudly in the sun, the group shouted loudly, and the narration summarized that to clear Captain Leongart's name and find the antidote for the king, Yuri's squad began infiltrating the place of imprisonment. The image of a luxurious carriage racing through the capital's streets became the signal for the mission's start. In the carriage, Sir Argo sat gloomily, tensely staring out the window. Yuri, sitting next to Amanda, was also in a dark cloak as a disguise. Argo quietly remarked that everything seemed to be going quite smoothly. According to plan, Captain Leon remained silent and stayed calm under the hood of his cloak, and the new chapter officially began under the title, The Secret Shortcut. At the estate, as they were about to set off, Amanda asked Butler and Jew fearfully about the short path he mentioned. Argo explained that it was a secret passage directly to the royal palace, which he had known for a long time, and Jew, smiling smugly, said that initially the passage was so narrow that only a small person could fit through, but he secretly reinforced it with illusion magic so that no guard would notice. Butler's remark shocked Amanda. She turned pale with horror and screamed, demanding to know what monstrous deeds Jew had been doing in the shadows all this time, and Yuri, standing nearby, just broke out in a cold sweat. How obsessively meticulous and frightening the preparations of the Jews were. Argo continued enthusiastically explaining the detailed plan. Sneaking through the secret passage and running through the garden maze, the group would approach the foot of the North Tower, and there he would entrust infiltration to Noir and Purin. Their small size would be a huge advantage. Yuri asked in surprise how they would get inside at all, and Argo calmly pointed upward, saying they would slip through the narrow windows of the tower. The illustration showed the North Tower rising into the sky with narrow, shaky windows high above, causing Yuri to exclaim. What? She considered Argo's plan too bold, but did not argue because there was no other way. The mission unfolded thrillingly. Slime Purin, thanks to its flexible body, easily slipped through a crack in the cell and, using a special skill, opened it from the inside. Simultaneously, the cat Noir quietly, with sharp claws, cut the iron bars, and Captain Leon made a spectacular escape, while Yuri, hiding in a corner, watched and admired their flawless coordination. Thanks to Argo's skillful leadership, the group rescued the captain without raising any alarm, and a system notification sounded, Kang. Yuri brilliantly executed the rescue, smiled with satisfaction, and thought that now everything was fine. When they got out and settled in the moving carriage, Amanda urgently asked Captain Leon to tell everything he knew about the assassination attempt on the king. Leonhardt paused for a moment, then decisively stated that although he was accused, he was completely innocent, and told how he was framed. For the poisoning of his brother Siegfried, which had put the king in a coma until now. Leon felt the Black Shadow Knights did not actually consider him guilty. His arrest was rather meant to protect him from other dark forces. The relaxed guard at the North Tower was proof to him that someone at court was quietly covering for him, and Argo and Amanda listened, breathless, and realized the real enemy was still hiding somewhere in the capital. In the carriage, Sir Argus smiled to reassure Captain Leonhardt, "Don't worry, we have a plan to save the king." Leon exhaled with relief and sadly admitted that he was sorry that everyone suffered because of his brother. And little Yuri, standing nearby, looked at the captain with sympathy, then suddenly raised her fist passionately and boldly exclaimed that all this was exclusively thanks to everyone's efforts, so Leon should be grateful, not apologetic. The naive but sincere words of the girl surprised Leonhardt, and he smiled, thanking the group, which filled Argo's and Amanda's hearts with warmth. The carriage rolled through the dark streets of the capital. On the map, it was indicated that their next stop was the Museum of Duke Norman, and the carriage stopped in front of an old, majestic stone building among wide trees, where Butler and Jew were already waiting by the gates and loudly invited everyone inside, saying that everything was ready. Argo asked Jew in surprise if the coffin of Duke Norman was really here. The butler nodded in response. Yuri hugged the black cat and stepped into the museum hall, his heart pounding with excitement and admiration, as it was his first time at night in such a solemn place. As they went deeper into the museum, Yuri shuddered at the sight of dinosaur skeletons and ancient creatures under the dim light, whispered that the place was a bit scary. Argo laughed and reassured her. And then unexpectedly Enju led the group to a room bathed in green light and introduced it as a museum luxuriously glowing with its barium. The butler explained that Duke Norman adored medicinal plants and carefully collected rare herbs from all over the world to grow them here. Seeing Yuri's eyes light up with admiration, Enju offered to train her alchemy right now and prepare an antidote, and Yuri eagerly agreed she couldn't wait to test her new power. Yuri put all her effort and attention into the small alchemical cauldron in front of her face extremely serious. She carefully measured each herb by memory of the recipes from the game Illusia Online, while Enju stood nearby constantly handing her the necessary additional ingredients. Argo and Leon watched from afar, quietly admiring the skill and confidence of these little sages. Leongart thought that making the antidote this time was a risky bet. If it failed, their chance to save the king would disappear forever. Argo nodded in agreement and said that despite the haste, they would have to go step by step and act as carefully as possible. Yuri diligently stirred the cauldron and silently told herself to do everything possible. The king's life was in her hands. She feared that although Leon was his brother, if the medicine turned out to be useless, all the blame would fall on the captain, and imagining Leongart imprisoned forever, tears welled up in her eyes, so she poured all her magic into the cauldron to strengthen the potion. She encouraged herself to become stronger, and in a moment pure white steam rose from the alchemical kettle, a sign that the potion was ready. Yuri Bretta smiled with relief as shining vials appeared before her. The butler and Ju picked up a vial, looked closely, and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow!" When they realized that it was a restorative potion of the highest grade, Yuri, embarrassed, asked if Ju could really judge its quality, and the butler explained that elves have a close connection with plants, and therefore Ju easily senses their healing properties. Manda rushed to hug Yuri and endlessly praised her for her efforts. Yuri beamed with joy and declared that she was now completely confident in her abilities. While in the corner of the room, she quietly prepared many more healing elixirs and some sleeping powder in reserve for the upcoming journey. Enju led the group in front of a huge stone statue of a warrior with a sword raised upward and said that this was the tomb of Duke Norman. The butler asked Argo to use some light magic to illuminate the stone pedestal, and suddenly a glow flared up, enveloping the statue in a magical, sacred aura, and Leongart and the knights held their breath because they knew. It was here that the secret of the teleportation circle was hidden. Argo approached the foot of the statue and pressed a suspicious slab. The statue rumbled loudly. Yuri's eyes widened in surprise. The ground began to crack, and under the stone platform a passage slowly opened. Argo confirmed in a resolute voice that these were indeed the secret stairs leading to the royal mausoleum, where the teleportation circle lies, and you ordered everyone to be extremely careful and announced that he would stay behind to guard the entrance and prevent anyone from sneaking in from the rear. Worried, Yuri asked Enju why he would not go with them to support them. The butler smiled and explained that as an elf he could not touch the deadly black roses in the illusionary forest because they would drain his life force. Argo warned Enju not to overexert himself and told him to be careful. Suddenly Yuri had an idea, and together with the cat Noir made a cute little wave, sincerely thanking Enju for his passionate help. Their kindness so moved the stern butler that he blushed and loudly declared that he would guard this entrance with his life. The group moved deeper into the tomb by cold stone stairs, with the knight Argo leading with a lantern and announcing that they had reached part of the mausoleum. Yuri looked back and thought that although the museum upstairs was beautiful, this tomb seemed gloomy and piercingly cold, and Argo, to reassure his little sister, smiled and assured her that they were within the capital, so there should be no dangerous monsters here. But at that moment, Yuri suddenly held her breath, pointed at dark silhouettes crawling from under the ground, and shouting, "Argo!" The chapter was interrupted by the appearance of unknown creatures in the darkness of the royal tomb. As soon as the group stepped into the dark tomb, an horde of skeletons rose from the ground, and Knight Argo shouted in panic, warning that it was the undead. Amanda hastily drew her sword and noticed that there were far more than expected, and Captain Leonhardt quickly took a defensive stance with a blade shining like lightning. Yuri stood in a tight circle of bony monsters, frightened, and wondered if it was because of that strangely high concentration of magic underground. Seeing the skeletons with bare teeth and empty eye sockets approaching, Yuri could not contain her fear and burst into desperate sobs. She grabbed her magic staff, poured all her mana into panic, and shouted the mass healing spell Area Heal, and warm light burst from the magical sphere, spreading through the dark tomb and creating a dazzling scene. A pillar of light shot to the ceiling of the crypt, engulfed the entire horde, and left Argo and Leonhardt stunned. Strangely, instead of healing, the undead burst into fierce flames when touched by the restorative magic and instantly turned to dust. Argo blinked and muttered, "Ha." wondering why the battlefield suddenly cleared of enemies, and he himself could not understand what had happened. When the dust settled, Yuri was gasping from exhaustion and joyfully exclaimed that she had finally defeated those terrible monsters. Argo approached with a skeptical look and insisted that Yuri say which exact spell she had just used. The end. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you liked it. See you next time. Goodbye. The girl naively said that it was just a regular healing spell, but Argo and Amanda immediately broke out in a cold sweat when they realized that Yura had accidentally used the counter principle, Holy Vision of Death, a classic technique from the game that turned out to be extremely powerful in reality. Captain Leon stood silently, looked at Yura, and quietly said that if she had been in that battle 8 years ago, everything could have turned out differently. Yuri recalled legends about the king of the undead and that ancient, tragic rebellion of mages, and she quietly understood why such a complex expression was frozen on Leon's face. Amanda smiled, patted Yuri on the head, and joked that 8 years ago Yuri was probably still a baby, so she could not be blamed. Yuri blushed, smiled awkwardly, and loudly promised that from now on she would use healing magic to destroy hordes of skeletons, which made Leon laugh helplessly at the confidence of the little sage. Suddenly Argo pointed forward and ordered everyone to look at the brightly shining object at the end of the crypt, the ancient magical teleportation circle of Duke Norman, elegantly crafted and eerily spinning in the darkness. Jorg was enchanted, admiring the spell's enchanted beauty, while Amanda called everyone to quickly enter before it disappeared. But suddenly he stopped with a serious expression and loudly declared that he would stay behind rather than go with the group. Amanda was shocked and demanded a reason. Jorg explained that as a wizard he could not miss this cinemaleneum opportunity to study and copy such a magnificent magical formation, and assured that he would gladly face the skeletons again just to record the ancient technique firsthand. Amanda shouted angrily that he was crazy safety above all, but Argo and Leon felt their comrade's professional passion. Yuri stood next to the trembling, slimy Purin and suddenly came up with a way to help Jorg. Yuri enthusiastically announced that the little slime Purin could memorize the entire formation for Jorg, so no one needed to worry, and Jorg, though deeply grateful to the girls and little companions for their help, decided to stay to set up a protective barrier and prevent monsters from disturbing the exit. Argo reminded Amanda that time was short and the group had to leave immediately. Amanda, with tears in her eyes, begged Jorg to be completely safe, and Jorg smiled gently and promised to wait for their return. The three Argo, Amanda, Leon, and Yuri firmly held hands and stood in the center of the magic circle, while Jorg remained outside with a parchment scroll in his hands, ready to take notes. A dazzling light burst forward, arcs of mana enveloped the entire expedition, and the teleportation began. Yuri closed her eyes and quietly called Northern Forest, and Jorg's figure gradually disappeared into the magical mist. After a slight jerk, the light quieted, and the group found themselves in a forest bathed in lush greenery and fresh air, completely unlike the capital. Yuri's eyes opened wide with admiration. She wondered if this was really the legendary Northern Forest, when suddenly she shuddered at the ringing laughter coming from beyond the huge leaves. Tiny winged beauties appeared before Yuri's eyes, looking at them with curiosity. Thus the chapter ended with an unexpected meeting with fairies in the mysterious Illusion Forest. In the system status window, numbers shown. Yuri officially reached Sage LV 41 HP 382 and MP 486. All skills were maxed at 100, and the summoning skill rose to 90. Valuable titles Ultimate Mage, Master Alchemist, and Friend of the Beast King were also on the list, and the narrative marveled at how strong our little sage had become after recent trials. Amid the shimmering Illusion Forest, two tiny fairies with delicate wings circled Yuri's group, clearly and regretfully saying that the guest was not William, and whispering that they had not seen him in the forest lately. Yuri's eyes opened wide with admiring wonder. She innocently whispered, "Yo," seeing fairies live for the first time, and Amanda and the knights behind her also froze and raised the alarm upon seeing the legendary creatures before them. The fairies fluttered and whispered. Although this guest was not William, Yuri resembled him extremely, the same hair color and the same eyes, which made Argo and Leonhardt freeze. Knight Leon admitted he was stunned to learn that fairies really lived in such a place. Yuri, with an empty gaze, asked Leon if he was really that shocked, and Amanda smiled and explained that this Northern Forest is actually the legendary noble helm of the fairy kingdom, and her words made Yuri and Argo gape in amazement because the secret of the forest was finally revealed. Mischievous fairies cunningly circled around and said they did not know the names Noble Helm or Northern Forest, because for them it was simply home and did not need another name, and Argus scratched his head in embarrassment and admitted that probably outsiders named this place without asking the locals. After a moment of surprise, Argo asked the fairies where the black rose was, which their group was searching for, and the fairies cheerfully confirmed that the flower exists, revealing that the black rose is actually the treasure of the fairy queen. Yuri squealed with joy upon hearing about the queen's presence. When Argo asked if they could meet the queen, the fairies replied that she had gone for a walk but would gladly lead the group to where the black roses grow. Argo was happily about to ask them to show the way when Leongart suddenly froze and loudly shouted a warning, noticing something strange. Amanda also caught her breath from the underbrush. Deep in the forest on the ground lay a motionless man, and the group, deeply concerned, rushed to him to check the stranger's condition. Argo bent down to look closely at the mysterious man and wondered how long he had been there. The fairies casually flew by and said he had just arrived, but seemed to have fallen asleep after his companions left him. Yuri looked with horror. The man showed no signs of waking, and she quietly worried about his safety. Argo noticed there were no marks or clues on the body to identify him. Amanda quickly grabbed Yuri's hand and pushed her to stand. She was ordered to immediately start alchemy. There was less and less time left to save the king. Under the curious gazes of the fairies, Yuri began directing Manu into a small alchemical cauldron to brew an antidote from the petals of the black rose. The fairies whispered that it was the first time they had seen a human use the queen's treasure for healing rather than trying to seize it. They say that evil people out of greed often came here to seize the beauty of the black rose, so the queen was forced to hide the forest with magic. Yuri listened silently, quietly admiring her silent protection of this natural treasure, and suddenly a beautiful vision appeared. The fairy queen prayed in the middle of a glowing rose garden, and the narrator's voice said that the black rose symbolizes her love for Duke William. Amanda exclaimed, moved, because she understood that Duke Norman dedicated his life to trying to reunite with the queen and even built a teleportation circle to preserve this connection. Yuri raised her eyes to the flowers and quietly admired the eternal romance between a human and a fairy, feeling her heart warm from the devotion of the two predecessors. After the efforts, Yuri exclaimed with joy done, and a vial with the antidote sparkled in her hand. Excited, she asked the fairies if she could take the bottle, and they nodded, saying that now it was no longer the queen's treasure but her own achievement. At that moment, Leongard and Argo approached from afar and called Yuri to find out how things were. She proudly showed her legs, causing the knight to smile with relief, because the main goal of the journey was accomplished. Leongard stepped forward and seriously examined the vial, and Argo lifted the black rose, looking closely to see if it really had that terrible effect when suddenly Yuri caught her breath. Argo staggered. The flower fell to the ground. He closed his eyes and collapsed, leaving Leongard and Yuri in complete shock. The girls howled "R," because Argo, pricked by a thorn, immediately fell into a coma, and the chapter ended at a critical moment when her protector became a victim of the deadly flower. Yuri panicked and demanded to know why he so recklessly touched the thorn, and Leongard, picking him up, explained in a sad tone that it was not doubt in her alchemy. Argo wanted to personally test the antidote's effect before giving it to the king. Yuri froze in place, eyes wide open from stunned shock at the excessive sacrifice of her foster brother. Leongard held Argo tightly and whispered that if anything happened, he would never forgive himself. Yuri stammered, saying she had prepared the antidote very carefully and was sure it would work. When Argo slowly opened his eyes after the injection and quietly groaned, Yuri shouted with joy, "R," rushed forward, hugged him, and burst into tears of relief at his recovery. Leongard stood nearby, exhaling with relief and scolding Argo to himself for his inappropriate recklessness, but also acknowledging his boundless faith in Yuri. Yuri roared and got angry at Argo for scaring her with his action, and the young knight only gave a crooked smile and apologized for the worry, explaining that he considered it the fastest way for everyone to fully trust the vial. Argo gently smoothed Yuri's hair to comfort his tearful younger sister and sincerely apologized for bringing her to tears. Yuri, still offended, demanded that next time he warn her instead of doing everything himself. Argus smiled in agreement and admired Yuri's maturity to himself. Meanwhile, little fairies fluttered around and with curiosity asked if the group was ready to depart, suggesting to stay a little longer and rest instead of rushing, and the forest became lighter because of that. Argo smiled and thanked the fairies, explaining that since they had found the most important thing, the group had to leave immediately. Yuri called Noir to give the departure signal, and the brave black cat instantly jumped to her side. Suddenly Yuri froze, seeing the fairies peeking into her little pouch, and shyly asked if she could take a few petals of the black rose with her. The fairies gladly agreed, saying that Yuri, as a friend of the Beast King, had the right to this treasure. Yuri beamed, thanked them, and hugged Noir tightly out of pure happiness. The narrator said that they returned to the royal tomb through the teleportation circle in an instant. As soon as they appeared, Amanda called Jorg. He was still diligently copying the magical diagram under the trembling light. George shuddered, raised his eyes, and sighed with relief seeing that everyone returned unharmed. Amanda ran up joyfully and asked if George had finished copying, and the master smiled and confirmed Frank and Leongart also emerged from the teleportation mist, and the team was assembled. The divine official Frank confidently stepped forward, followed by Karin, Butler, and Jew. Frank impatiently asked if the mission to find the antidote went smoothly, and Argus proudly smiled, saying that Yuri personally prepared the highest quality potion. Amanda, confused, asked why Frank's group appeared here, and Leongart explained that NU informed them about the emergency. Frank lowered his voice and delivered bad news. All the knights of Isle Fortress are now considered suspects and are fiercely sought after. Amanda exclaimed in horror. What? Frank crossed his arms and grimly stated, there is complete chaos in the palace. The army has increased security at all entrances, and even with the antidote, getting it unnoticed to the king's bed is almost impossible. Argo and Leongart tensed to the limit, realizing that the secret short path they used before also seemed blocked by guards, and Yuri, standing in the corner and watching, suddenly opened her eyes wide as if remembering something important. Other underground passages from the game. Yuri suddenly spoke loudly to get everyone's attention and revealed a secret. On the outskirts of the capital, there was a destroyed temple of a fallen god, and she insisted that a tunnel led directly from its ruins to the king's bedroom, bypassing any city gates. Argo blinked in surprise and asked where Yuri knew this from, and she embarrassedly explained that she had seen it in a dream about the game Illusia online, and thought to herself that it must be the quest in the game where you have to convince the king. She had completed it many times, so she couldn't be wrong. Argo frowned, trying to remember if such a place existed in the kingdom, but recalled nothing, and Yuri, fearing she wouldn't be believed, hastily added that the fairies of the northern forest had secretly hinted it to her earlier. As soon as they spoke about the fairy tribe, Frank immediately changed his tone and exclaimed with excitement that if this was a true divine guide, they needed to check it immediately. And Yuri quietly sighed with relief and mentally apologized to the fairies for using them as an excuse. A map appeared indicating the ruins of the fallen god's temple north of the museum, and the group quickly headed there. Leongard solemnly asked Yuri if there really was a secret entrance among the rubble. Yuri pointed to an ancient stone pedestal and said that according to the record, a special hymn needed to be sung to activate the mechanism. Amanda and Argo froze in amazement and exclaimed, hymn. So Amanda decisively ordered Frank to perform it. He was the only divine servant in the group, and Frank, blushing with embarrassment, suppressed his pride, focused, and raised his voice in a clear song that echoed through the ruins, making the stones tremble and signaling that the underground passages were about to open. Frank's loud hymn and his holy power suddenly shook the entire space of the ruined temple. Above, a colossal bronze bell rang wildly, and cracking explosions tore the ground, causing Amanda to shout a warning in fear, worried that the knights pursuing them would hear the noise. Nighttime Argo and Commander Leongart turned pale as huge boulders began to fall in the center of the sanctuary. Amid choking dust, Argo suddenly shouted with joy. Beneath the stone pedestal appeared a glowing magical teleportation circle, and Jorg sternly urged everyone to step into it immediately before the guards noticed, shouting, quick! And when the teleportation light dimmed, Yuri's eyes widened. She gasped in horror. Instead of the king's luxurious bedroom, the group found themselves at the foot of a gigantic stone spire stretching into the clouds. The knights and adventurers froze, stunned by how different everything was from the plan. Yuri looked around confusedly and quietly asked where they were. And Argo, looking up at the huge tower, loudly declared that this was the legendary Tower of the Sages, causing Yuri and Amanda to simultaneously scream in shock. What? Leongart squinted sternly and asked Yuri why they hadn't reached the palace as she had said. The young seer panicked, waving her hands and continuously apologizing because she herself couldn't understand why the secret mechanism in her dream hadn't worked. Argo gloomily pondered and suggested that the fairies might have deliberately played a trick on them or brought them here for some deeper reason the group did not yet know. Frank, the priest, and the knights sighed in despair, but Amanda quickly intervened, calmed Yuri, and said that this was still an important step in the girl's journey. She looked at Yuri with gentle understanding and smiled, suggesting that now the search for the Tower of the Sage might become the key to saving the king by another path. Tears welled up in Yuri's eyes. If clues were found in this tower on how to return to her old world, her time in Illusia would soon end. She clenched her cloak and felt a quiet sadness at the thought of parting from these kind friends. Knight Argo approached closer to the stone wall of the tower and noticed a finely carved, winding dragon emblem that emitted sparks, then involuntarily raised his hand with the azure dragon sign to it, and instantly a powerful spiritual force burst forth. causing both the emblem on the wall and the sign on Argo's hand to roar fiercely and tremble. Yuri's eyes widened in horror. She screamed, asking what was happening, when the ground trembled and pure white feathers began to slowly descend from above. The air around the tower became oppressively heavy, foretelling that a mighty creature was about to appear. Manda and Yuri raised their heads in horror. A great creature with 10 shining wings slowly descended before the entrance to the Tower of the Sage, and Yuri froze in stunned amazement at the eerie coincidence with Argo's story about the 10-winged god judge. The divine figure pierced the group of explorers with a sharp gaze and spoke in a low, threatening voice. Has the destruction of Illusia not yet come? The narrative ended with a mysterious question about the true face of the one who desires the end of the world, promising a fatal confrontation in the next chapter. A legendary creature with 10 pure white wings landed, and its oppressive divine aura immobilized the knights and adventurers with stunned fear. Argo and Commander Leonhardt raised their swords in defensive stances, but their hands trembled from the overwhelming presence of the creature, while Yuri stood behind with wide-open eyes, stunned that the being was the true image of the god judge. Yuri instantly pulled herself together and shouted for everyone to immediately form a battle squad to receive her magical support. Frank, the divine official nearby, suddenly fell to his knees pale with fear and muttered that this was a true fallen god, causing Yuri to cry out his name in alarm. She fervently assured Frank that the creature before them was not a god, but a cunning impostor trying to deceive everyone. When the tension reached its peak, Knight Amanda, along with Argo and Leonhardt, bravely charged forward, their swords gleaming and clashing, ready to face the threat. Karin, Butler, and Ju closed their eyes and focused their magic to cast ancient protective charms and shield the group from the dark, deadly aura. Yuri raised her gecko staff above her head. It sparkled with mana, and she resolutely declared that she would not allow anyone to fall because of the stranger's threat. Yuri rushed to Frank, who was kneeling, and tirelessly urged him to clear his mind, saying that the true god would never want to destroy the lives he created, shouting firmly that she would not recognize such a cruel being as God, and begged Frank to look at their comrades who were selflessly fighting ahead. Yuri reminded Frank of the image of a brave, reliable heavenly figure she admired, and it was this that gave him the courage to stand up. Frank raised his eyes to Yuri, with eyes full of tears, and quietly asked if he was really as cool as she said. The tiny sage nodded proudly and affirmatively. He clenched his fist and boldly declared that if that entity dared to call itself a god to bring disaster, then he himself would bring it back to reality. Frank smiled confidently and gave Yuri a sign to prepare reinforcements, which made her exclaim joyfully her elder had felt the fighting spirit again. Suddenly, a bright system message flashed before Yuri. Forced task destroy the appearing fallen god, and he simply froze at the scale of this challenge. System panel showed. For completion, a guaranteed hint on how to return to the old world, and for failure their souls would be forever consumed by the fallen god. And Amanda screamed in horror as the 10-winged god launched the first attack, releasing destructive beams of light upon the ground. The divine being looked at the group of researchers with a cold, ice-like gaze, and proclaimed that all material things must obey a predetermined law of destruction. It loudly declared that it would hasten the destruction of the kingdom of Elua, which it loved so much, and asked the group if they dared to challenge fate, while the enormous mana bursting from its 10 wings condensed into a storm of energy and enveloped the entire area at the foot of the sage's tower. Commander Leonard gritted his teeth and loudly objected, swearing that even if their enemy was a god, he would never stand aside while the world was being destroyed. Leon focused all his spirit into the great sword and called Frank to coordinate the attack together. Immediately, Leonhardt sharply jumped up and unleashed the technique Wind Thunder Cleaving Strike, carrying the power of wind and thunder directly at the fallen god. Leonhardt's attack exploded with dazzling light, but the divine being calmly closed its eyes and coldly said that all attempts were in vain. Seizing the moment, Yuri raised her staff and shouted, "Spark shot." Simultaneously, Amanda released a blazing two-phase fire ring, and Knight Argo rushed forward with his single-stream water technique, and all this turned into a chain attack of all elements on the enemy. The fallen god barely waved his hand, and an invisible magical barrier repelled all the party's attacks, leaving Leonhardt in shock. The 10-winged god showered a hail of sharp, blade-like arrows of light from the abyss, forcing Leon to desperately parry and roll back on the ground. Seeing that the commander was exhausted, Yuri quickly raised her staff and cast a healing spell, Heal, toward Leonhardt, gritting her teeth and swearing that she would not allow anyone to be wounded in this life-and-death battle, no matter how incredible the enemy's power was. Butler and Ju, calm and focused, stepped forward and asked everyone to retreat to give him space to perform his magic. He said he would summon the great power of all in heaven and on earth, then began concentrating spirit in his palms, emitting dazzling light. He uttered a commanding call, summoning spirits to gather and erase the enemy threatening the world's peace. Yuri froze in admiration, wondering if this was the same legendary elven skill spirit speech she had heard about when dense clusters of modifiers appeared in the sky. From the void, like a downpour, numerous burning meteors rained down. Yuri's roaring technique, meteor destruction, enhanced by Enju's power, caused a catastrophic explosion at the fallen god's location, raising a giant pillar of dust and shaking the entire vicinity at the foot of the tower, forcing the knights to grip the ground to withstand the aftershocks. When the smoke cleared, Knight Argo stood in amazement. The divine being still stood in the mist with the same impassive expression. Leonard gritted his teeth and realized that even the most powerful destructive magic proved completely powerless against the absolute defense of the opponent. The fallen god narrowed his eyes, looked at the squad with contempt, and resolutely declared that the complete destruction of this kingdom was inevitable. Little Yuri spun in fear and cried out in his soul that this creature had truly lost its mind with its constant talk of death. At that moment, Argo anxiously reported that the Azure Dragon Seal and all summoning spells were completely neutralized and unresponsive. Yuri also realized with shock that she could not cast powerful spells, could not hear Ellie's voice, and could not open the task window, while Frank was covered in cold sweat. Said that it seemed they were stuck in an anti-magic barrier from some terrible alien world. Karin strained to pronounce the spell from behind and called upon the power of fresh green shoots to create a barrier. But to her surprise, the magic dissolved into nothing. She gritted her teeth and wondered whether it was the influence of the Placeth Tower of the Sager, if the enemies had truly severed all elemental bonds. Yuri shuddered with anxiety as the fallen god began to change stance and launched a new wide attack. She poured all the remaining mana into the sphere atop her staff, and shouting the chain skill after burner, desperately tried to stop the enemy's advance combined with the frozen stream. Yuri's attack only created a thin icy crust beneath the feet of the fallen god, which immediately cracked under the cold gaze of the ten-winged deity, and the divine being, simply called Yuri, master of strange magic, resolutely declared that everything belonging to him. This impostor must be completely destroyed. It suddenly thrust its hand forward, accumulating a colossal surge of energy, and roared for everything to vanish into oblivion, causing the surrounding space to crack wildly. Yuri screamed in pain as the shockwave hit her body, and Cat Noir also shouted in panic. Chaos continued. Argo, Amanda, and Leonhardt were thrown far away, their bodies covered with severe wounds. Yuri squeezed his eyes shut and with his last strength unleashed a desperate healing scream, healing wind, aimed at the fallen comrades. She saw how the HP lane status panel of Leon and Argo turned red, and quietly cried inside, realizing she couldn't save everyone. Yuri's consciousness began to fade as the monodensity in the air reached saturation and suffocated the 8-year-old girl. The fallen god hovered over the ruined battlefield with an indifferent face, and coldly said that daring to challenge fate with such weak power is simply complete foolishness. It ordered the expedition to blame not the gods, but their own shortcomings in preparation. Yuri lay motionless and wondered if this was truly the end of her path as death loomed. The divine entity loudly commanded, "Disappear," and prepared to deliver the final blow to erase the knight's presence. In her last thoughts, Yuri deeply regretted. Although she had made the antidote, her mistake had put everyone in danger. Tears welled up. She watched her little hand grow cold and prayed that if she returned, she would never allow this. Suddenly she felt warmth from the belt with a cat's paw that Jorg gave her. The fallen god froze in surprise and exclaimed, "What?" as the circle of light began to envelop Yuri. The light from the belt flashed dazzlingly and formed a spherical protective barrier that completely reflected the destructive blow of the fallen god, and Yuri blinked in confusion, looking around. Yuri shuddered, seeing that the enemy attacks suddenly stopped, and beneath her feet a huge teleportation circle with ancient runes was brightly spinning, and she froze in amazement as the ceiling of the space opened, revealing a secret passage emitting a magical glow. The fallen god gritted his teeth in fury, muttering that some divine anomaly had interfered at this crucial moment and prevented him from delivering the verdict. Yuri recalled Dorg's warning about the lucky effect hidden in the belt and realized that a fateful coincidence had saved her. She looked at Leonard and Argo, who lay unconscious, and gasped in surprise as the teleportation circle began to suck everyone inside. The chapter ended with the mysterious disappearance of the group before the fallen god. This marked the beginning of a completely new turn in the journey of the tiny sages. Under the dazzling light and the oppressive power of the fallen gods, Yuri lay motionless, with clouded eyes looking up at the creature with 10 wings, and pure white feathers fell further, like a harbinger of the end. Suddenly a system notification appeared. Due to the activation of the divine irregularity effect, the quest to exterminate the fallen gods was temporarily reset, and the narrator mysteriously asked whether this magical light would now transport Yuri's group to some unknown place. Yuri suddenly woke up with a frightened "ha!" and, looking around the luxurious room with large wooden doors, was embarrassed and did not know where she was until Noir flew to her side, and her gaze fell on the knight Argo. Amanda, Leonard, and the rest of the expedition lay unconscious on the floor after the harsh teleportation. Yuri, frightened for their safety, instantly stretched out both hands and poured the remaining mana into a loud healing to cure her companions. After Yuri poured in the restorative magic, Knight Argo was the first to regain consciousness and raised his hand to his forehead, groaning in pain. He looked around fearfully and hurriedly asked if everyone was okay, still stunned and not understanding where the fallen god had gone. Yuri rejoiced, shouted Argo's name, and rushed into his embrace. Her tenderness deeply moved the young knight. Amanda, Leonard, and the rest gradually came to their senses but still trembled from the memory of the terrible appearance of the 10-winged creature. Yuri raised his eyes to the bearded man, eyes full of gratitude, and loudly declared that their survival was thanks to the great efforts of George. George, stunned, pointed to himself and exclaimed in surprise, "Me." Immediately after this, Yuri told in detail that when everyone fell and sank into despair, suddenly a magical circle appeared from George's belt that protected them, and she repeated the words of the fallen god that it was a divine anomaly that interfered at the moment when life or death was at stake. Knight Argo thoughtfully admitted that he was simply stunned by the amazing magical effect hidden in that belt. Amanda beamed and enthusiastically praised Jorg. He really saved the group at the last moment thanks to his skill in the civilian craft. Suddenly Yuri bowed her head, her eyes filled with tears, and she choked out an apology for leading everyone into such danger. Seeing her remorse, Argo gently placed his hand on her head, soothing her and saying it was not her fault. Leonhardt, who stood nearby, also reassured her it was her healing magic that kept them alive. The divine official Frank sighed wearily and scratched his head, mumbling that opposing a creature like a fallen god was no joke, and frowning decided that predicting the appearance of such an incredibly powerful entity was impossible. Amanda's eyes sparkled with tears at the thought that although they had found the Tower of the Sage, Yuri's way home was blocked by an evil force. Yuri froze, looking at the majestic tower, silently wondering if she would have to defeat the 10-winged creature to fulfill her wish. Knight Argo hurriedly calmed Yuri. There was no need to rush so impatiently. At least now they knew how to approach the tower through the temple of the fallen god. Karin nodded nearby and reminded that rushing into certain death now would be completely unwise. However, Leonhardt had an extremely serious expression and confessed what was tormenting him. He recounted the words of the fallen gods supposedly. The demon Uprising is still insufficient, and anxiously sought the true meaning of that mysterious phrase. In a quiet voice, he put forward a shocking hypothesis. If they destroy that 10-winged creature, the phenomenon of the demon Uprising might disappear entirely. And looking at Frank, he received a nod from him, confirmation that such a thought had grounds in the current reality. Yuri and Amanda turned pale with horror when they realized that the fallen god could be the one behind the disasters that befell the kingdom. Little Yuri shuddered, recalling the roar of that creature about the destruction of Illusia, and felt how a dark conspiracy enveloped the world. Argo Knight and Amanda stood among the expedition, everyone's faces burned with rage. No one understood why someone who says they love Illusia would want to bring the world to ruin. In this tension, Argo suddenly smiled softly and stroked Yuri's head to calm her. He gently asked to postpone this matter so that everyone could recover. Leonhardt knelt on one knee and firmly ordered the team to quickly clarify the situation and prepare the next steps as reliably as possible, sealing it with unity and determination to protect the kingdom. Captain Leonhardt looked around thoughtfully, then, surprised, confirmed that the group had found themselves inside the royal palace. Knight Argo, Amanda, and little Yuri held their breath before the magnificent architecture outside the window, and immediately Knight Frank decided that this was most likely the impregnable room of Duke Norman. Yuri opened her eyes wide with admiration if they were really led by fairies. Then the teleportation circle in the temple of the fallen god was probably installed by Duke Norman himself. Leonhardt began to tell about this room. Once Duke Norman renounced claims to the throne and only asked that his private chambers remain untouched after his death. He added that only a few people in the royal family knew about this and that even he himself had never entered there. Jorg looked at the rooms with admiration, stunning beauty and incredible cleanliness. Amanda guessed that somewhere a magical matrix was hidden supporting this state, and Leonhardt decisively signaled Argo and confirmed that the royal bedroom was not far from their current location. The butler and the Jew warned anxiously that guards would surely be posted near the royal bedroom. Leonhardt fell silent and realized, if his escape from the northern tower was exposed, the guards would definitely increase significantly. He decisively stated that the most realistic option was to conduct a raid with a forced breakthrough, but so that no one would be harmed. When little Yuri heard that the captain was going to use force, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and feared that a fight might break out. Suddenly, a quest message appeared before Yuri from Radiant System to use the sleep powder to put the guards to sleep, and Yuri screamed with joy because she remembered that she had made several small bags of this powder in the museum, which she still had. She instantly pulled a small packet of powder from her bag and boldly offered to join to help. The confidence and zeal of the little healer stunned Argo and Leonhardt. Yuri looked up at Leonhardt, her eyes shining with hope, and asked if she could go with them. Leonhardt smiled gently and decided that since Yuri had made the antidote herself, her presence was entirely justified. Yuri smiled broadly and thanked the captain, and Leonhardt turned back to Anju and told him to keep another vial of antidote at hand just in case, adding that only people with certain ranks are allowed into the king's chambers, so only he, Argo, and his adopted daughter Yuri could pass. Juice smiled and agreed, but could not hide his concern about having to temporarily separate Noir from his owner, and Yuri shuddered and shouted, "What?" when she saw Anju lifting Noir to maintain secrecy during the raid. Argo hurriedly assured her that it was only a temporary measure to avoid attracting the guards' attention. The little cat bared its teeth in playful protest, and Amanda nearby smiled wryly at this absurd situation. Argo gently opened the large wooden doors and signaled the team, complete silence as they moved down the corridor. The group cautiously proceeded along the long, luxuriously decorated halls of the palace. In the distance, the silhouette of a guard with a spear stood on duty. Amanda raised a finger to her lips, signaling SHH, so that no one would make a sound, and Yuri and Leonhardt held their breath and pressed against the wall, watching his movements. Leonhardt decisively drew his sword, but instead of attacking, concentrated mana in the blade, preparing to disperse the sleep powder. Argo quietly whispered, "Captain," to make sure they were ready, and the guard ahead, as if sensing something wrong, muttered in surprise. Instantly, a message popped up on the screen. Leonhardt successfully used the item sleep powder. A hazy smoke spread and enveloped the guard, who staggered, sinking into sleep as if in a coma. Leonhardt smiled and showed that everything was fine, seeing the guard fall into a deep sleep, and Yuri slyly waved at the fallen opponent. "Good night," after which the group moved deeper, and Argo noticed that ahead, it seemed a large number of troops were gathering. He ordered Yuri to be ready to immediately run after his team. Leonhardt gripped the hilt and shouted loudly, "Forward!" It was the signal to start the final breakthrough. Suddenly, expeditions burst out from the corner of the corridor and unexpectedly shocked the palace guards, who were not expecting this at all. The captain of the guard panicked, sounded the alarm as soon as he recognized Captain Leonhardt, and ordered his men to immediately subdue them. Yuri opened her eyes wide with fear and hid behind Argo while swords flashed in the air. A tense fight broke out, a clear sign of a dramatic clash in the very heart of the palace. Closely surrounded by palace guards, little Yuri ordered the cat Noir, who had a tiny, slimy Purin sitting on his head, to perform an impressive jump. Suddenly, Noir grew into the form of a mighty royal leopard and let out a fearsome roar that frightened the soldiers. Knight Argo instantly seized the opportunity and shouted, "Now's the time," urging the team to act quickly. Yuri was delighted with the skill of her little friend, and Captain Leonhardt gave the signal to prepare to charge forward. Taking advantage of the soldiers' panic, the group slipped into the room, and Argo and Leonhardt together forcefully pushed the heavy wooden door. Loud knocks and shouts of the guards demanding their immediate surrender sounded from outside. Knight Argo said anxiously that the door seemed to be locked from the inside, and it was impossible to get in immediately. Amanda sighed with relief at the temporary escape. Yuri fell to the floor and held Noir tightly to calm down, and Leonhardt thought that this protective barrier gave them a little more time. In the silence of the room, a deep voice asked whether those who made noise outside had managed to get inside. Yuri shuddered and looked into the corner where an old man sat quietly by the large bed. Leonhardt was caught off guard when he recognized the man opposite and quietly whispered, "Master Schwartz." Meanwhile, the system posed a sinister question: will the arrival of this newcomer be a savior or a new obstacle in the group's path? Master Schwartz looked at the expedition sternly and said that although it looked noisy on the outside, it seemed as if they had broken in by force. And Knight Amanda hastily explained that they had no other choice, and insisted that they were here with good intentions. Leonhardt decisively took out a shiny bottle and informed his former teacher that he had brought an antidote to save the king. Master Schwartz's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "What?" looking at this precious thing before him, and doubting how Leonhardt could have such a potion when he was being hotly pursued. Master Schwartz frowned, examining the vial, and anxiously asked Leonhardt if he really knew what poison the king was afflicted with. Leonhardt sighed gloomily and admitted that the monarch's condition was extremely critical despite all the royal doctor's efforts. There had been no improvement. Leonhardt calmly threw back a question, asking if Master Schwartz knew that the butler and Jew of the Owen family was actually the elder of the elf Clanthi's news opened Yuri's eyes in horror. She let out a prolonged scream at this stunning identity of the butler. And Knight Argo only covered his mouth with a crooked smile and silently reminded his younger sister not to make noise. Yuri blushed and silently screamed inside when she realized why Enju was so knowledgeable about herbs. Leonhardt added in a quiet voice that Enju had determined the poison came from the black rose of the northern forest, and the antidote Yuri prepared would definitely work. Master Schwartz hesitated, but Leonard insisted that the effectiveness of that vial was proven by the very fact of Argo's survival. The old teacher looked at the king lying motionless on the bed inside and decided there was no other way they had to try. Everyone held their breath as Master Schwartz carefully poured the antidote drop by drop into King Kamito's mouth. When the bottle was empty, the king's face did not change, and everyone was clearly upset and worried. Leonard clenched his teeth, not understanding why the potion had no effect, and Knight Argo also turned pale from shock. Suddenly, a ping-pong sound rang from Yuri's system panel, and the girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow!" horrified to realize that a message about a new quest had appeared. Yuri boldly exclaimed, "Now I will enter the king's dream," causing everyone in the room to gape and whisper, "What?" While a bright system task window immediately demanded that she mix sleep powder, hallucination herb, and the skill cure to create a tier of memory, an item that allows entry into someone's mind. Yuri nimbly opened her virtual inventory and tremblingly explained that this was the only way to awaken the king's imprisoned soul. Amanda anxiously asked for more explanations, but the girl could only assure that she had enough ingredients to perform this mysterious magic. Knight Argo, with an empty gaze, asked about the unfamiliar term, cure, and Yuri, gripped by panic, screamed and asked if anyone had seen that thing fussing in the system's many windows. Master Schwartz, standing nearby, was also puzzled by the girl's strange behavior. Suddenly, the cat Noir quickly brought Yuri an herbal ball, and she rejoiced, exclaiming, "Thank you, Noir." Yuri picked up Noir and instantly launched alchemical magic in the middle of the room, which exploded with shimmering rays and filled the space. From the pure white smoke that burst from Yuri's small alchemical cauldron, the room instantly filled. Leonhardt and Argo covered their noses and coughed. Argo asked in surprise what effect this smoke had, and Yuri decisively said that this was exactly the atmosphere that would help them find the king together. Master Schwartz froze, watching as one by one everyone fell into a deep sleep, and he gasped when he felt his own consciousness beginning to fade. The chapter ended with the image, the expedition diving into magical smoke to begin the mission of rescuing the king's soul in his dream. Yuri sat curled up in the middle of the alchemical fog, constantly coughing from the thick atmosphere that was suffocating her. She anxiously looked around for companions and wondered where in this undefined space the king could be. Suddenly, Yuri clenched her fist with determination, quietly swore that she must find him quickly, and ran toward the dim light where floating rose petals led the only path to salvation. Yuri suddenly stopped, seeing the silhouette of a teenager quietly sitting by the fountain in the center of an elegant courtyard. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, as if she had found the one she was looking for earlier than expected. Yuri carefully stepped forward and politely greeted, "Hello." Frightened, the boy suddenly turned around and shouted cautiously, asking who this intruder was when he saw an unfamiliar girl in his personal space. The boy, full of suspicion, bombarded Yuri with questions about how she even got here, and the confused Yuri explained that she came to look for the king, which only made him angrier, interrogating her even more insistently about her true intentions. Yuri sincerely replied that if the king did not quickly return to reality, his life would be in danger, and this news made the boy pale with horror. He immediately shouted, accusing Yuri of being a killer sent to destroy the king. Yuri desperately waved her hands, denying the misunderstanding and insisting that she came only to save him. After hearing her whole story, the boy quietly sighed and decided that she really had some personal grief, asked her to tell more in detail, and Yuri smiled brightly and eagerly answered, "Yes, to start this trusting conversation." She decisively stated that she was sent to bring back the king who was stuck in a dream. The boy crossed his arms and listened thoughtfully as Yuri said that the king hero could be better than an ordinary person, and Yuri expressed the opinion that perhaps Leonhardt, his younger brother hero, was truly worthy to sit on the kingdom's throne. Yuri looked the boy straight in the eyes and naively asked if being born earlier than others meant that you had no other talents, and her thoughtful question caught him off guard. He blushed, and inside began to doubt the value of those he loved. Yuri continued, flashing her eyes. The king does not necessarily have to be a hero on the battlefield. It is more important to be able to appreciate talents and love people. She teased that even Leongart often relies on those around him. Suddenly, a cheerful voice sounded from behind. Lord Zig, and they both turned around in surprise. Another neatly dressed teenager ran up lively and reproached Lord Zig for making everyone search so persistently. Yuri watched closely, admiring the newcomer's charming appearance to himself. The stranger smiled at Zig and inquisitively asked who the girl standing nearby was. Zig awkwardly replied that at first he thought Yuri was a killer, but he was wrong, and Yuri blushed and immediately hotly denied it, noticing the teasing looks of two older boys. Zig wondered if Yuri really believed that he could become a good king for the kingdom, and Yuri smiled without hesitation and confidently said that he would definitely manage it because he always respects the feelings of others for her. This is the most valuable trait of a ruler. Yuri enthusiastically added that kings who cherish their people will definitely be loved and protected by them, and painted a vivid future, a young king surrounded by loyal knights and smiling subjects. Zig hesitated and asked if Leongard thought the same about him, and Yuri joyfully assured that Leon would always be a faithful sword protecting his brother. She beamed with a smile and sincerely said that everyone really adored Zig. The seagull boy looked at Yuri with admiration and noted that although she was still young, her speech was like that of a great sage. Yuri laughed proudly and loudly exclaimed, "Because I am really a sage." And between them it instantly warmed up, as if all barriers of status and suspicion disappeared. In another corner of the dream stood the image of a boy with golden hair. He silently watched the conversation, and Yuri shuddered when she realized that this was the childlike likeness of Lee and Hart. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise when Sieg smiled and approached Leonhart, gently calling, "Brother," extended his hand with worthy sincerity and offered, "Let's return together." And Yuri held her breath, watching as at that moment the two royal brothers were reunited in spirit once again. King Sieg smiled kindly and admitted that it was the weakness in his heart that made everyone so worried, after which he decisively took the hands of Leon Hartz and Amanda, to the surprise of the two knights who had just awakened from the magical smoke. Yuri stood behind and smiled joyfully, observing the warm reunion that testified to the king's soul's liberation. A bright light exploded and filled the space, and Sieg quietly uttered his last sincere thanks to the tiny sage, after which the entire expedition returned to reality. And under the starry sky, this chapter ended as proof of a new beginning for the kingdom of Illusia. When the palace events quieted for a moment, the action moved to a luxurious, quiet estate bathed in morning light. Little Yuri comfortably settled at a round table in the lush garden and leisurely savored a cup of hot tea. She quietly exhaled with relief and expressed satisfaction that this rare thing appeared after so many ups and downs. The story reminded that the official awakening of King Siegfried dispelled all suspicions about Yuri and Leonhardt's group. In the flashback, the king sat on the sickbed, smiling and grateful to Leonhardt for coming to help in time. And Leonhardt, though keeping a stern face, quietly rejoiced seeing his brother safe, until suddenly the captivated Siegfried hugged him and warmly asked to tell many stories from his travels, which made Leonhardt and Master Schwarz only smile awkwardly. Returning to the hospital reality, King Siegfried listened attentively to the group's story and did not hide his boundless curiosity about Yuri's special presence. Knight Argo and Amanda smiled and said that Yuri was truly an irreplaceable savior, and the king sincerely thanked him and assured that no gifts could repay the debt for the saved life. After the emotional moment, the king became serious and asked Yuri if she still intended to go to the sage's tower. And Yuri nodded decisively. She believed that the key to return lay there, and the king smiled approvingly. Suddenly, King Siegfried pronounced her full name aloud, Yuri Kujo-Owen, and an unusual silence fell in the hall. He said that Yuri's group's goal was to stop the demon Uprising catastrophe and challenge the fallen god. This is now the kingdom of Ares' most fervent desire. The king assured that he would dedicate all resources to storming the Tower of Sages, and loudly declared this the will of the entire kingdom. Leonhardt and Argo simultaneously bowed solemnly, and Yuri stood bewildered by the colossal scale of the task placed upon her. Yuri sat stunned at the tea table, inside screaming from the pressure of that enormous royal support resting on her shoulders, and muttered whether it was really right that everything was going so smoothly. And the narration noted that Captain Leongart had already returned to Issel Fortress that very morning to prepare the troops. Amanda smiled and quietly reminded Yuri that Leongart at the border fortress was also a way to maintain stability and avoid unnecessary power struggles. Yuri glanced at Argo and silently admired those quiet sacrifices of the people at court until the king truly matured. Suddenly a strong shock rolled through Yuri and Argo jumped in fright. The ground thundered with explosions, clearly indicating that a serious disaster had just occurred in the capital. Chaos erupted around, people panicked and fled, and Knight Argo turned pale when he realized something was wrong in the central district. In the distance, the stranger clenched the shining moonstone and ominously declared that the god beast was about to break free. Yuri sat down, exhausted, when the trembling subsided, and anxiously wondered if Knight Argo was in danger. Glancing at the shining bottles on the table, she sighed bitterly. Troubles kept coming one after another, just as the matter with the king had ended. Suddenly at night, Argo ran into the room in panic and reported that an important monocam had been stolen. And Yuri's eyes widened in shock when Argo explained that it was the stone that supports the protective barrier around the capital. Knight Argo strictly ordered Yuri to stay in the room for safety, and she herself rushed straight to the royal palace to report what had happened. Yuri froze in horror, realizing that without the barrier, monsters could freely break into the city at any moment. She panicked, tightly holding Noir the cat and constantly whispering what to do in this hopelessness. Suddenly remembered the recent earthquake and feared that all these events were connected to some insidious dark conspiracy. And the chapter ended with the tiny seer standing in the silent room with torn thoughts as mysterious knocks began to sound at the door. In the quiet room, Karin and the beastly warrior Vilna suddenly appeared. They apologized for disturbing Yuri, and Karin firmly said that the Knight Argo had asked them to come and stand guard to protect Yuri. Yuri anxiously told them about the critical condition of the capital, but Karin quickly pushed up her glasses and calmed her. Although the monostone disappeared, they could use temporary substitutes to maintain the barrier. The elf noted that full restoration would take about a day, but since the monsters were used to the old protection, they would hardly dare to attack immediately. Suddenly Karin suspiciously muttered as if some strange slimes had slipped into the city, and she so passionately wanted to chase them immediately that Vilna hastily grabbed her by the collar to prevent her from doing something reckless, while Yuri stood bewildered by the elven enthusiasm suddenly outside the window. A huge dark figure streaked across the sky, accompanied by a terrible wave of dark spiritual power. Yuri and Karin turned pale from this oppressive aura, and the girl opened her eyes wide and screamed, asking what kind of strange flying creature this could be. Yuri quickly pulled herself together and decisively pushed Karin and Vilna to move immediately because alarming sirens sounded from the city walls over the entire capital. Archers and mages of the kingdom gathered in a tight formation and, by battle order, hurried forward, and among the ranks appeared the sorceress Selena with a formidable authority in her voice. She decisively commanded the army to prepare to meet the enemy approaching from above. The battle erupted when Selena shouted, "Fire!" and a wave of arrows and magical beams flew into the sky, aimed at the majestic, phoenix-like bird circling above. A salvo of deafening explosions covered the divine being, but it seemed unmoved, and in response unleashed a rain of fire all around. Selena was thrown back by magical shocks, could only scream in pain, watching the kingdom's defenses easily tear apart. Seeing the hopeless situation, Yuri boldly rushed forward and shouted loudly the wide healing spell, "Area Heal," to heal the wounded soldiers. But did not stop there. She poured mana into the flickering magical circles and loudly cast the consecutive spells, Area Protect Shield and Area Magic Shield. A huge protective membrane appeared over the entire battle formation, and the knights around froze in amazement. Magical shield runes appeared in the air, and they wondered who could create such powerful defenses in the very midst of chaos. Suddenly Knight Argo appeared and announced before the entire army that this defense was the ultimate physical and magical protection of the knights of the island fortress. He ordered everyone to take advantage of the moment and go on the counterattack while Yuri, exhausted from spent mana, fell to the ground. Yuri raised her eyes to Argo with hope, but shuddered seeing Vilna and Amanda also on the field. Argo smiled gently, stroked her head, and asked to quickly establish command communication with everyone so that he could personally lead the battle. Yuri froze, looking at the blazing bird in the sky, and shyly asked Argo what this creature really was. Argo thoughtfully admitted that he had never before seen a monstrous bird with such terrible power. Suddenly Yuri's eyes widened in horror. Legends flashed in her mind, and she realized that before them might stand the vermilion bird, the protective deity of the south, and the knights around turned pale, shocked that in the very capital they faced the legendary divine creature. Yuri anxiously asked Argo if the hero Leongart was already rushing to help. The power of the scarlet bird was overwhelming, and Argo decisively nodded, assuring that Leongart would definitely arrive soon and call the troops to hold out until then. Selena nearby encouraged the soldiers, "Keep determination and faith in our brave captain." Hearing the hero's name, the kingdom's knights felt their spirits rise and shouted in unison, showing their readiness to lay down their lives for the defense of the city. Suddenly, the crimson bird exploded with an earthquake roar and unleashed a powerful stream of fire that burned part of the wall. Selena screamed to warn everyone. And at that dangerous moment, Amanda instantly rushed forward, caught Yuri, and shielded her from falling debris. Yuri watched in horror as houses fell and flames raged everywhere, still trembling from the presence of the divine beast. Amanda anxiously asked if she was okay, and the girl only nodded and, stammering, whispered that she was fine amid the roar of destruction. Chaos continued. The capital's inhabitants screamed and fled seeking salvation, while an old man stood and looked at the ruins with a face full of rage. Knight Argo noticed the scarlet bird circling and decided that he could no longer stand aside and wait for reinforcements. He decisively grabbed Yuri's hand and said, "Let's do that move again." Yuri shuddered from shock. She realized that Argo was going to use the same coordinated tactic again, with which they once defeated the Black Tortoise. A bold, dramatic counterattack was about to begin. Knight Argo focused his spirit and stabbed the summon command, "Summon Leviathan." And instantly a huge water dragon spirit materialized around him, causing the royal knights to exclaim in surprise, guessing whether fresh reinforcements had arrived. Manda immediately signaled the army to retreat to make room for a coordinated strike. Argo ordered Leviathan to release Dekaju, a great sea roar towards Vermilion Bird. And Yuri, without hesitation, loudly cast the high-level ice spell Frozen Stream, creating a terrible blast of cold that enveloped the water. Their combined strike caused a terrible steam explosion that surrounded the Vermilion Bird with countless ice pillars sharp as blades and thick fog. And the soldiers held their breath from afar and rejoiced to themselves, because it seemed that the bird was completely bound in that colossal ice mass. But within seconds, the Vermilion Bird roared fiercely and exploded with burning crimson flames, burning the ice that covered it, and Argo gritted his teeth in rage. The plan failed. Yuri looked in despair. The divine beast stood unshakably in the sea of fire, and it became clear the opponent's power was unbearable. When everything seemed hopeless, the divine official Frank confidently appeared and shouted, "My turn to fight." Yuri rejoiced and shouted his name, and Argo and Karin sighed with relief. Finally, the most important reinforcement had arrived. Frank instantly extended his hand and offered Yuri to form a battle group with him. The system immediately confirmed that Frank officially joined. He concentrated power in the seal on his hand and shouted the summon command, "Call summon Black Tortoise," to summon the absolute defensive power of the divine tortoise. The spirit of the Black Tortoise rose and stood unshakably before the team, and Frank unleashed his final move, Diamond Impenetrability, creating a stone, immovable protective shell. The kingdom's knights froze in admiration as the destructive tongues of flame from the Vermilion Bird completely. Their advance was completely stopped by the magical shield of the Black Tortoise, but Frank quickly realized that it would not hold for long, and pressed Argo if there was a new plan to finish the fight. Yuri watched closely and thought that if they did not find the weak spot of the Vermilion Bird, they would soon be exhausted from relentless attacks. Suddenly, she noticed a strange man lurking in the corner of the wall. His face was full of horror, and Yuri guessed she had seen him somewhere before. Her eyes widened in surprise when she recognized him, Kirumu, the short man who accompanied the old merchant and wore that strange magnifying glass for appraisal. Amanda also recognized him and immediately demanded to know if Kirumu knew anything about the sudden appearance of the Vermilion Bird. Yuri quietly worried. If she used her appraisal eye and that magnifying glass on him, all secrets would surface, but she quickly noticed that Kirumu was in complete panic. Kirumu grabbed his head, trembled, and stammered, saying that the destructive entity really was a scarlet bird and seemed to be controlled by some force, constantly whispering, "Impossible," that it should not be so, and Frank, hearing this, got angry and shouted for Kirumu to immediately say what he knew instead of sitting and trembling. Seeing this as the only chance to turn the tide, Yuri boldly stepped forward and decisively offered Kirumu, "Join my team right now." The little sage decided to put aside the old. They put aside old grievances for the common goal to save the capital. Kirumu blinked confusedly at the unfamiliar concept of a party, but Yuri decisively demanded that he agree immediately, without unnecessary questions. Suddenly, a bright system window appeared before Yuri. It confirmed the connection, and so surprised Kirumu that he asked what kind of virtual object was floating before him. Yuri quickly explained that through this system, Kirumu could share what his evaluative eye sees with the entire team. She anxiously inquired whether he saw the true weakness of the Carmine bird, and received a tense nod from the antiquities researcher. Yuri's radiant smile shone from the first success of the plan, and she loudly exclaimed, "Use that evaluative eye," and thought to herself that this was a real raid battle, several groups coordinated to overthrow a colossal boss. Yuri shouted the navigation command, "Ellie," to activate the information support function and give Kiramu the ability to more accurately identify targets. On the virtual screen appeared a crimson bird with a red inscription, Target. SUZAKU, signaling the start of a large-scale offensive. The little wise one raised her hand and solemnly declared that she would make Kiramu the team's command tower by activating invisible mode. Eye of full observation, and instantly before Knights Argo, Amanda, and other expedition members, a series of status windows began to appear. Ellie raised her voice, confirmed that several squads were attacking the target, and officially activated the skill the all-seeing eye for everyone, and the knights froze in admiration as combat data vividly appeared before them, allowing them to track even the smallest movements of the divine beast. The palace guards froze in horror as virtual magical panels hovered around them. They could not comprehend who had the power to create such wonders. The knights Argo and Frank instantly recognized this as a wonderful way to share information for coordinating tactics, and quietly admired Yuri was truly something incredible. Yuri looked at Kiramu with trusting eyes and whispered, "I rely on you." Kiramu shuddered, grabbed the magical lens, and began to focus intensely, searching for the last weakness of the vermilion bird and closing this chapter with perfect preparation for the fateful final strike. After the great raid attack, Yuri was enveloped by a catastrophic explosion of the firebird. The glowing system window showed 100 damage and displayed the official message. Suzaku defeated. Yuri jumped up with a joyful shout and exclaimed in excitement after the victory, while Knights Argo and Amanda still stood stunned by the destructive power they had just combined. Chapter 35 officially began with the title, Intent Hidden in Chaos. On the ruins of the capital, Knight Argo sighed with relief, but could not help but wonder why the legendary divine monster felt so easy. Nearby stood the researcher Kiramu with a suspicious expression, doubting whether this was really the end of the battle. Suddenly Yuri froze in place as a pure white feather descended from above and fell right before her. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she blurted out, "Feather of Suzaku." At that moment, a burst of spiritual power erupted from the tiny feather. Yuri gasped and pressed her hand to her mouth. From the magical mist swiftly emerged the majestic silhouette of the firebird, rising into the sky and radiating a formidable, divine aura much stronger than before. Suzaku looked intently at Yuri and declared that she had used his very feather to create a copy of the same power. It squinted with interest, realizing that Yuri's hybrid creature had indeed defeated that projection. The group, Argo and Amanda, panicked and rushed forward to shield Yuri from the presence of the true divine beast. Suzaku slowly lowered his gaze and said that if Yuri's group seeks to go beyond the usual laws of the world, they need true power. He turned to Amanda, the mistress of great fire power, and affirmed that only fire loves her. Since she was the only one worthy of receiving this spiritual energy, a burst of power instantly overwhelmed Amanda, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, me!" While a system notification appeared before Yuri, Amanda officially acquired the summoning skill. Summon Suzaku. Then Suzaku turned to Yuri and gently told her to take this item. It would become her guiding talisman on the upcoming journey. Yuri accepted the shimmering orb of light that burst from the feather and froze in awe of its otherworldly beauty. At that moment, Kiramu, unable to hide his amazement, loudly exclaimed whether the creature before them was really the true Suzaku. Suzaku, indifferent, stated his real name, and as if it was nothing, asked why Kiramu was panicking after what he had just done. The deity solemnly explained that the shadow they had just defeated was actually a creation made from its own feather, a mortal-made artifact, designed to do Evelyn, coldly added that the one who summoned this projection, Kiramu, surely knew what touching a divine artifact would lead to. The divine official Frank and Knight Argo turned pale with horror when Suzaku announced that the kingdom's mana were being extracted. After the final warning, Suzaku flapped his wings, soared into the sky, and vanished into nothingness, leaving behind a mysterious farewell. As soon as the divine beast flew away, Frank angrily lunged forward, grabbed Kiramu by the collar, and demanded an explanation why he secretly summoned the Suzaku projection. Kiramu trembled with fear and, stammering, confessed that all this time he had been searching for traces. Legendary artifact. Frank clenched his teeth and persistently questioned what it was when Yuri suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Artifact SSR armor." To Kiramu, with eyes filled with tears, he revealed that he had chased this thread for years and found no clue. Kiramu lowered his voice and revealed a shocking detail. Recently he heard rumors that Suzaku himself has that very artifact. He admitted that he recklessly used the Rite of Awakening to summon Suzaku's projection in hopes of finding the treasure, but everything got out of control. Yuri looked compassionately at Kiramu, who hid his face in his hands and repeatedly apologized, belatedly overwhelmed with remorse, while Amanda stood silently nearby, understanding that human ambition can sometimes lead to an unimaginable catastrophe. In the tense air, the commander's voice cut through, and Yuri joyfully exclaimed, "Captain is here!" And Captain Leongart with the Royal Knights appeared on the spot, radiating stern seriousness. Selena blushed deeply upon seeing Leonard and quietly uttered his respectful title, while Frank just looked surprised. How could Leon appear so quickly? Suddenly Leonard's face turned stone-like. He fixed his gaze on Selena's eyes and coldly proclaimed, "Selena, I officially arrest you on suspicion of conspiracy to kill the king." Leonard's announcement made Yuri, Argo, and Frank exclaim in unison, "What?" Selena, stunned and distrustful, widened her eyes in horror, trembled, and firmly denied ever planning such a treacherous crime against the man she revered. Leonard's face remained stone-cold. He coldly ordered the soldiers to take her for interrogation, locked his gaze on Selena, and sharply asked if she knew anything about the black ranks of the northern forest. And the chapter ended with a shocking truth that could shatter a comrade's trust. Captain Leonard stared at Selena and coldly declared that her knowledge of the Black Rose was direct proof of her guilt. Selena turned pale with horror and stammered, asking how that could be, while the knights around whispered, stunned by the foiled assassination attempt. At that moment, Kurumu, sitting on the ground, suddenly shuddered. He realized he might have accidentally revealed everything to Selena and allowed her to sow chaos. In horror, he screamed as he understood that Selena's true intent might be the complete destruction of the capital, and the air became unbearably tense. Selena suddenly exploded with rage, pointed her finger at Leonard, and boldly exclaimed that only he deserved to be the heroic king of this land, because in the midst of a national crisis, and due to the extraordinary influx of monsters in the forests, the world needs such a strong leader. Leonard narrowed his eyes at Selena with stern determination, and firmly stated that he had no intention of claiming the throne. Yuri, who stood behind, looked with wide, confused eyes, and silently wondered how great Selena's ambitions really were. Leonard grimly explained that if the criterion for king was victory over Suzaku, then both Yuri and Argo qualified, because they dealt the decisive blow. Knight Argo smiled in agreement and recalled that he too had just received the blessing of the beast. Amanda impatiently added that Suzaku had just granted her a blazing spiritual power, causing Selena to bite her lip in indignation as she saw her plans crumble. And Leonard looked at his younger brother and loudly proclaimed that the true king always puts the interests of the people above all else, and that is why he respects his elder brother above all. Leonard looked at Selena with such an icy gaze that she froze without words, only sighing bitterly, and Yuri observed quietly and felt Selena's deep sadness, understanding that her excessive attachment and adoration had unintentionally hurt the one she revered. Yuri thought that Selena probably would never understand why Leonard could not feel honored when praised at the expense of the pain of those he loved, and gently squeezed the sleeve, pitying the tragic fate of the brilliant mage. Yuri boldly stepped forward and told Selena that Leonard was just an ordinary person with sincere feelings like everyone else. She smiled and recalled moments when he was confused by her tears or gently lifted her in his arms to calm her, causing Leonard to blush and shyly admit yes, that really happened. Selena widened her eyes in surprise. She could not imagine that the stern hero had such cute traits. She froze for a few seconds, and Yuri giggled mischievously because he accidentally revealed the captain's secret. Selena lowered her head and clenched her fists on her chest in belated remorse, yet stubbornly insisted that her respectful feelings for Leonard would never change. Still, she resigned herself and whispered a faint apology before the soldiers took her away. Knight Argo and Amanda silently watched as the figure of their former comrade receded, faces full of anxiety. Leongart maintained his usual icy expression. Yuri stood among them, secretly hoping that someday Selena would truly understand what protection means, not just the pursuit of power. And the narration noted that after those events, the researcher Kurumu was arrested for the illegal summoning of the divine beast, for undermining the capital's security and stealing Monston from the barrier. And Selena Lively also received severe punishment for participating in the assassination attempt on the king and inciting crime. Selena's faction gradually disintegrated, giving Leonard and Argo temporary relief from heavy political pressure. Returning to the present, Yuri quietly stood in her room with the cat Noir, looking at the task board where the words, "Proceed to the Tower of the Sage," were glowing, and felt renewed determination. During the group's meeting at the night shelter, Argo solemnly announced that, according to Selena, the number of magical beasts across the continent is rapidly increasing, and many cities are under attack, while Priest Frank clenched his teeth in anger and wondered if all these calamities were truly the result of the dark deity's previous plan. Yuri stood in a circle of friends and loudly declared that if they find a way to the Tower of the Sage, they will definitely find a way to stop the recurring demon uprisings, She gathered all her courage and called each by name, preparing to reveal an important secret about herself. And Karin skeptically raised her glasses and asked on what basis Yuri claims that the tower is the key to solving everything. Yuri was silent for a moment, then closed her eyes to calm down and, opening them with a sparkle, began to tell about her true origin. The girl exclaimed in shock, confessing that she was from a country called Japan, a place not found on the maps of this world. And this shocking truth made Argo, Amanda, and Frank open their eyes wide and exclaim, "Japan, what does that mean?" Yuri quietly and sadly continued. In her old world, there were games where people embodied heroes and went on adventures swinging swords and casting magic to defeat monsters, gathering in parties with comrades and exploring illusory spaces. And with tears in her eyes, she admitted that it was in that fictional world she passed the trials of the Tower of the Sages and earned the title of Great Sage, closing this part with the truth that she is a traveler of worlds, which stunned the whole good-natured group. In Sage 486, in an emotional flashback, Yuri recalled the moment when a mysterious system voice asked if she wanted to enter the real Illusia, and in a moment she woke up in a quiet field near an enchanted forest and explained to Argo that it was there the two first accidentally met, after which she revealed another secret. In her game world, there were always quests that showed the player the way, and through virtual bulletin boards that only she could see, she knew step by step what to do next. These quests even clearly show whether you will succeed or not, helping to understand the situation as accurately as possible. And then she looked directly at Frank and loudly declared that the current quest requires the whole group to move to the Tower of the Sages to root out the evil at its very source. Frank and Argo turned pale with horror upon learning about the terrible prophetic power of the system board, especially when Yuri warned that failure would plunge all of Illusia into the catastrophe of the demon rebellion. Amanda and Vilna fell silent, realizing that the recent abnormal surge of magical beasts was proof that Yuri was right. Shyly, Yuri raised her eyes to everyone and hesitantly asked if after all these incredible explanations they still trusted her. And Knight Argo gently smiled, and without hesitation replied that if it is Yuri, he trusts her completely. Amanda beamed and enthusiastically agreed. Frank scratched his head and admitted that, considering everything that happened, it sounded quite logical. And Yuri was so moved that she cried and sincerely thanked her comrades for not abandoning her, confessing that although she wanted to renounce the dark deity and live in peace, her heart would not allow it. Yuri clenched her fists with determination and loudly declared before the whole team that she sincerely loves the world of Illusia and does not want to see it destroyed. Then passionately asked everyone to join her to move to the Tower of the Sage, confront the dark deity, and save the kingdom's future. Argo gently smiled, hugged his younger sister, and assured her that this was also everyone's wish. The young knight promised that together they would defeat that dark entity to protect the people's peace. And the chapter ended with a shot of the entire expedition squad, united by the call of the little sage, as they set out to conquer the legendary tower. Knight Argo kindly smiled and firmly hugged Yuri to support her, said in a firm voice that together they would destroy the dark deity, and this deeply moved Yuri. She quietly, happily replied, "Yes." Yuri felt strange inside. Although her story sounded incredible, she was lucky that Argo and the others were ready to listen and believe. That night, while she basked in the warmth of family affection, Argo quietly asked if she had anything else to say. When the atmosphere became extremely touching, Yuri suddenly looked Argo straight in the eyes and loudly revealed the shocking truth. She was actually not an 8-year-old child as she appeared, but 19. Knight Argo froze in shock with a pale face and sweat on his forehead, and behind him the whole group froze, including Amanda and Frank. Vilna and Karin froze with stunned faces and fell completely silent after this incredible confession. Knight Argo stammered, saying he did not believe it, and Yuri energetically waved his hands, trying to explain the difference between body and soul. Priest Frank stood nearby and muttered thoughtfully, and Yuri began to blush from such a strong reaction from everyone. Karin approached closer, carefully examined Yuri, and with a knowing tone stated that there was no joke. Harish insisted that, judging by her observation, Yuri looked exactly like an 8-year-old girl and pressed why she said she was 19. The elf adjusted her glasses and added that long-lived races like elves see the soul's age ring, and in Yuri's case it still looked immature. Hearing this, Argo and Frank sighed with relief and burst out laughing, accusing Yuri of joking, and Frank jokingly ordered her not to joke like that anymore, causing the girl to shout angrily in protest. She was telling the truth. Although she wanted to add something, seeing the sad faces of Vilna and Karin, Yuri clicked her tongue and let it go, thinking that maybe the avatar form was so realistic that the misunderstanding happened, and calmed herself that she had already revealed the most important thing and there was no need to worry too much. The story says that the group spent several days in careful preparation before officially infiltrating the sage's tower. At the luxurious Owen family estate, Yuri and Knight Argo came out to say goodbye to their relatives, and Yuri smiled gently, accepting the affection of new loved ones and feeling her heart fill with determination for the journey ahead. Captain Leonard stood silently, looking at the capital with a worried face, and sincerely apologized to the group that he could not go with them to help. Yuri stepped forward, waved goodbye to him, hopefully asked to entrust matters to others, tightly hugged the cat Noir, and thought that although the path was unknown, everything would be fine because she was not alone. Yuri's eyes flashed with determination as she looked at the towering spire half hidden in the clouds. Knight Argo reminded the team that to reach the tower, the first and most important step is to activate the secret teleportation circle. On the ancient ruins, the Knight Amanda, crossing her arms, asked Yuri sternly and anxiously if she was truly ready in spirit for the trial. Frank smiled, gently patted Argo on the shoulder, and boldly entrusted the rear guard to his comrades, while he himself stayed to support them with magic. Yuri promptly raised her hand, and loudly listed the items she had taken from handkerchiefs to cuddle eliciting smiles around. Seeing Yura's innocence, Amanda smiled softly but suddenly blushed when the name George was mentioned, quietly asking if it was really possible to invite him along, which made Yura laugh and tease her, thinking that this sister's feelings were truly deep. Amanda narrowed her eyes, smiled mysteriously, and revealed to Yuri that she had made a very important promise to Jorgto fulfill it immediately after the battle in the Tower of the Sage. She blushed and firmly declared that she would never allow herself to lose because she had to return to hear the answer from her beloved, and Yuri's eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed, "Ha!" and instantly understood. This was the classic death flag in gaming stories. The girl panicked, waved her arms, and shouted for Amanda to quickly take back her words because she feared the omen would come true. Knight Argo and Vilna stood behind, watching the chaos, and sighed with irritation, while Frank loudly insisted that everyone leave immediately. Priest Frank stood amid the ruins, pouring all his mana into his palms to begin the sacred chant and awaken the secret mechanism. His song spread through the space, forcing Knight Argo and Vilna to watch for the slightest changes on the stone walls, and suddenly a faint blue light began crawling from the ground, accompanied by a loud rumble that raised clouds of dust. Yuri pressed against the stone wall and held her breath, watching as the boundary between the two worlds slowly blurred, and the whole group waited in silence for the secret passage to the heart of the tower to appear. The Sage Tower rose majestically amid floating sparks of magic, creating a grand and mysterious scene, and near the massive stone gates that were closing, Yuri's entire group gathered. Argo hastily stretched out both hands to feel the spiritual power coming from the doors, and Amanda and Frank paled with surprise as the gates suddenly lit up under the influence of the magical source's response. Suddenly Yuri raised her sparkling staff Biko, and shudder-read the magical sphere on it wildly responded to the tower. Her eyes filled with awe as the staff began emitting guiding spiritual energy. The massive stone gates thundered with explosions and slowly began to open. Stunning the expedition, Knight Argo panicked and shouted for everyone to rush inside before the dark god discovered them, and the group simultaneously dashed through the narrow gap. With a rumble, they fell to the floor in this silent emptiness. Yuri sprang to her feet with a confused expression and realized with surprise that she had truly stepped inside the Tower of the Sage. Amanda stood up, shook off the dust, and looked around thoughtfully, while Yuri nervously murmured that they had entered the enemy's lair, and the scene ended with the dramatic beginning of the final journey. As soon as they stepped inside, the system notification pecan loudly sounded before Yuri, announcing that the infiltration mission was complete, and that the chain quest had officially begun. The group must ascend to the highest floor of the Tower of the Sage for the highest level rewards. But if they fail, a monstrous catastrophe will completely destroy the kingdom of Illusia. Yuri read the task in shock, and Knight Argo resolutely declared that there was no other choice, they must move forward. Yuri instantly raised her magic staff and shouted the command, projection, to summon a floating 3D map of the dungeon structure of the tower. Priest Frank and the rest froze in admiration of the usefulness of this magic. And at that moment, the pink rabbit Lewin on Frank's head squeaked with joy, as if ready to show the way, prompting Yuri to happily ask if the little sage would guide them. She clenched her fists with determination and loudly called on everyone to give their maximum. Knight Argo smiled slightly and nodded. The initial tension seemed to dissipate, so he urged the group to move faster. But as they went deeper down the tower corridor, they suddenly encountered a giant crowned slime with mustache-like handles. Yuri and Noir froze in surprise. Karin panicked and shouted that it needed to be captured for research, while Amanda and Priest Frank struggled to prevent the eccentric elf from rushing into danger. Suddenly, a herd of fierce half-human, half-bull creatures called Toramasha charged at them, and Amanda had to raise her sword to defend herself. Yuri stood in the center, watching intently and quietly, noting that the enemies were increasing, so the whole team would have to fully concentrate. Suddenly, from the darkness, a multitude of corpses with rotten bodies and glowing red eyes surged at the expedition, surrounding it tightly. Yuri opened her eyes in horror. The horde roared and advanced, and she bravely raised her staff, shouting, "Leave this to me," focused her mana and cast a wide area spell, Area Heal. Warm light enveloped the enemies. But that evening Argo was surprised to see that the healing magic seemed ineffective on the undead, and Yuri exclaimed in amazement, "Why is this happening?" The atmosphere grew gloomy as shadows began to emerge from the ground more fiercely than ever. Night Argo shuddered in horror. The healing spell did not work on the undead, and Yuri also shouted in shock, "Why is this?" The air instantly darkened, shadows burst from beneath the earth. The ground shook with incredible force, and among the surrounded undead emerged a true horror, a skeleton in a black cloak with a crown on its head, and a scepter radiating dark spiritual energy. Night Argo's face turned pale with horror as he recognized the legendary king of the undead. Yuri froze in shock. Before them stood the leader of the undead army who appeared 8 years ago. The monster bared white fangs and looked with empty eyes at the expedition, and from him emanated a suffocating aura that filled the entire space of the tower. Yuri trembled and, stammering, asked Argo if this was really the monster king from that catastrophe 8 years ago, and Argo gritted his teeth and confirmed, muttering about the suffering the creature brought to the kingdom, and solemnly declared that there was no doubt about the crown and scepter. Amanda, without hesitation, took a stance and shouted her secret technique, Jin Raiden Flame Ring Dual Slash, releasing a blazing fiery slash toward the undead king. Yuri shouted without hesitation, "Heal!" To coordinate this with Amanda's attack, a radiant burst of light appeared, but when the smoke cleared, the undead still stood in place, and Yuri cried out anxiously because the magic seemed to have lost its power. The tiny wise Yuri realized that she would not defeat the stubborn enemy without the strongest magic, so she raised her lizard staff and began to recite the final fire spell. Gathering all the mana, she shouted, "Giern no Hano," Crimson Lotus Flame, directing it straight at the undead horde and the undead king. A huge stream of fire burst from the tip of the staff and rushed forward with terrible force, creating loud explosions that tore through the night. Knights Argo and Frank covered their faces from the blast and held their breath, waiting for the result of this devastating strike. Bright red tongues of flame burned an entire horde of undead and engulfed the undead king in a sea of fire, filling the hall with choking smoke. Yuri, gasping for breath, surveyed the scene and, seeing that the enemy's shadow still flickered in the smoke, exclaimed in surprise, "Is this not the end yet?" Suddenly it darkened. Amanda raised her hand, which shone brightly, and loudly called out, "Suzaku," shocking Yuri and everyone around. She poured all the divine energy of the sacred beast into her palm and shouted the final move, Kaiokyu Kajo, the blazing ultimate flame, to deliver the decisive blow to the undead king. The gigantic spirit Suzaku grew and unleashed a holy beam of fire that engulfed the undead king. The monster roared in indescribable pain. The supreme firepower pierced the black cloak and melted his dry bones, creating an incredibly magnificent and stunning spectacle. The image of the undead king, purified by the sacred flames, under the power of the southern divine beast, slowly turned to ash, and the entire crypt shook fiercely. Standing by the ruins, Father Frank looked at the pile of ashes and thought that this was a true purifying flame that could completely erase the undead. He exclaimed in surprise that even the immortal king could be destroyed, so that no trace remained. Yuri joyfully exclaimed, praising Amanda as a true miracle, and the knight smiled with relief. The tense battle was finally over. Suddenly Yuri froze in shock as the ground beneath her cracked and released strange white flames that surrounded her. At that moment, a series of strange images flashed through Yuri's mind, like a slow-motion movie. Her brother in Japan holding a game console, members of the night squad of ISO Fortress, and a mysterious man smiling at her. Yuri looked around stunned and whispered, "What? This is?" Realizing that she was being carried into a chaotic stream of memories from both worlds, and the chapter ended with the tiny sage frozen in amazement, and the secrets of her identity slowly began to unfold. Yuri froze when she realized that those images were memories of the undead king, and anxiously asked everyone if it was true. Knight Argo pondered, and confirmed that the enemy was once an adventurer from ancient times who dared to challenge a god, and therefore suffered divine wrath and eternal torment. Priest Frank clenched his teeth in anger and silently cursed the cruel fate that turned the hero into undead. Tears appeared in Yuri's eyes from the painful truth about the cruelty of the undead king. Karin silently watched, and Yuri felt an invisible pressure wrap around her mind. Among the ashes of the undead king, Karin suddenly noticed a strange weapon shaped like sharp claws, and aloud wondered if it had fallen from the corpse. The elf quickly picked it up and decided that it was the long-lost weapon of the beast warrior Vilna. Vilna took the claws with a stunned look, and her gaze suddenly sharpened as a powerful spiritual force rose from the depths. Yuri held her breath, watching Vilna clutch the weapon, and felt the beginning of an earthquake-like change. Suddenly, a blinding spiritual radiance enveloped Vilna, and behind her appeared the image of a majestic white tiger, a sign of the awakening of the spirit Bayako. The divine being addressed Vilna, the child of the wind, and urgently commanded her to summon her power to enact justice. And Yuri's eyes widened in shock as the system confirmed that Vilna had learned the summoning skill, Bayako's summon. Nate's Argo and Frank were equally stunned, frozen as they noticed that all four divine beasts seemed to gather around them. And Yuri silently understood that the sacrifice of the king of the undead was the key that unlocked their highest power. Knight Argo grimly said that when all four received the blessing of the divine beast, they finally became worthy of the final trial. At that moment, the space around twisted, and thick black smoke swirled at the feet of the squad, a sign of the return of the most terrible enemy. Priest Frank and the knights turned pale with horror as the 10-winged dark god slowly rose from the abyss with an icy expression, and the deity proclaimed in a formidable voice, "I have waited for you long," creating a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere, and Yuri gripped her staff and boldly shouted the name of the dark god, preparing for the final bloody battle. The entire line of knights and adventurers raised their weapons, tensely preparing to face him, and a bright red message from the system flashed before Yuri. Mission: defeat the dark deity. The reward returned to the native world after completion, however this line. Mission failed, the world of Illusia perished, and Yuri trembled with horror. She screamed in alarm as cold sweat ran down her forehead, realizing that the burden of saving the world now rested only on her and her faithful companions. The battle officially erupted when the dark god waved his hand and unleashed colossal shockwaves that made Knight Argo cry out in alarmed danger. Argo rushed forward, putting his body forward to shield Yuri from the echo of this devastating attack. Little Yuri widened her eyes in fear as the enemy's watchful gaze fell on her, and she felt a mighty spiritual power envelop the tower. Suddenly, a deep, ringing voice sounded in the space asking to protect these brave ones, causing Yuri to shudder and open her eyes, which ignited with hope. Argo exclaimed in amazement as virtual status banners began to appear around the group of fighters: Attack X2, Defense X2, and Speed X2. Yuri joyfully shouted, calling it the blessing of the four divine beasts for all, and the team instantly ignited with fighting spirit. The spirit of Bayako appeared, gently smiling at Vilna, and Knight Argo felt his fist fill with boundless power. He confidently said that with this power they would definitely be able to defeat any enemy. Argo and Amanda took a defensive stance, their eyes blazing, and loudly shouted, "We can fight!" Yuri quickly opened the system panel to check her status and noted to herself a clear difference. The information windows appeared clearly, not dimly as before. Suddenly Yuri froze for a few seconds and, shouting in shock, saw that her level had jumped to LV 100, and both HP and MP were at maximum 1,000 each. Argo asked in panic what had happened, and Yuri, stammering, whispered that the level cap of 99 seemed to have completely broken here. Yuri tightly gripped her staff and boldly asked Nate Argo if he was ready to perform the final summon. Argo smiled confidently and assured that he could appear at any moment she asked, without any hesitation. Argo shouted the summon command, "Summon Leviathan," and in coordination with Yuri released the ice skill, Frozen Stream, creating a spectacular chain attack. A huge stream surrounded the dark deity and instantly froze from the unbearable cold of the 100-level sage, causing the 10-winged creature to groan in astonishment. The attack of Yuri and Argo exploded with a dazzling flash and pushed the dark deity backward, and the kingdom's soldiers held their breath. Yuri sharply shouted, "Move!" The ice wrapping the enemy began to crack, a sign that he was still very powerful, so Amanda instantly raised her hand and declared, "I summon Suzaku. Suzaku, help!" A giant spirit flame bird appeared in the fire and engulfed the battlefield, after which Amanda shouted the skill name Kyoku Kajo, and the blazing last flame with sacred fire struck the dark deity, and the chapter ended with a powerful, coordinated team strike against the enemy threatening the world. The 10-winged creature looked coldly at the expedition and declared that all who have form must obey the predetermined law of destruction, and that it would hasten this extermination to establish a new order. Immediately, Priest Frank bravely rushed forward and shouted the summon command, "Call Genbu! Call Genbu!" The great turtle spirit majestically rose, stood in defense of the team, and gave Frank the opportunity to release the absolute defense technique, Diamond Unbreakability, while meanwhile Beast Warrior Vilna without hesitation jumped into the air, shouting the summon command the call summon from Akko and combining it with his skill. The stream, Gale Claw, created a storm of cutting claws that rushed at the enemy. The coordinated advance of the divine beasts cracked the protective shell of the dark deity and forced it to emit a muffled groan of surprise. Knight Argo rejoiced seeing that the attack worked and ordered the whole team to take advantage and destroy the opponent. Yuri and Frank held their breath watching the battle. Cat Noir and Slime Purin also took a defensive stance, ready for battle, and nearby Karin tensely controlled the mana ribbons, supporting comrades and creating a wildly dramatic hand-to-hand fight in the center of the tower. Amid the suffocating smoke, dark deity still stood tall, but suddenly the virtual system imposed the inscription on his silhouette. Dark deity, combat ineffective, and Yuri, puzzled, looked at the status panel, whispered these words with deep doubt, while the enemy remained unshaken. The girl anxiously shouted R when she saw a strange, dark, otherworldly force beginning to rise from the 10-winged creature. And Argo's face also turned pale with horror, and he blurted A in stunned disbelief when he realized that reality was being distorted by a force beyond the system's control. The dark deity slowly raised his face, and with an evil smile coldly said, "Whatever they do, all efforts are in vain, and the kingdom of Illusia will not avoid the catastrophe of destruction, because it is a fate decided long ago." The 10-winged creature loudly shouted, "Perish," and swung its hand, releasing a stunning attack that tore the space around. And in horror, Yuri squeezed his eyes shut to be ready and shouted the mass healing spell Party Heal, trying to save comrades in that desperate moment. Priest Frank and Knight Amanda were wrapped in strips of energy and helplessly lifted into the air, while the dark deity coldly muttered that these were just the pitiful last convulsions of mortals and threw a tempting offer: renounce faith and join destruction in exchange for eternal life. Frank gritted his teeth through pain and angrily shouted refusal, declaring that he would never believe in that evil being who calls himself a god. Yuri loudly called Frank from the ground, struggling with dark magical chains. Knight Argo panicked and shouted in alarm when he realized that due to the interference of the dark deity, he could no longer summon anyone. Suddenly, the pink rabbit Lewin bravely rushed forward to protect his master, but was mercilessly thrown back by a streak of dark energy, and Yuri froze with a scream of horror, seeing her little friend lying motionless after a devastating blow. Karin ran up, checked, and reassured Yuri that Lewin had simply lost consciousness from shock, but the tiny sage was still stunned, realizing that their current power was no match for this creature. Knight Argo stood firm before the enemy and loudly demanded to know why the god wanted to summon a demon uprising to exterminate humans, and the dark deity looked indifferently at Argo and calmly admitted, "Yes, I am the creator of this world." This shocking statement stunned Argo and the whole team. They stood, unbelieving. Argo stammered, "Why?" when the 10-winged creature began to explain its existence in a deep, authoritative voice. The entity calling itself the creator loudly declared, "The demon uprising is not an accident, but a tool to restrain and reduce the number of races that have grown beyond measure. Without this cleansing," it said, "the balance of the world would be completely destroyed due to the rampant growth of humans and beast people." The dark deity proclaimed that the wars and destruction that repeated for 6 days are an inevitable law that must be repeated again and again. Yuri's eyes widened with horror. She gasped when she realized the cruel truth about Illusia's origin. Karin could not contain her rage and shouted that treating repeated exterminations as a joke is unforgivable, demanding an answer. Does the creator really want to destroy the very world he so diligently created? The dark god coldly nodded in confirmation and proclaimed that this rotten world must be wiped clean to start anew. Knight Frank, tightly bound, gritted his teeth in pain and silently cursed the cruelty of God, while Yuri, with tears in her eyes, stood amid the ruins and immediately raised her staff to make one last decisive attempt to cast the healing spell Heal on Frank. Knight Argo resolutely declared that even if it were the will of God, living beings today have absolutely no grounds for senseless extermination, and Amanda picked him up and promised to fight to the end to protect people's right to life. Immediately, Frank squeezed out all his strength, broke free from the chains, and shouted to Vilna to coordinate the final strike, unleash the technique core of 3 palm strikes, creating a piercing shock, and Vilna made a spectacular leap, rushing at the dark deity fully ready to sacrifice her life. When the beastly warrior Vilna bravely used the 3 strikes move, covering the rear, Priest Frank fell in pain, streak of dark energy tightly wrapped around his throat, and Yuri's eyes widened with horror, and she shouted Frank's name, seeing him struggling in despair. The dark god coldly and loudly declared that the fate of destruction is destined, and only he is the god who rules this world. Frank gritted his teeth, endured, and resolutely refused, shouting that he believes only in his god and will never acknowledge such an evil being. The dark god burst out with an earthquake-like scream, This world is mine. And the tower's space trembled so strongly that dust filled the air. Night Argo paled with horror and covered Yuri when the magical sphere on the gecko's staff suddenly flared brightly and released strange, resonant lightning. Yuri's eyes widened. She whispered in shock, as a dim silhouette of a woman slowly emerged in the white mist. Pure light exploded, enveloping the battlefield, and it became clear another deity was intervening in this life-and-death clash. From the dazzling glow suddenly emerged a woman with long flowing hair and noble beauty. The dark god froze in surprise and whispered her name, Illusia. She quietly looked at the dark god and gently called him Tyrion, fervently begging her brother to stop these insane actions. Yuri and the beastly warrior Vilna stood frozen in amazement at this sudden appearance of a world named Goddess, while Tyrion looked at his sister with a deeply complex and sad expression. Goddess Illusia approached her brother, and with tears in her voice, quietly said that she had suffered greatly seeing Tyrion absent all this time, sincerely apologized for leaving him alone amid the god's cruel prejudices, choked up explaining that she had to cross the boundaries of worlds to save the unfortunate children swept away by the catastrophe. Little Yuri stood silently and felt inside the deep sorrow enveloping this meeting of two supreme deities. The divine woman looked at Yuri and the knights and declared her true name Illusia, revealing the shocking truth that she was the goddess of light and one of the divine twins alongside the creator Tyrion who stood before them. Argo and Frank stared wide-eyed and horrified, exclaiming in disbelief how thin the line between good and evil could be. Illusia looked at Yuri with eyes full of expectation and silently assessed the being standing before her as a unique combination. Goddess Illusia approached Yuri and loudly declared that this girl was the child who connects humans and gods and carries the noblest mission, and that Yuri was now the only one who could, and must have the power to stop the dark god Tyrion, to which the little seer blinked and stammered. In complete shock, as the weight of the world's fate suddenly fell on her tiny shoulders, the narrative ended with a message of divine revelation and Yuri's inevitable destiny, foreshadowing an extremely dramatic next chapter. Yuri gripped the gecko staff and met Illusia's gentle gaze. The narrative reminded that he was overwhelmed by the power of the dark deity, but the appearance of the goddess of light gave the last glimmer of hope. Knights Argo and Frank, still stunned behind her, asked who this being really was and whether she was a true goddess. Yuri froze, looking into her eyes, and quietly doubted whether he was worthy of this battle to save the world. Little Yuri, with tears in her eyes, desperately thought how a child like her could bear the burden to stop such a powerful god. Shocked and exhausted, her legs suddenly buckled, and she stumbled, dropping her magical staff in panic. Goddess Illusia quickly bent down and spread her arms to catch Yuri, gently calling her by name and soothing her soul, and the page ends with a frame of the goddess, tenderly sheltering the young wise girl amid the turbulent space of the tower. Illusia reached out her hand to save Yuri, but the girl froze. The hand passed through her body like smoke. Yuri's eyes widened in shock. She gasped, stunned when she realized she was falling to the ground even despite the goddess' helplessness. Illusia looked at her seemingly transparent hands with a sad expression and softly said that now she could only appear in the form of a spirit, and Yuri jumped to her feet with a face covered in dust and held her breath, gazing at the divine figure gently glowing before her. Goddess Illusia sadly apologized to Yuri and explained that she now exists only as a pure spirit, so she cannot touch a physical being. Looking at the dark god Tyrion, shrouded in dark spiritual energy, she resolutely said she would tell everything in order so that everyone would understand, while Yuri stood silently listening, as Knight Argo and Amanda carefully watched every movement of the goddess of light, and the space around the tower became eerily quiet, as if time itself had frozen, yielding to ancient secrets that were about to be revealed. Knight Argo asked confusedly about this strange place, and Goddess Illusia thoughtfully explained that it was once called the Prayer Tower, revealing the stunning truth. This tower was the only place where gods could most clearly manifest their true forms in the mortal world. Amanda and Karin turned pale with amazement, for they had heard the true name of the tower for the first time. Illusia gazed at the towering stone structure and quietly mourned the times when people and gods spoke to each other with sincere prayers. The goddess told that according to ancient rules, anyone who had the power to climb to the highest tier of the tower and look upon the gods was granted priceless knowledge or relics. But over the centuries, these details gradually faded from human memory and remained only as faint legends. The scene shifted to an image of a party of adventurers 8 years ago. They stood before the creator god with angry faces. Illusia spoke the truth in a quiet voice. The real reason why demons rose every 10 years was the question those old adventurers so desperately sought to answer. Argo stammered, saying it was a brutal racial cleansing spoken of by the dark god, and Illusia gently nodded, confirming that it was entirely true. Goddess Illusia painfully recalled. If the number of representatives of the races is not adjusted, 6 days of extermination will repeat again and again like a cruel, vicious circle. The images unfolded bloody wars and terrible ruins. Peoples exterminated each other in wild chaos. Amanda and Priest Frank stood nearby, shuddering with horror as they realized that the world they lived in had been destroyed repeatedly due to power struggles between humans and beast-like beings. And Yuri gasped, pondering whether mass racial extermination was truly the only way to preserve Illusia's existence. Knight Argo clenched his teeth in rage and shouted that such reasons were pure nonsense and no excuse to play with other people's lives. And the eerie image of the old adventurer who screamed as they watched comrade fall kept spinning in Yuri's head again and again. Goddess Illusia, with barely shining, sad eyes, nervously confessed that it was Tyrion who killed her then for daring to oppose his plans. But she smiled gently and revealed a stunning secret. She carried a small life under her heart and could not allow her soul to dissolve into oblivion. Touching her belly, Illusia said that the child was the fruit of her love with a man named William, who was called the one who united humans and gods, and that at the last moment she put all her strength into crossing the boundaries of worlds and placing the child's soul into a vessel in another reality, saving it from premature death. Little Yuri froze, eyes wide open at the mention of William's name. A strange, unusual connection stirred in his chest. Around them appeared dragon spirits, proof of Illusia's words that here was the perfectly woven essence. Yuri leaned back, trembling and timidly, in a choked voice asked if Goddess Illusia was really her mother. She looked straight into the deity's eyes, full of motherly love, and felt her heart pounding with amazement, and Illusia gently smiled and said, "Yes, you have not changed at all." "Yuri," she said casually, kindly calling the girl and adding that Yuri was the fruit of her and Duke William. The little seer uttered a shocked "ah" when she realized that her true essence far exceeded all her first guesses. The goddess of light said with regret that she could not be a real mother next to her daughter, but assured that she quietly watched Yuri grow up from afar, and Yuri froze and sank into silence, trying to process the overwhelming flow of information. Knight Argo turned pale from shock and thoughtfully said that it was nothing strange. He had always felt that Yuri resembled a goddess from ancient paintings. Yuri, in panic, asked about her current mother in Japan, Kyudo Tuwako, and Illusia gently explained that, of course, there was also a very deep soul connection between them. Illusia told about her original desire for Yuri to live a quiet, happy life in modern Japan, because in a place without monsters and war her soul could fully heal and someday return to Illusia. A vision appeared before her. Young Yuri happily going to school and enjoying ice cream in her former world, which made Illusia cry. But the goddess grimly revealed another truth: the creator, God Tyrion, mourning his sister, went mad and accelerated the destruction of the world. And she closed the page with the bitter truth that all current calamities arose because of God's sorrow. Little Yuri gritted her teeth in pain, pouring out her last strength, energy, and life force in the final strike. She clearly felt the power draining from her body, but still resolutely swung the staff, supported by the spirit of her mother, the goddess of light Eliu. The dark god Tyrion screamed in horror, calling his sister's name Illusia, when a huge burst of spiritual energy rushed straight at him, an explosion that shook the earth tore the air around the Tower of the Sage. A bright system notification exploded on the screen. It confirmed that Yuri successfully activated the ultimate skill, End of the World. The attack dealt up to 99 damage and turned the body of the dark god Tyrion into fragments, which were swallowed by choking dust and smoke among the ruins. Tyrion fell, stunned and disbelieving. The goddess Illusia rushed forward and gasped, "Brother!" And little Yuri, exhausted, sank to the floor and held her breath, looking at the aftermath of the bloody battle. The goddess Illusia knelt beside her brother and urgently called Yuri, asking the girl to join her and create the last healing magic. She insisted that only the power of the descendants of gods, like the two of them, could save and cleanse Tyrion's soul, which was devoured by darkness. Yuri's eyes widened in surprise as she whispered, "Heal," and realized that she would have to use the very magic she had always believed in to save their enemy. She looked at the creator's face, full of pain and remorse, and silently decided to help her mother. Yuri and Illusia simultaneously placed their hands on Tyrion's body and, gasping in surprise, realized that they were truly touching a deity. Immediately, a huge magical circle ignited, sparkling with ancient runes, enveloped the three of them and formed a majestic purifying barrier. Holy light spread around, as if washing away all hatred and darkness. Knights Argo and Amanda stood at a distance, frozen with wide-open eyes before that sacred sight. Illusia quietly and thoughtfully explained that this magic circle was a precious treasure of Duke William, which he carefully created, investing all his magical knowledge into it, and that he made this figure a talisman to protect their child from suffering from birth. Yuri's eyes widened with admiration as she understood the boundless love with which the legendary father filled every thread of magic, and her heart warmed from the true family miracle. Little Yuri clenched her tiny hands and silently uttered her father's name, begging for a little more strength for the decisive moment. Illusia looked at her daughter with trust, and the mother together with the child exclaimed the name of the spell Cure, giving all their purest spiritual power into it. The bright healing light struck Tyrion's mind, washing away the painful memories and madness that had tormented him for 8 years, and the entire tower quietly trembled, as if responding to the power of forgiveness and healing. The glow of Cure embraced the three of them, forming a shimmering sphere of light in the air. Yuri felt the cracks in Tyrion's soul slowly closing, and his once fierce expression unexpectedly softened and filled with peace. Before their eyes appeared the image of the rebirth of the kingdom of Eliu, bathed in pure elemental magic. Knight Frank and everyone below held their breath, waiting for that fateful moment when the thin line between destruction and salvation hung by a thread. The god-creator Tyrion slowly opened his eyes and, frozen with amazement, saw before him his sister alive and safe. He gasped, "Are you okay?" Illusia gently smiled and assured that, although she had lost most of her power, she had truly returned to his side. Tyrion, with tears in his eyes, confessed that the grief from losing his only relative had unleashed rage, and made him think only about destroying the world. He bowed his head, full of remorse, when he realized how mistaken his old beliefs about racial cleansing were. The goddess Illusia gently stroked her brother's face and firmly declared that it was Yuri who saved this world and redeemed his soul. Tyrion looked stunned at the little girl and quietly repeated the name, Yuri. And Yuri herself shyly waved her hand and politely introduced herself. "I am Yuri." Illusia shone and assured her brother that this child was truly the fruit of her love with William and was peacefully born in another world. And Tyrion looked at Yuri with eyes full of tenderness, silently admiring the miracle of life. The god-creator Tyrion sighed wearily and admitted that after so many dark days he was completely exhausted. Illusia gently embraced her brother, asked him to rest for a long time, and promised to always be near, calming Tyrion and wishing him a peaceful sleep, while streams of soul light began to drift around the two gods. Yuri stood motionless, watching the touching reunion and quietly smiling with happiness. Thus the chapter ended. Peace was restored at the top of the sage's tower, and the little sages shone with smiles full of hope for a bright future. Knight Argus froze, watching as the image of the goddess slowly faded, and quietly asked if the dark god Tyrion had really died. Eliu gently smiled and denied it, explaining that gods are always reborn as long as people believe in them. She looked the priest Frank straight in the eyes and gently asked if from now on he would continue to trust his god. Frank was momentarily confused, then smiled and replied that if God is good and hears prayers, there is no reason to abandon faith. This sincere answer caused a calm smile on the goddess's face, and white feathers continued to float smoothly around them. The goddess Illusia took Yuri by the small hands and quietly said that it was time to lead her brother to the spirit world so he could rest. Yuri's eyes opened wide in horror, and she exclaimed with regret, "Ah!" And Illusia, now sad, explained that her soul no longer had enough divine power to hold form long in the mortal world. She gently calmed her daughter, saying that this was not a farewell forever, and assured her, as long as Yuri believed in their connection, they would definitely meet again someday, and Yuri raised her tearful eyes and quietly whispered, "Really?" With fragile hope, Illusia smiled and confirmed that it would be so, reminding Yuri that sincere prayers always reach the hearts of the gods. She hugged her tightly and urged her to live boldly and steadfastly on her future journey. When her soul began to fade, she gently kissed Yuri on the forehead and whispered her last words of love. "Mom loves you, Yuri." The little seer broke down in sobs and choked out, "Mom," overwhelmed by a wave of emotions as she felt the holy warmth slowly recede. The bright glow suddenly went out, leaving Yuri on her knees with a bewildered gaze into the void where her mother had disappeared. Streams of magical light drifted over the wide sky of the seer's tower like dying stars, and Knight Frank looked back and quietly asked if this was really the end. Wiping away tears, Yuri resolutely raised her hand and gave the familiar command to the system. "Open window," holding her breath as a holographic panel appeared before her, jumping to confirm her final status and the state of the world. On the bright status window appeared her full name, Yuri Kujo Owen, class Sage, but strangely, the level suddenly dropped to LV1, HP now 15, MP 25, a clear sign of a completely new beginning, even though she had just saved the world. Yuri froze for a few seconds and cried out in fright when she saw that all her previous leveling efforts had vanished in an instant. At that moment, Knight Argo ran up from behind and called her anxiously, and she, blushing, hurriedly hid the system window. Knight Amanda rushed from afar and hugged Yuri tightly, constantly asking if she was hurt anywhere, while the cat Noir meowed joyfully. Amanda beamed with happiness and praised Yuri, calling her a true heroine who single-handedly defeated the dark deity to save Illusia's world. Yuri looked embarrassedly at everyone and secretly felt relief seeing her companion unharmed. Amanda shone with a smile and assured that thanks to Yuri the kingdom was saved from destruction. And knights Argo and Frank also smiled and nodded, praising the younger sister's legs. Yuri met Amanda's proud eyes and gently objected that she could have come this far on her own. She brightly and sincerely smiled and insisted that it was the protection and support of everyone that gave her the courage to face the trials. Yuri remembered how she got lost in the enchanted forest and quietly thanked fate for bringing her the kindest friends in the world. Argo, standing nearby, tousled her hair and smiled, saying that many interesting things awaited them ahead. Behind them stood Priest Frank with crossed arms and a self-satisfied smile, muttering about how strange it was that the simple healing magic, cure, could become the strongest in the world. And Knight Argo glanced at Karin, who pouted over the lost royal slime and teased her by asking where she would have put it if she had caught it. Karin screamed in anger. Meanwhile, Father Frank only gave a crooked smile, looking at the quarrelsome teammates. Yuri and Amanda watched this familiar, lively scene and felt warmth in their hearts' peace had truly returned. And Argo solemnly assured that without Yuri the world would definitely have fallen into ruin. Argo gently smiled and stroked Yuri's hair, acknowledging her difficulties. Yuri's cheeks blushed. She shyly bowed her head and quietly thanked her brave foster brother, Argo announced. "Let's return home to the Owen family." Little Yuri gladly nodded and exclaimed, "Yes." Happily hugged Noir tightly and gazed at the horizon where a new sun was rising, a sign of the promised new life waiting for them at the Owen estate. The scene changed. An ancient, majestic chapel filled with the scent of pure white roses under the bright sun unfolded inside the sanctuary. Priest Frank in solemn vestments loudly proclaimed the oath of eternal bonds between people before the Creator. Knight Argo and Captain Leongart stood on either side of the congregation solemnly and with satisfied smiles, and little Yuri, surrounded by her relatives, felt the beginning of a true era of peace. Thus ended the journey of the little wise girl, a sacred vow of love and eternal protection for the beautiful world of Illusia. During the solemn ceremony, Knight Amanda appeared in a pure white wedding dress with a wreath of bright roses on her head, shining with a smile and boldly swearing. "Yes, before everyone." Next to her stood Neat Jorg with a stern look. But on this important day he was noticeably moved, and their reflection in that holy moment filled the chapel with love. When the bride exited the church to the applause of the guests, little Yuri in the front row cried with happiness and exclaimed that Amanda was truly incredibly beautiful today. Knights Argo and Captain Leongart stood nearby, smiling through Yuri's tears and joking about how Jorg shaved his beard to look more attractive. Yuri wiped her eyes and sobbed, congratulating this dear couple. The narration explained that after the defeat of the dark deity and Illusia's departure to the spirit world, the group returned to the capital, and Argo with Frank walked exhausted, talking about the many consequences they would still have to deal with after the demon Uprising disaster. In the royal square, the figure of Captain Leongart stood out brightly among the crowd of soldiers and people who tirelessly shouted and honored him as a hero. Yuri and Argo waved to him from afar with relief, grateful that the kingdom had finally restored the necessary stability. Yuri, wildly excited, revealed to Argo a secret. As if right after the battle Jorg could have arranged a reverse confession himself, a wildly romantic gesture for Amanda. And she laughed and said that everything happened so quickly that the wedding was scheduled immediately, and it shocked everyone. Argo pondered. Priest Frank was suddenly promoted to bishop for his actions that challenged the divine. Frank himself stood nearby in new ceremonial attire and looked awkward because everyone teased him about that tall hat, saying that a pink mischievous rabbit was hiding under it. Yuri jokingly reminded everyone that Lewin, who was hiding in Frank's hat, was an absolute secret and must not be revealed, then happily ran up to the newlyweds and loudly congratulated Amanda once again, and Knight Argo smiled and wished Jorg and Amanda a full and happy married life. Suddenly a shy voice called, "Senor Jorg," and everyone turned around. It was Lanceli, the Count's son, who boldly stepped forward to congratulate his elder and hugged him emotionally. Amanda gently smiled, said goodbye to everyone, and advised to calmly enjoy the banquet. She would return soon. Yuri and the knights saw off the couples who were leaving, watching their backs with hope for a peaceful future. In the corner of the courtyard, Karin and warrior Vilna raised glasses of good wine together, and Selena appeared, looking calmer after recent events. Suddenly a loud shout, "Hey, Yuri!" made the girl jump and turn around, and when she recognized that her friend Mark was running impatiently towards her along with the old priest, she exclaimed with joy. Yuri asked Mark in surprise why he was here, and Mark boldly replied that as Bishop Frank's apprentice he of course had to be at the ceremony. He smiled proudly, talking about his studies in the church, while Frank stood nearby, clicking his tongue and grumbling at the young man's noise. Father Lowe smiled inwardly. Although Frank always grumbled, he actually performed his role wonderfully. Suddenly, Mark teased him about his too serious look. The young bishop blushed and demanded that Mark behave decently, and Yuri laughed, watching this lively scene and quietly feeling the strong bonds among everyone. Suddenly, Knight Argo pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look!" Attracting the guests' attention, above the deep blue sky of the capital appeared a bright rainbow and shimmering lights, creating an incredibly magical spectacle. Yuri opened her eyes wide with admiration and whispered, "Mom, is that you?" When she felt the familiar warmth of the goddess Illusia protecting her, Argo, standing nearby, smiled and confirmed that this divine miracle was a sign of the gods' blessing on the joyful day of the kingdom. Yuri looked deeply into Argo's eyes and resolutely said she wanted to become stronger to protect this beautiful world. Argo smiled and encouraged her, promising to always be by her side, while Knight Frank joked and gave practical advice. If she wanted to grow in strength, Yuri should start using magic against slimes instead of wildly swinging a wooden staff at them. Yuri blushed and laughed, recalling that old incident, and resolutely agreed to start leveling up again from the smallest monsters, while the cat Noir bravely meowed as if endorsing her determination. The final scene ended with Yuri shining in a new dress, playfully winking and smiling brighter than ever. The little sage proclaimed to all Illusia, "All right, the little sage will start trying again from level 1 in this other world." With Noir the cat, pure on slime, and loyal knights nearby, Yuri was ready for new promising adventures, and the story concluded with an inspiring message that with everyone's support she would only grow stronger, thus officially ending the amazing journey in the kingdom of Illusia.